Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Criminal Chauffeur. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Giran was running late with his meeting with one of his main guys. He had friends everywhere in Japan that did business with him in many ways. From the countryside where he could hide out when things got rough all the way to the city where he knew every drag drop-off point. He knew almost anything about anyone he has interacted with in some way. If he had to look into something, he would get that information in no time at all, especially if he was getting paid. Tonight he had to talk with one of his business partners at the chop shop to talk about parts for one of his clients. The chop shop owner took apart any vehicle from a junkyard and brought it back to his shop to take it apart for parts. He would often take stolen cars when they get dropped off by some customers since they didn't want to leave evidence. Most of his main customers are racers that knew he was stocked up on a powerful chemical because of his quirk. His quirk basically produced the perfect liquid similar to same one that racers use to power up their speed. Kubo Risa. Even now when Giran was walking up to the shop, he could see the empty carcasses of the cars he had already stripped of their more important parts. Anything left over he would use to sell to some known support items makers in the underground. Giran approached with his arms open like he was greeting an old childhood friend. Kubo. Giran. I was expecting you a bit later, Giran's friend responded. Well, I left a bit earlier than I usually do, Giran answered easily with a lazily smirk. He dug into his coat pocket to slip out a cigarette. You want one? No need. I got something stronger, Kubo retorted. Giran shrugged and lit the cigarette with his own lighter while Kubo leaned against the wall. Giran breathed out smoke from his lips. So any new things that could spark my interest? Not really. I was just going to hand over a tub of the good stuff I always give you, Kubo answered back, nodding his head to a large tub filled with radiant blue liquid. Giran looked over to see the familiar liquid that Kubo made with his quirk. No matter the order, he would always make a tub for any customer that came his way that needed a push of speed. Really? Come on, old pal, Giran bumped his shoulder into Kubo. Giran's ally shrugged, don't know what to tell ya. Business has been slow with getting new parts. I have been running a bit behind lately with getting some actual good parts by the cars I get. Giran turned his attention to a car that didn't look as beat up as the other cars in the junkyard surrounding the shop. What about that one? Have you gotten to it yet? Not yet. That one just came in today. If you stick around, I can poke around it to see if there is anything that you could benefit from. Ah. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, old friend. Giran cheered happily. The smoke from his cigarette rose in a zigzag as Giran kept talking. The junk shop owner rolled his eyes at Giran before turning his attention back to the newer car just in time to see it move slightly. Giran stopped to focus his gaze on the spot that the other man was focused on. They waited a few moments to see the car move yet again. Squirrel? Maybe a raccoon, the other remarked with a doubtful tone in his voice. Giran clicked his tongue. He murmured through the cigarette clenched between his lips, I'm going to check it out. Giran started to walk over with the cigarette spatially in his mouth. He slowly crept up to the back seat of the car, trying not to make noise to scare the small animal that might be inside. He tiptoed towards the backseat window and peered in. From his spot, Kubo could see Giran's eyes widen from what he saw inside. Giran glanced over to his business friend and waved his hand to ensure for him to come closer. Kubo crept up to Giran's to see what was inside, and he didn't expect what was inside. He thought it would be a raccoon or a cat. He never encountered an actual human child sleeping in the back seat of an old car. The child was curled up on the back seat cushions with their knees pulled up to their chest. They had a raggedy piece of cloth thrown over them like a crude example of a blanket and had dirty socks on their feet. A pair of red shoes were thrown on the back seat cushions behind their head. And the child had an off-colored yellow backpack that he was using as a pillow. The child had really dark hair that looked like it had a bit of green in it from the light shining through the window. Their exposed arms were covered in small cuts and minor bruises around their upper arms. Even if they were hurt, they looked so peaceful in their sleep. Both men looked at each other and tried to weigh their options from finding the kid in the back seat of an old car. Somehow their answer was to bring the sleeping child upstairs. While Giran set the child up on Kubo's bed, the other was in the kitchen finding something for the kid to eat when they woke up. Some microwavable noodles and crackers seemed like the best option with some fruit juice he has had for a while. Something light since the kid looks like they haven't eaten in a while or at least hasn't eaten well from their small figure. Giran takes care of some of the boy's cuts by putting bandages over them. After that, the kid still hasn't woken up. He must be one hell of a deep sleeper. Giran looked through the kid's backpack and only noticed a few things inside. He had a notebook, a pen, and a small book of photographs. He flipped through it to see the same kid with a man and woman that he could only assume was his parents from the smiles in the photo. He slowly put it back in the kid's bag right as the door creaked open. The boy finally opens his eyes when Giran's friend enters the room with food for him. He squinted down to see that his small injuries were covered in small bandages. He jumps back at the sight of the two larger men in the room, flinching a bit when Kubo places the food on the desk next to the bed. The child doesn't make a single move towards it before Kubo picks up a single cracker to show it wasn't messed with by eating it. Seeing that the man wasn't affected, the child began to slowly take the food off the plate and eat it. He stabs the straw into the box to drink the refreshing apple juice inside. So what number do we call, kid? The boy looked back at them with confusion while stuffing crackers into his mouth and chasing the dryness with the juice. Number? Phone number? The kid stiffened at his words, shaking his head furiously. We need to call someone so they can take you home. I have no home. Not anymore, the boy swallowed. I have nowhere to go if you kick me out of the junkyard. Giran's eyebrows rose. You don't have any parents or family? Both of them died, the kid answered back blankly. Giran looked back at his friend. So I'm guessing you're a runaway? The boy nodded back at the man hesitantly. I lived in a foster home, but they were mean to me. They always threw stuff at me and made me stay quiet. And school was bad too because nobody liked me, even the teachers. So both places were bad to you. No wonder you ran away, Kubo commented. Giran watched as the boy slowly drank some apple juice. He waited until the boy placed the juice back on the desk before asking, when did you run away? The child scrunched up his face as he thought about it. He raised up his hands to count on his fingers, his lips moving like he was counting the nights he had slept outside instead of inside an actual bed. About a month ago. They aren't looking for me anymore, that's for sure. They probably gave up within a week. Or they haven't even noticed or cared enough to search. The boy sat up straight. Please don't take me back there. Giran, Kubo said, walking towards the door. A word? Giran slowly backed away from the young boy. He held up one finger to the scared boy. One moment please. Snack on some crackers. We'll be right back. Giran walked out the bedroom and closed the door behind him. He followed Kubo down the hall, further away from the bedroom door so the child couldn't hear them talking. Kubo had his arms crossed. What do you suggest we do about him? Well, you know how there are too many eyes on me at all times in the underground. Giran answered back. But people won't think twice about you having a helper at the shop. I'm bad with kids, Kubo harshly whispered to him, worried that the kid inside the room would hear them even if they weren't right outside the door. And you think I'm any better? Giran yelled at the other man. He rubbed his hands together as he thought of what to do. Kubo noticed how his eyes widened when he finally came up with an idea. Giran snapped his fingers with a grin. Look, if you just give the kid some shelter, I'll do the rest. I'll make sure this place is more protected from your competitors. I can guarantee that I will find new customers to buy straight from you. And I can do half of the parenting. It will be like a co-parenting situation. From his two uncles, what do you think? Kubo took a deep breath in through his nose. Fine. I'll make sure the kid is safe here as long as you keep up your end of the deal. When the two came back in, Giran stepped up to the kid's side to ask, can you sweep? Midoriya furrowed his brows in confusion. What? Can you sweep, kid? Kubo ran a hand through his hair to slick it back while he talked. He slowly sat down on the bed near Izuku's feet. I've been looking for help around my old shop to speed things up. And since you have no place to go, I'll offer you a place here as long as you help around the shop. You want me to work for you? Izuku paused to glance between the two men before asking, does that mean I have to sleep in the car? Bah! Kubo waved his hand through the air. You can just sleep on the couch since it can pull out into a bed. Or I can just find an old mattress or something. And all you have to do is help around the place by cleaning and other simple stuff. But for now, just rest here and I'll take the couch. Kubo got up from the bed to stand next to Giran, who looked too happy. He turned to the kid, your job starts when you're feeling better. Be warned, this place gets dirty really quick since I'm practically always working. Why are you helping me? Midoriya asked, his eyes widening in confusion. He clenched the sheets in his fists. The sheets were nothing like the thin material back at the orphanage. Nobody did. No one at the orphanage. No one at school, even the teachers. We're not like those people, kid, Giran replied with a relaxed grin. We are very different from any normal civilian or hero you may have come across. We protect people like us. Giran's friend looked directly at Izuku. I know what it's like and what you have been through. I was in a similar position when I was younger. Midoriya didn't know what to say and returned to the man. Kubo brushed off his jeans as he headed towards the bedroom door with a yawn. He glanced back to the young boy laying down on the mattress. Now rest up, it's late in the night when kids like you should be past their bedtime by now. Giran stepped away from the wall he was leaning on. And that's my cue to leave too. But don't worry, I'll be around often to check in on him and you. I'll teach you all you need to survive in our world. And with that, Midoriya was left alone in a dimly lit room with the bedroom door slightly open. The green-haired kid slowly laid back down, nervous to close his eyes as he would just wake up back in another car or back at the orphanage. At first, Kubo didn't care that much about the kid. Giran just dumped the responsibility onto him since he couldn't bring him along. His only job was to make sure that the kid didn't die, which was a simple enough task. The beginning was simple enough since he just had to make sure that the kid was feeling better. And once the kid was healthy, he made him start his first day as his helper. He taught Izuku all about the shop and what he needed to get done every day. Kubo nicknamed the kid Midori so the customers wouldn't know his real name. The frequent customers that came in for Kubo's special racing liquid became acquainted with the small boy since they first saw him sweeping up the dust off the floor. They poked fun at Kubo for getting a child out of nowhere, making jokes about a one-night stand that dropped him off. Kubo shut down the jokes right away because he didn't want any rumors. It wasn't because of the fact that the boy was upset about it. When a racing duo came in to fix up their cars, they started scheming out loud for their next drag race. Wondering what they can do since this special race included using their quirks. Kubo had never seen the kid brighten up so quickly since he met him. The boy suddenly walked over to the two with the mop in his small hands to ask about what they can do with their quirks. Stunned, one of them answered him only to met with a wall of questions. Kubo tried to steer him away, but the duo waved him off since the kid wasn't bothering them. The duo came back a week later after winning the drag race in second place with stunning reviews of the analysis that the kid had given them about their quirks. Since that incident, more and more customers came to the repair shop under their suggestion. The kid made a name for himself as Midori in the underground as an unassuming analyst that can pick apart someone's quirk. Kubo and Midori ended up getting paid for their work since Midori helped the racers with their quirks and Kubo helped upgrade their cars. And just like that, Midori shot up the ranks as the secret underground analyst, at least in the illegal racing world. A world that never got talked about because of the surge of drags, trafficking, and fighting rings throughout the underground world of Japan. The majority of the underground didn't know much about Midori, they only knew that they were slowly becoming a formidable ally. Things have progressed over the years since Izuku was taken in under the wings of Kubo and Giran. Kubo started to teach him the ins and outs of all the tools he had. He taught the kid while he was growing all about cars and the inside of working on engines. The first lesson was learning how to hotwire, which is a skill that Izuku loved to do. After that was learning more simple tasks like changing the oil and replacing a spare tire. And Kubo was eventually showing his paternal affection towards the boy who reminds him of himself when he was younger. And he did it in the only way he knew how. And this is the spark plug, here you can keep that. By his form of gift giving. Izuku picked up the spark plug from Kubo's palm. Thanks. No problem, anyway with this engine you have to be careful taking what you need from it, what to add, or what to replace to make this car work. Now tell me what you see, Kubo quizzed him. Many days passed like this with Kubo making Izuku learn on the way. And of course, he was taught how to drive because of him, even if Izuku could see the amount of fear every time Izuku had his foot on the gas pedal. If he had a nickel for every time Kubo grabbed at the door handle, he could probably move out. And Giran was a very steady influence on Izuku's life whenever he would come to visit, no matter how frequent or far apart the visits were. He always checked in on him at least once a month. Giran taught the small boy throughout the years about the underground since he was already making a name for himself as the analyst, Midori. He didn't know that Izuku was Midori at first, which made Kubo laugh so hard at his reaction when he found out. Giran was visiting them with some work in his hands, looking over some paper reports in a small folder. He kept stressing over idiots and how he couldn't find out the quirks from whatever bullshit was reported to him from inside gossip in the underground. He even looked at video proof and couldn't find anything. This is getting me nowhere. How am I supposed to get any useful information out of this? Uncle? Hey Squirt, Giran mumbled, ruffling the curls on top of Izuku's head while scrunching his face at the papers. He clicked his tongue. Can you make any sense out of this? Izuku looked down at the papers and the pictures. He ended it by looking at the video that Giran was provided. Oh. See, they have a limp in their right leg here, but it transfers to their left leg at this moment. And with the reports, it seems like they can transport their injuries somewhere else on themselves. Like if they have been hurt in their arm, they can switch the word to their non-dominant so they can still fight. It makes sense with the notes here. Giran threw up his eyebrows. That does make a lot of sense. Geez, you might be a little analyst in the making. Kubo smirked while drinking his water. He's Midori, Giran. Real funny. No, I'm not joking. Giran slid his head down in his hands. How could I not notice it before? You told me the nickname before Midori even made it big on the underground scene. And now that you know who he is. Don't worry. I won't give any information on him. I don't want him to get stolen or anything. I care too much about this piece of broccoli. Giran pulled Izuku into a side hug and rubbed his knuckles into his head. Izuku grumbled but laughed along with his uncle. He relaxed into the smoke-scented purple coat he had on. Midori was kept a secret in the underground where no one knew their identity. But they could get some help with their analysis since Giran claimed he knew a guy who knows a guy that connects them to Midori. And no one can question him since Midori's analysis is highly sought after no matter how long it will take to get it. The years passed by with little to no problem since the chop shop never really had to go under any investigation from the limelight or underground heroes. The only thing that was being investigated was Midori. Midori's name has become so well known in the underground that the underground heroes have started to take notice. But they never know how to find him because no one would suspect that an infamous underground analyst was working at a repair shop. Especially since the only ones who can connect Midori to the underground is either through Kubo or Giran. There is no other way for anyone to get their hands on Midori's analysis. With his underground name on the back burner of his mind, Izuku glanced up to see Giran walking towards the shop with an easygoing grin on his face with cigarette lit between his lips. Hey, kiddo. How's life been with you? Izuku shrugged, nothing much at the shop this week. Good, good. I've got some news for you. What kind of news? Izuku's eyes shone in the excitement of unknown news. News like a famous racing weekend or news like someone's after me? Neither. I've found you a job. Giran waved his hands through the air. Izuku furrowed his brow in confusion, his eyes dimming a bit. A job? But I'm already working here. Yeah, not that kind of job. Giran, you already know I'm not some sort of hitman. We've tried that out before, it didn't work out, Izuku replied, continuing to rub the hood of the car with a microfiber cloth. Giran tried once to see if Midori was cut out for killing only to realize that his ideas don't line up that way. Izuku drew the line at killing whether innocent or guilty life. He fell into an ideal that innocents should not be killed. No innocent human should be harmed since they did no wrong. And the guilty should not be killed, but they should wish they were dead. He never wants to end someone's life, but he will break them until the brink of death using his knowledge of their quirk against them. Perks of being an analyst. Finding ways to use their quirk against them to make sure that they get left with scars either emotionally or physically. Giran shook his head, not that kind of job either. I have a group that needs a getaway driver and I told them I knew the perfect guy. Kubo? Izuku looked over his shoulder to look for him. No, you. Izuku turned back around quickly. Why? They need a player that can fall perfectly into the role, Giran replied. Plus, I know Kubo is holding you back on some things so you wouldn't get caught by the higher-ups in the police. But with this group, you can go all out and not have to worry. They have evaded escape a lot since they have a guy with a warping quirk that gets all of them out of there quick. I'm still worrying. How am I supposed to be sure that this group isn't going to leave me behind for the cops to find? Trust me. I know the leader personally. He's a bit young, but he has been trained by the best. And he knows how to play the game against society as we know it. Giran puffed out a huge cloud of smoke. Izuku breathed it in, reminding him of the many times. Giran has visited the shop just to see him. He isn't looking for cannon fodder, he's looking for a chess piece. Izuku paused. What's the name of the group? The League of Villains. The same ones who did those attacks against UA? Giran sighed at the judgmental look on Izuku's face. The same. I'll think about my decision, Izuku retorted, flipping the towel onto his shoulder. First, can you arrange a time for me to meet them? I want to know if I'm going to waste my time with them or not. Of course. I won't let you down, kiddo. Giran grinned, showing the glint of gold in his teeth. They know better than to cross their faithful broker. If they do anything to my nephew, I won't go easy on them. Giran walks by Izuku's right side, smoking a cigarette as their footsteps echoed on the cracked cement of the sidewalk beneath them. I can't believe I agreed to do this, Izuku mumbled as they continued to walk past dark buildings until Giran started to head towards a dimly lit up sign down an alleyway. Izuku glanced at the tall walls on both sides of him as they headed towards the bar. Trust me. They aren't as bad as they look. I have known some of them for longer than I have. Twice is cool. Spinner is a big fan of Stain. Mr. Compress loves to show off. Magna is chill, you will like her. Toya can be a bit much at times. Kurogiri watches over the entire bar. Dabi hates Endeavor, so don't mention that. Shigaraki hates All Might and Hero Society in general, be wary of that. Other than that, everyone should be good. Izuku furrowed his brow. Do you have everyone's blood type? Giran grinned back at him, ruffling up his hair. Of course I do, Midori. But I feel like you would already know that, wouldn't you? I bet you didn't even need me to tell you about them. Huh? Midori returned the smile. I'm not an amateur. Giran laughed, throwing his head back before coughing a bit on the cigarette smoke, which made Izuku thump his back to help him. But I do feel a little bit better about this than I did at the very beginning. Giran hummed. That's good. Plus, if they try to do anything bad to you, I will make sure that it comes at the cost of my work with them. I made sure they understood that they respect your decision whether it is and not try to murder you if you refuse. Thanks, Izuku remarked dryly as the two began to walk into the rundown bar that was similar to the destroyed bar that they had before in Hosu when the heroes rescued that UA student. This is their backup bar, a second location. Giran introduced the bar as he walked downtown stairs, gesturing with his hands at the handrail like he was presenting him a house like a travel agent. They won't be here for long, only for this meeting before they go off somewhere else. That makes sense. They wouldn't want someone to know where they are, especially for someone they don't know will join them, Izuku commented, avoiding the handrails as he continued to walk down the stairs. Giran holds out his arm from stopping him from going down the final flight of stairs. Wait a second. I'll introduce you to them. Stay here and wait for me to wave you down. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly, for his uncles want to set up a dramatic entrance for his nephew. All right, I'll wait here. Go do your thing. His uncle gave him a thumbs up before sliding down the stairs until his feet planted onto the bar floor. Ah, Giran. What brings you here? A calm voice spoke out. Giran, I'm so happy to see you. I hate your smug face. Another voice called out in two different tones. Well, hello everyone. And no need to thank me ahead of time, but I have found you one of the best drivers there are in the underground, Giran spoke with a grin across his face. They trained under street racers and learned all the ways about the inner workings of cars to improve their own skills. And their skills don't stop at driving. I have brought to you the best driver I know as well as the best analyst that I have told you all about, Giran spoke dramatically, raising his hands to gesture at the top of the stairway where Izuku was waiting. Now presenting, Midori. Izuku walks downstairs quickly with Giran grinning down at his nephew. He raised his hand to give a slight wave to everyone in the room. Hi. Giran said you need a driver. A woman with shoulder-length hair raised an eyebrow. An analyst and a driver? Oh my gosh, you're spoiling us, the man with the full face mask commented. Midori? You brought Midori? A humanoid lizard man asked with noticeable excitement in his voice. I'm Spinner. The man with the face mask raised his hand. I'm Twice. I'm Magna, the woman introduced herself. Another girl giggled, placing a hand on her chest delicately while she greeted the young teen around her own age, Toga Himiko. How pretty is your blood? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I haven't had any complaints about my blood so far. You are interesting from your reputation. A man with a mask and hat stepped forward from the corner of the room. Greetings. I am Mr. Compress. The smoke wisp man stared at him with their yellow eyes. I am called Kurojiri. The man against the wall who won't bother with introductions is called Dabi. Shigaraki Tamura, the leader with light blue hair, introduced himself with a scratchy tone of voice. Dabi questioned from his leaning position against the wall, how are we supposed to know that kid got what it takes? Shoo, we need a driver. Don't ruin this for us, Twice whispered. Toga rolled her eyes with a bored look on her face. None of us know how to drive, Dabi. Would you like an example of both of my abilities? Izuku offered. Kurojiri gave a short nod, or at least that's what Izuku thought he did, since it was hard to tell from the purple wisps of smoke surrounding him. That would help with our decision. He's Midori. What else can you want? Spinner loudly whispered. Stain had high praises for him too. Izuku noticed how Shigaraki's face tensed at the mention of Stain. That was interesting given the fact that they teamed up. Izuku gazed at the majority of the members, knowing how most of them only joined after the incident with Stain. Izuku felt a spark of interest ignite within him as he reflected on the thought of idea that Stain and Shigaraki really didn't team up. Would the team still follow him knowing that Stain didn't work with him after all? Good, Izuku answered. Because this will also help with my own decision of whether to entertain this idea any longer. I like this kid, Magna stated, leaning against her long magnet weapon. Now. We must find out if he will be a good addition to the team. Ah yes, I'm guessing it is to guarantee your choice since 3 of your newer members already fell on the first part of that kidnapping mission, Izuku responded loudly. Giran looked between his nephew and the group that paid him to find new members as they all turned to look at his nephew strangely. Mustard could have been more useful if he had decent self-defense to fight off anyone since he just had a gun. Muscular and Moonfish would not have been as enjoyable. I probably would have turned down the job straight away because of those two if they were still here. I do have a line that I don't want to cross. Anyway, since you want this to be an interview, I can answer questions and show off my main two skills." Izuku scratched the back of his neck. "How old are you?" Mr. Compress piped up. He replied, "Around 15. My birthday is somewhere in July." "I'm 16, Toga added. "When did you learn how to drive?" "I was raised around a car technician, so I started to learn about cars around 9 or so. And I started driving a few years ago. I have enough experience if that's what you are asking," Midori answered. "Can you kill?" Shigaraki asked, straight to the point. Izuku shrugged, "I don't kill. And I don't intentionally harm innocent people." "That's less than ideal," Kurogyri commented while Shigaraki looked very disappointed and disinterested in him. "I have set ideals of my own. Some may align with any of yours, but others won't," Izuku answered. "I won't kill any innocent person. But with my intensive knowledge, I can do even worse than just killing them." Just like that, Shigaraki's interest was rising again. But Dabi scoffed at him. "Oh really?" Izuku turned his gaze to fix upon the appearance of the fire quirk user. "You don't believe me? You're just a kid. And you're not even that intimidating to look at," Dabi explained, jerking his head over to where Toga was laying down on one of the dirty couches. "Hell, Toga is more bloodthirsty, which gives her more of an edge. But you don't look like you can handle it. You see, killing them would end their misery whether slow or painful or quirk and painless. I would never mess with someone innocent, I only deal with people that are truly bad for all the wrong reasons," Izuku told the dark-haired adult. "For example, if I were to use my skills against you, I would use your own quirk against you." Izuku looked down at his patchwork skin, "But from what I can already see on the surface, your quirk is already doing that for me." Dabi snarled, his fingers twitching with blue sparks. Giran looked ready to top in before Izuku raised his hands palm up. "Calm yourself. You're only doing more damage to your body since your strong quirk is obviously not suited for it." Dabi's face slackened. Spinner looked on with a childish gleam of admiration in his eyes. "Midori is about to analyze right in front of me. This is one of the greatest days of my life. Judging by what I already know about you and your quirk, I know your body isn't suited for it, which explains the patchwork-like skin covering your body and these scars with staples holding it together. To undergo my way of doing things, I would analyze further into what will hurt the most." Midori narrowed his eyes at Dabi, examining his body from the scuffed shoes all the way to his black hair that had bit of soot falling when he took a strong step. He could tell from minuscule specks of black the white stitch detail of his leather trench jacket. From the scarring and tight movements, you are already dealing with constant pain from the pulling of the scars and stitches from the way your body moved towards me. Using the information, I can make it so there will be no more stretch to your body by having your body essentially burn to a crisp with your own quirk as the main tool," Midori continued on as he heard the staples clink together while Dabi chewed on the inside of his cheeks in thought. "Or I can possibly do something with the opposite extreme like frostburn. Or a combination of both where you burn then freeze. If you had done something extremely bad in my eyes, I would even find a way with molten metal to restrict any power you have." Dabi clicked his tongue at the analysis, not letting his emotions shine through the obviously horrible experience he just described offhandedly. "Huh? If you want a different real-life example, I can provide that as well. With vivid photo evidence in one of my folders back at the place I stay," Izuku suggested. Giran snickered. He once shoved a homemade mix of Carolina Reapers and wasabi up a guy's nose since his quirk focused on his ability to smell. To this day, he can't activate his quirk the same way he used to, therefore, rendering him almost completely quirkless. Dabi glanced over at Giran while Spinner was still looking at Midori in awe. No wonder Stain had the utmost respect for the analyst that the underground relies on even if no one knew who they were. But now, they had the renowned analyst right there in the room with them, threatening one of the members with bodily harm. It was like a dream come true. "That is sick," Twice gagged before throwing a thumbs up. "I love it." Now that's the analyst part out of the way, Izuku stretched out his arms. "I'll show you just how skilled I am at driving. Right on time too. We need to get our hands on some money and the best way to do that is robbing. Given the fact that our name got pushed a lot, we probably shouldn't be anywhere near a bank right now from how high alert heroes are. So we will just do something easy like a gas station store," Shigaraki explained with his scratchy tone of voice. "From there, I will make the decision whether you stay or go." "Don't slow us down," Dabi commented while looking down at the possible new recruit. The others passed by him to get to their van that they stole from a used car lot a week ago. Giran looked proud as Izuku returned his gaze with a knowing smile. "Don't hold me back." So for the test, some of the league members went into a store while Magna and Kurogyri stayed behind with Midori in the van. They waited there while the others stole the money before hearing sirens in the distance. Midori got the car ready quickly right as the other nerd rushed in from the back doors. Everybody in? Midori questioned just to make sure that he didn't have to wait. Twice called out, yes, now drive. Don't have to tell me twice, Midori grinned as he pulled on the clutch before hitting the gas, launching the members back from the amount of start-up speed. Just drive until you cannot see the cars anymore, then I will portal the car away to our next location, Kurogiri calmly said, ignoring the complaints of the members being thrown side to side in the back since he was the only one buckled in. Midori nodded, taking off down the street with precision, running red lights and swerving around cars. Some cars stopped in the middle of the street when they saw him flying by. Dabi shouted out, keep the car steady, I get carsick. Then you picked the wrong driver, Crispy. Shigaraki yelped when Midori drifted around the corner to escape a patrol car coming straight from them. Magna slammed into twice when he skirted in front of an 18P-wheeler to get away from the last car chasing them. He reached down to mess with the clutch again when he saw the perfect opportunity ahead of them. Midori asked loudly, drifting around another corner as he headed straight for a road he knew would be mostly empty of cars around this time of day. Ready to warp gate, Kurogiri? Kurogiri gently nodded while the other members slid around in the back with pillowcases filled with money all over the floor. Midori drives fast down the street, keeping the van straight for Kurogiri to form a portal right in front of the car. When they portal formed, Midori put force on the brakes. When they passed the portal, the van's tires bounced on the cement and gravel-floored warehouse. The tires screeched as Midori pressed down on the brakes hard and turned the car hard. Giran stood against the wall as he watched the car come to a complete stop in the middle of the warehouse with burnt rubber marks from where the portal appeared. Giran clapped slowly as all of the members exited the van with their hair sticking up. Dabi placed a hand over his mouth and raced over behind a pole. Midori calmly got out of the driver's seat while whistling and made his way over to his uncle Giran, who looked so proud of the show he had just witnessed. So? Giran prompted, wrapping his arm around Midori's shoulder as he stuck his hands in his pockets. Midori and Giran had matching smug grins as Dabi dry heaved in the background. Shigaraki breathed out shakily, welcome to the team. If Izuku would have known that the League villains couldn't find a random bar, he might not have agreed to this deal after all. Because he was now stuck with several other members inside an abandoned build that to be my sort of business. And it was even worse since Kurogiri separated from the group to do some kind of unspecified job that All for One trusted him with. The abandoned building had cardboard and wooden boxes spread out everywhere, mostly along the wall. It had old couches and chairs covered in white sheets from the old business that used to stand proud and tall in this area. But they were pushed to the sides of the building to provide space in the middle. The middle of the building had tire sacks from when Izuku instead showed off his driving skills to them. And there they had stayed for a few days, living off the money they had stolen from the bank. Kurogiri had provided them with a small television to use for entertainment and for Izuku to analyze any recent villain fights. Izuku was reclining on a dusty couch when he caught Toga approaching him out of the corner of his eye. He brought up a cheap soda can to his mouth right as Toga disrupted his silence. Hey, Midori. Can I have a taste of your blood? Midori slowly turned towards her with a deadpan expression. I feel like you and I need to have a higher level in allyship or friendship to have that sort of level unless it is used for combat. Midori passed to take a sip of his drink before continuing, I don't trust just anyone stabbing me and tasting my blood. Did Stain taste your blood? Toga asked, leaning her chin onto her hand. Yes, Midori said, holding a finger in the air when Toga tried to interrupt him. But I did consent to it beforehand just so I could get more of a deeper analysis on it to help him in the future. So I just need to befriend you? That's easy, Toga grinned happily. I'm friends with almost everyone here already. Midori breathed in as the other teenager skipped away from him with a bounce to her step. He sighed, he could only imagine what she might do to make him her friend. Hey, what are you doing? Izuku looked down at his green drink, nothing much besides drinking this soda and waiting to be needed. Spinner pursed his lips and swayed on his feet. His lips popped as he opened up his mouth to ask, okay, so you aren't doing anything? I just said I wasn't. Why? Do you need something? Spinner braced his arms on the back of the covered couch to get closer to Midori. Can you tell me more about Stain? I have been following his rule of code for a while now since I was so inspired by him. And now since you are here in the flesh, you could tell me all about him. You want some information based on my interactions with him, Izuku said as a confirmation to himself. Spinner nodded frantically back at him with hopeful eyes. He briefly thought back to when he was younger. Did he have that kind of hero worship back then? Midori shrugged, all right then. He was standoffish at first and didn't want to work with me when I first encountered him. It took running into each other again and the help of Giran to finally talk with him longer about his ideals and future plans. I offered my services so I could pinpoint the more useless heroes that he could take down easily that were corrupt in one way or the other. A card-based hero that preyed on underage teenagers, a sidekick that took joy in attacking the stray cats, and a hero that was taking bribes to let criminals go. Midori listed them off on his fingers. He took a long sip from his soda to wet his mouth that was becoming dry. I pointed him in their direction and he gladly took my notes. But I also criticized him on some of the heroes he was planning on. You criticized his ideals? But why? Spinner questioned, leaning forward against the back of the couch, making his gross fall into the back cushions. They are so pure. Midori looked over at him with a dry expression. That statement is appreciated on the surface level only. Looking for true heroes sounds good on paper, but determining who is a worthy hero is something else entirely. Midori waved his hand in the air as he thought about an example to tell the scaled villain beside him. One might say a true hero will save the civilians first. And another would say that the one who takes care of the villain is the worthy one since they prevented any future situations. It was my job to tell Stain to narrow down his search of true heroes to ones that have truly done good. Anyone like I mentioned would be taken down. But he originally wanted to get rid of Ingenium. I was the one to talk him out of it since he wouldn't be following his own ideal if he took him down. How? What does Ingenium have that makes him a true hero? Spinner questioned. And here comes that true and worthy talk again, Midori highlighted by using air quotes while he talked. Ingenium is a good hero. He does his best to save people and make them feel safe from every observation I have made on his fights and battles he has been in. He doesn't do it just for fame and money like some other heroes. In my eyes, he is a good hero that doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. And many others are like him. As a whole, it's not about finding the true heroes that act exactly like All Might or whoever, Midori tried to explain to the stunned villain who was staring at him in a new light as he continued. It's about weeding out the corrupt ones who do nothing to truly help people and are only out there to earn the money to spoil themselves. That is one way you could get rid of the evil roots of the hero worship society we live in now. Whoa, Spinner mumbled. Are you always looking for the corrupt heroes? When I'm not busy doing other analysis, then yes. I will do further research into heroes that haven't passed the top 50 or so. And deliver that information to Stain if he asks for it. I have also extended this type of information with corrupt businesses to Gentle Criminal and La Brava since they deal with that type more often than actual people. You mean the vigilante tubers? I love watching those too, Mr. Compress piped up as he entered the room, walking over to them with a flounce in his step. It feels fancy with the tea preparation at the very beginning of the videos. I often practice my stage magic while the video runs. You do stage magic? Izuku perked up in his seat. He didn't know that the magician look wasn't just for the aesthetic. He just thought the villain did that to stand out. I have a multitude of tricks up my sleeves, Mr. Compress announces loudly while pulling up his sleeves. He reaches out his hand swiftly behind Midori's ear to pull out one of his blue marbles seemingly out of nowhere. I can show you much more magic now that you are a member of our team. Midori would have realistically pushed away the offer. But that small childlike part of him craved to see more close-up magic even though the logical part of him would pick apart each trick. I would like that. Mr. Compress Mask smiled back at him while Spinner turned slightly to watch as the other villain pulled out a deck of cards to confine with the impromptu magic show. And before his eyes, Mr. Compress pulled out a spark plug out of his arm sleeve. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he threw his own hand against his chest to pat at the pocket inside his jacket only to find it empty. Hey, that's my lucky spark plug. Yes it is. Izuku hummed while the magician delivered his object back to him. Do it again. Later on in the day, Izuku sat by the back door of the building to breathe in the fresh air. Except he wasn't expecting the air to smell like smoke until he started to cough. Oh. Sorry Midori, twice apologized before straightening up with a wicked grin. Breathe it in, youngin. You taking a smoke break, twice? Yeah, twice nodded more calmly, gesturing to the cigarette in his hand. His mask was pulled up to his nose just so he could smoke. You want one? No, I'm good, Izuku waved him off, making Twice shrug while breathing in the smoke. Keep them to yourself. Twice blew out another plume of smoke. So, Midori, how long have you known Giran? I've known him for a few years now, Izuku replies. He scooted closer to the door, allowing the fresher air along with the traces of cigarette smoke to hit him more. He threw the question back at Twice. How long have you two known each other? Same as you, for years, Twice smiled before taking another puff of the cigarette. I ran into him when I was a teenager and getting into trouble. And I have been in contact with him since. And Giran told me about you before the rest of the underground found out. I found out last. Twice cleared his throat from the sudden hitch in his voice. He dropped the cigarette to the ground and stubbed it out with his shoe. He pulled his mask down before turning to talk with Midori more directly. I know you do the quirk analysis stuff. Yeah, I do, Midori replies. I can tell you a bit about yours if you want. I have nothing else to do. Twice shrugged before telling him a bit more about his quirk, including the details like the fact that Twice needed exact measurements for any clone he made. I used to steal a lot with my clones in the past, Twice sighed. But I can't really do that anymore. Izuku paused and looked up at the older man. So you could double yourself, multiple at once, but not anymore because of what exactly? Well, after the whole clone incident happened, I don't have any clue if I'm a clone. Or the original. I can help you with that, Izuku hummed to himself. Twice looked up in surprise. You said something? I totally heard you. Nothing. I was just thinking out loud, Midori replied back, standing up from the ground. Enjoy the fresh air, Twice. I'll head back inside for now. And then he walked back inside, passing by Dabi, who shifted farther away from him when he walked by. Thought began to fill Midori's head. Maybe if Twice broke his arm he would learn he wasn't a clone? Before another thought cut into the previous idea. But his mental health is unstable enough, something like that could cause it to deteriorate further. It looks like he needs to look into Twice's quirk a bit further along with his mental state, since there could be a connection from what Twice had told him. Midori clicked his teeth while marching over to the television spot to finish any quirk analysis he needed to do for that day. Giran hasn't needed any requests recently, so it gave him more time to work on the project that he was going to show Shigaraki. Kurogiri returned at nightfall with a bag of food inside a large pot. He had to deal with one of AFO's plans that was housed in the forest for most of the day. When he entered inside the abandoned building, he could see a lot of the members leaning or lounging on the furniture around the space that was covered by sheets. He spotted young Tamura resting against the wall furthest from everyone. But then his eyes caught on a head of green hair that was peeking out from the arm of the couch with the television screen still lighting up the small area. He approached the couch to see that their new driver was still somewhat awake. The driver glanced over with barely open eyes and mumbled, "What's with the pot?" "To boil water for any needs we might have," Kurogiri responded quietly. Midori sniffed, flipping over into his other side to face away from the screen, but the warehouse doesn't have a stovetop or a fire pit anywhere. Kurogiri placed the pot full of groceries down on the floor. Twice has an apartment that has a stove from the information he has given us. Or we have Dabi who could help. Wait, Twice lives somewhere? Midori questioned, trying to pick his head up and look around, but giving up rather quickly because he couldn't see much of the room from his viewpoint. Indeed, Kurogiri answered, watching how the younger teen is laying down on the ground with his head relaxed back into the dusty couch cushions. Kurogiri watched as the young teen curled up on the couch and decided to grip onto the sheet covering the couch. Gently, he untucked the large sheet covering the back cushions to set the thin blanket on top of the teen, who was steadily falling asleep with every passing moment. Rest well tonight. Midori murmured a reply that was lost inside the couch as Kurogiri picked up the pot and walked away to store it somewhere for future use. Shigaraki was resting for the day, tired from searching the streets yesterday for recon on what the Hero Society was doing. Sometime after Kurogiri had prepared food for them all, Shigaraki finally got approached by the new driver that had joined the team. He was expecting him to ask when they would be going out again for his skills to be utilized. However, he was surprised when he saw the stack of torn-out notebook pages that the younger teenager was holding as he walked up to him. "I have analyzed all of your quirks and how you can improve in your fighting with them," Midori said, dumping a stack of pages before dumping another stack right next to it. The stacks of pages were torn notebook pages with words written all over the page. "I also analyzed some low-scale heroes in the area that you might run into if we stay in this area." Shigaraki took a moment to thumb through the pages, feeling a frown form when he realized he didn't see any weaknesses for the one hero he hated. "Why do you not have All Might? Because he is already retired?" Midori replied like what he was stating was obvious. "Endeavor is the number one currently. And unless you ask, I wouldn't think to give you his analysis unless you ask directly." "Why?" Shigaraki questioned. "All Might was yours to take down. And you already did. The symbol of peace is gone and people haven't been taking too kindly to Endeavor yet," Midori replied, walking to the wall and leaning against the concrete as he continued his explanation. "So it would make sense to go after him now. You would wait until he has gained the public's trust and favor." Midori turned his attention to the ceiling within the dim light of the warehouse illuminating the space. "But if you do want an analysis of any specific hero, just tell me beforehand and I can get that ready within a day if I have a decent amount of videos of them showing off their quirk." "Ah, so he's the key player in this. He is like the cheat code to this," Shigaraki thought to himself as he skimmed through the pages with 2 fingers. He glanced up to his new driver. What made you choose these heroes? Proximity? Midori shrugged. This is just some basic heroes that could be taken down. I have done some narrowing down on which ones you might encounter and other little stragglers that won't grab that much attention. But there are enough heroes that when multiple heroes start dying or disappearing, it will cause a mess for the hero commission to clean up. So instead of taking out the big one, you aim for the smaller ones to have more loss by quantity, Shigaraki stated, picking up a page between two of his fingers to stare into a crudely drawn portrait of some hero he didn't care to know the name of. It's not just the quantity. It's more like unraveling a cloth string by string, Midori answered, reclining back on the couch. His voice remained calm as he continued with his analogy. You could just burn it from the middle, making everything around it charred. But someone else can find a patch to fill the hole. It might have been damaged, but it would be fixed in no time. Midori's green eyes seemed to shine with mischief as he looked back at him, but if you unravel it little by little until it's nothing but thread, it will take a lot longer to build it back up. Shigaraki could feel the grin on his face grow. You are getting more and more interesting, Midori. After Kurohige had left to check up on something important, the League was left to their own devices in the same building. Dabi was in the corner napping under one of the sheets covering the furniture, while Twice was probably back at his own place. So the rest of the League was relaxing near each other. Toga was relaxing back on a wooden box while Spinner leaned against a wall behind her. Mr. Compress was swinging his feet while he sat on a pile of wooden boxes. Midori was sitting right by Magna on the other side. Shigaraki was in the middle of it all, acting like a rundown couch cushion on a box was like a throne. And that's when Twice came running into the building. Hey, guys. I think I found a new member. Behind him, a masked man walked in. When the man walked closer, Midori could feel himself tensing up. That went unnoticed by the other since their attention was on the potential new member walking in. Midori gulped when he noticed the infamous plague mask, instantly recognizing who had walked through the door. If the mask didn't give it away, the purple fur coat would have clued him into the fact that the leader of the Shai Hasaikai had come to visit. He only knew him from the few times he had given analysis on some kind of blood sample and a few quirks on Overhaul's team. Shigaraki hums, looks like you brought in some new fish to fry, Twice. Overhaul walks forwards until he is at the center of the floor. You think so? That's strange coming from the League of Villains. Magna grimaces. What gives? Is this guy famous in the underground or what? Sensei showed me a picture of him before, Shigaraki answered. He's part of the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza. And he is the young head of it. He's in charge of it? Are you serious? Magna asked, her voice lowered into a whisper. Is he going to be like the guys from the Mafia romance books? Toga spoke up while Izuku held back laughter from Magna's comment. What's the deal? We are all criminals here. What makes this guy so special? Mr. Compress remarks from his high seat on the box tower. He's part of the only surviving Yakuza from the time that All Might took over the hero scene. But frankly, they are obsolete since many Yakuza before became low-life criminals and thugs since their numbers went so low. They are basically an endangered species compared to regular thugs in the street. Endangered species, huh? Overhaul commented. So why is this Yakuza man here? Magna turned her head to address the man directly. Are you also getting high off the fact that All Might recently retired? It's good that the number one is gone, sure. But I'm more interested in what All for One's teachings left behind. Overhaul took a step back and turned his head to look at the members before him. And let me say that this lineup is disappointing. Shigaraki stood up from his fake throne. Excuse me? You had Moonfish and Muscular on your team. And the infamous hero killer Stain on your side. Both were formidable players that could have done much more, Overhaul explained with a monotone voice. But you lost them to the heroes. For a future leader, you look like you will never make the same impact that the big bad of All for One had during his time. Hey, Shigaraki interrupted, making Midori focus more on him than the interaction happening between them. Let me make one thing clear. I'm the next leader. Even now I'm gathering my troops to have more in number to increase our combined power to turn hero society into dust. Wow, you have an actual plan. Unbelievable, Overhaul said with a slow clap to exaggerate the sarcasm in his voice. Watch your tongue, Yakuza nobody, Shigaraki said before looking at Twice from the corner of his eye. And here I thought Twice brought you here to join forces. Midori glanced over at Twice to see him starting to pace with a hand over his mouth. Twice. Don't look at me. I'm confused too. Twice whisper yelled towards him. He looked over to see both leaders glaring at each other through their masks. I thought it would work out. A goal without a plan is just a wish. Overhaul strides a bit closer until the dim lighting from the holes in the ceiling made little dots of light appear on his body. Unlike you, I have an actual plan. So with just a wish under your belt, why should I join you? What happens after you increase your forces? Do you even know how to organize your lead? What happens when all the power spirals out of control? Do you seriously think you're going to stop it? Midori could see Shigaraki clench his fists tightly as he straightened up from where he stood. You need direction in order to achieve your goals. So instead of me joining you, how about helping me? You brought this idiot here without knowing his full intentions, twice? Shigaraki interrupted with a grimace on his face. A noise came from where Dabi was supposed to be napping when Overhaul started to talk more about his reasoning. Midori turned his head to see Dabi peeking out from behind the sheet, eavesdropping onto what was going down. Since I'm a small-time Yakuza, no one really wants to invest in my group. But you have the widespread connection and money. So put yourself under me, Overhaul ordered strictly as he raised his gloved hands up to them like he was a preacher. Make me your new leader. With my direction, I will show you exactly how to use the right tools. There was a brief moment of silence where anyone could hear a pin drop before Shigaraki's scratchy voice filled the air with a harsh demand. Leave. Now. Sorry about your ego, Magna quickly stood up with a glare, throwing a large magnet over her shoulder as she started to run towards the man to attack him. Midori could see Magna's quirk starting with a layer of blue covering Overhaul's body. But we didn't join together to put ourselves under someone's boot like a chewed-up piece of gum. Wait, no. Midori tried to call out as soon as Overhaul started to remove his gloves. He scrambled to stand up, making Twice look back at him in confusion about why he was trying to stop Magna from beating his butt. Magna ran forward, swinging the magnet over her shoulder like she was about to swing it like a bat. We're here because we don't want to be bound by people like you. And just like Midori read about, Overhaul used his quirk. It didn't look like much at first since Mgaine froze for a second only for her body to suddenly explode in a gush of blood, leaving behind her legs. Toga's broken voice added into the stunned silence, no big sis. Just remember you made the first move, Overhaul grimaced, waving his hand in the air like he was trying to flick the blood off of his skin. Ugh, I'm filthy. Midori made a move as soon as he saw Mr. Compress jump from the box tower he was sitting on. Twice, hold Mr. Compress back. Twice startled out of the trance he was in to grab onto the magician only to look back at the young teen in confusion. Twice white eye areas of his costume widened when Midori was approaching Overhaul. What are you doing? Midori ignores Twice hell to walk up to Overhaul, stopping in front of Magna's corpse. He gulped while the Yakuza looked him up and down. The Yakuza head stared at him. Ah, you are a new member too? I'm more of the glorified chauffeur actually, Midori answered with a tense grin. What business do you have approaching me? Chisaki Kai. Overhaul. Current leader of the Shai Hasaikai, Midori stared at him with an icy glare. Overhaul straightened up with a glare, his fingers reached out for his other glove. I suggest we talk and come to an understanding about how this will end up before I decide to leak every single bit of information I have on you, your group and the locations of every single one of your headquarters to everybody in the underground. Overhaul aborted the motion to get rid of his other glove. Midori continued, and don't think it wouldn't make it to the heroes. If anything I will make sure it leaks out to every single enemy or ally you might have. Something tells me you aren't just a driver. With that specific information, I would come to the conclusion that you are Midori. That is correct, Midori started, ignoring Mr. Compress. Shouting at Twice to let him go. If you need proof, you can call up my business partner right now, he will vouch for me. Oh, so you are Midori? You are well known in the underground. You have helped us before. Overhaul narrowed his eyes at him. He walked forward while pulling his gloves further over his hands. So why are you hesitating with me now? Why are you threatening me and my group? In fact, why are you with this lowlife league of villains? If you needed a new job, you could have just worked under me. Don't think of it as threatening, think of it as a warning. I will never ever lend my services to you again if you don't bring her back, Midori demanded strongly, gesturing to the legs left over from the blast. And you should know that I always keep my word. Overhaul sighs and looks down at the splatter on the ground. You mean him? Her, Midori corrected strictly, he could practically feel the hatred-filled glares of the members behind him. All aiming their glares at the Yakuza leader. At least he hoped. Do it now. Or else I will no longer help any of you in your organization or your allies. Midori leaned forward with a sneer in his face. And they won't be happy to hear that the famous analyst isn't cooperating with them because of you. Especially since after you took power over the previous leader, they have been very hesitant to work with you. I wonder if they will still provide after they learn that you are responsible for the fact that they won't get Midori's infamous analysis anymore. Fine, Overhaul reaches out with his bare hand once again to touch the jean-covered legs of the leftover corpse. In a flash of blood and flesh, Magna was there again without her sunglasses covering her eyes. The sunglasses were now warped pile of plastic morphed on the floor, which left her expression vulnerable to everyone around. The magnet weapon she had carried was longer and thinner than the intimidating size Hit was before. It looked weaker. Spinner rushed forward towards them, hurriedly reaching forward to tug Magna back with him. Izuku looked back at Magna to see her weakly walking with him to Toga and Twice. Midori whipped his head around when he heard Mr. Compress scream, only to see Overhaul had taken the magician's arm. I was acting in self-defense yet again. Overhaul defended himself easily, directing the statement towards Midori. He fixed his plague mask further up his face while Midori stepped away to get Mr. Compress further away from him. Shigaraki stalked towards him before breaking into a run with his hand outstretched towards him. "You'll pay for that." "Don't," Midori protested with a bored tone in his voice, which was enough to make Mr. Compress Huffsa laugh at him. "Shield," Overhaul ordered as Shigaraki got closer. A masked man appeared right in front of him as Shigaraki touched his fingers to the random man, making him disintegrate with a sharp groan. Shigaraki glared at him as Overhaul wiped his hands off on his coat. The League of Villains watched as a small number of men appeared from behind Overhaul, including a very large muscular man, a small black and white puppet, and a young man with hair that ended in arrow shapes. "There. Now we are more than ever since you took down one of my men," Overhaul explained with a bored look in his eyes. "But I have seen enough here to know I wouldn't want to invest time or money in this incompetent organization. But my offer still remains for you to join me despite this altercation. Now then, I will take my leave," Overhaul announced, ordering his men to follow after him, leaving behind the 2 blood stains on the ground. He paused before the door to talk over his shoulder, and Midori. "My offer to you will remain open for however long needed." "What a douchebag," Spinner said once enough silence had passed. "He's gone." "It's over," Mr. Compress said through gritted teeth. Midori walked away from him to pull off a sheet covering an end table. He pulled Mr. Compress by his other arm, and started to wrap the sheet around the stump left behind by Overhaul. Midori remained silent as he wrapped the sheet around Mr. Compress' wound. Mr. Compress looked momentarily shocked when Midori had started to process before wincing when the teen wrapped his wound tightly. "That should stop the bleeding," Midori started simply with a somber expression. "You might want to cut off the access with a knife or scissors. And I'm sure we have some heavy painkillers to help with the pain somewhere around here." "I am sorry that I wasn't able to help further," Midori said. He could have been more threatening if Shigaraki hadn't killed one of his men. He knew how Overhaul worked. It was a life against an arm in Chisaki's eyes that meant that the League owed him more than he owed them. But in all honesty, he still would not have stopped the attempts on Overhaul's arm. After hearing about some of his plans through the underground, Overhaul's ideas left a bad taste in his mouth. "No need to apologize for that. You put your life on the line to save Magna," Mr. Compress said behind his mask. From his labored breaths, Midori could tell that he was holding back from either crying or screaming from the pain he was in. "I'm just grateful that he is gone." Midori jogged over to where Magna was sitting down with Himiko and Twice next to her. Twice was apologizing under his breath while Toga was hugging onto her arm tightly. "Magna, are you alright? Any lasting injuries? I can find some first aid if you need it." "Midori," Magna whispered, gesturing for him to come closer. He knelt down only for the taller woman to pull him into a soft hug. It reminded him of the hugs that Kubo would give him after a long day's work. It was filled with comfort that reminded him of home. "Thank you. I thought I was a goner." "It's nothing," Midori mumbled into her shoulder, patting her back once the shirt hug had ended, and gave a small smile. "I'm glad you're okay now, Magna. You know you can just call me Big Sis." "I'm sorry, Big Sis, it's all my fault," Twice sobbed. He bowed down and told her. "It's my fault you got hurt since I brought him here. I thought we could have a new ally, but he just hurt you and Compress too. It's all right. I will just need to contact Giran about somehow getting a new arm," Mr. Compress reassured him while he walked up to them with the red-stained white sheet wrapped around his arm. "Twice," Shigaraki said, approaching the man who was kneeling on the ground. Midori could see Twice tense up before standing up to look the leader in the face. "I'm sorry, Shigaraki," Twice rubbed at the white eyes of his mask. "I'm such a loser. This is no time to be acting like we are weak." Shigaraki scratched his neck. His eyes narrowed towards the way that Overhaul left. "We need to regroup and move somewhere temporarily since this building is compromised." Twice sniffed through his mask. "I know a place. This is on me. So, you all can come to my apartment. As long as everyone is disguised though. Kurogyri can warp us there once he comes back from wherever he is." That's what Twice had offered. And just as he promised, when Kurogyri returned from his outside duties, he had transported everyone close to Twice's own apartment. The apartment building was made with brick that had stains on the brick from the front and street art painted on the sides. Twice had to guide everyone up to his room quickly so they wouldn't be recognized despite the half-hearted disguises they all wore. "This is where you live? It's better than what I had," Spinner states, walking around the empty space of the apartment. Magna looked around. "The wall color is very comfortable." Is it supposed to be white?" Mr. Compress commented as he stared hard at the color, holding on to what was left of his arm with his opposite arm. "I can see spots of white." "It's off-white," Twice yelled back. "It looks really nice, right?" "I hate it. It's boring." Dabi walked over to the wall that was peeling away to the wood underneath and leaned against it. Kurogyri made his way to the kitchen to see what he could make with the food he had brought from the other place. Shigaraki stopped to stand in front of the small TV that Twice had set up on top of a plastic container of DVDs. Toga grinned as she relaxed back into a pink chair against the wall. "I like it." Magna questioned, "Where did you find all this furniture?" Some are stolen. And some I picked up off the road. People throw away a lot of good stuff," Twice explained. "Ah, that explains a lot," Midori thought to himself as he surveyed the room. When they had first opened the door, they saw the empty kitchen area right next to a door leading to the bathroom. But the space around them had a lot of furniture that had the same comforting feel as the weird-looking color of the wall. There was a salmon pink chair against the wall that had a dark red stain on the cushions. There was a stained tan couch right in front of the TV that was sitting on a plastic container of DVDs. And there was a full bed in the far corner with dark green sheets covering the mattress. There was a tall lamp with a torn shade in the corner where Dabi was in. And there was an air conditioner underneath the far window that was covered by what looked like a bath curtain. "This will work quite well actually. Now, Twice, do you mind guiding me through where you keep things in the kitchen?" Kurogyri said, not taking his gaze off of the kitchen which had tape holding the cabinet closed. "I will prepare a meal." "Oh, no problem. Actually, I never use the kitchen. I know where most of the stuff is," Twice responded. "But I don't have a lot of dishes. It saves me time when it comes to cleaning up." "Lovely," Kurogyri replied as Twice passed by them to swing open the cabinets. As Twice kept opening them along with the drawers, it was quite obvious that he did not cook often or at all. Each item was something that they saw was ramen, chips, and other snack items. The only things that somewhat resembles ingredients were a circle of spice containers, canned food, and an entire bag of rice in one of the bottom drawers. As Twice continued the small kitchen tour, Mr. Compress raised his voice to get Twice's attention. When Twice whipped his head around, Mr. Compress asked, "Would you mind if I used your shower to clean up?" "Sure, no problem." "The bathroom looks terrible," Twice added while Mr. Compress headed to the small bathroom off to the side. And somehow when Mr. Compress finished, it was like everyone took the chance to get themselves rinsed off as well. And Twice had no problem with it, only reminding them that there wasn't a lot of bath towels, so he would have to do laundry afterwards. So mostly everyone took turns to bathe away any grime. But the one who seemingly needed it the most was still leaning against the wall. Midori watched him with a look that Dabi ignored. "Why aren't you showering?" Midori asked as he approached the man standing alone. Dabi shrugged, "I don't need to." "Anyone within a small radius of you thinks differently," Midori remarked. "That's just the natural musk on this leather jacket," Dabi emphasized his statement by tugging at the collar of his leather trench coat. "No, it isn't," Midori argued back. There had been too many times where he walked past him only to choke on the air around him. "Is there an actual reason you can't shower away the stench of ash and dried blood from you?" Dabi looked at him with his hips pet out. "I don't want to ruin the surprise." Midori's eyes focused on how Dabi touched his hair for a brief moment. He narrowed his gaze on how Dabi was subconsciously leaning his head away from him. Midori suddenly turned away from Dabi, making the older adult sigh in relief. Only for that young teen to come back with a flower-printed hair cap and shoving it into his hands. "Since I can tell you won't wash your hair, here you go. Now go shower." "And what about the staples holding me together?" Dabi quipped back, examining the hair cap with a distasteful look. "Forgot about those? You will work something out unless you want me to find a garden hose." Midori rolled his eyes at the other's stubbornness. "Why do you not want to wash your hair? If it is part of your quirk, I can possibly understand. I have a plan for it and it will be ruined if I wash it," Dabi explained with a glare. "Now stop badgering me." "Fine." Midori shrugged. He waved off the young adult's words and pointed at the bathroom door. "Go shower, Smokey. My eyelashes having been falling off since we've been talking." Dabi finally relented with a groan, walking up to the bathroom door while giving the young teen the middle finger behind his back all the way there. While Midori cheerfully grinned at his back, knowing he won't have to smell the same bloody scent each time he was around him. But the burning flesh smell might never go away from the looks of his body. Dobby's quirk is responsible for it from the looks of the endless burn scars. He wondered if he could call up Giran to see if there were support items for quirks that doesn't fit the user's body in a case like this when the whole body is affected. After Dobby had showered, Midori took the time to rinse off himself quickly. He took what seemed to be the last bath towel when he was finished only to find it was noticeably small. So he quickly dried off his body before shoving back on his clothes after lightly spraying it with the small air freshener that he found near the toilet. He walked past Kurogiri and Spinner helping to rebandage Mr. Compress' wound as Shigaraki watched the scene with a stoic expression. He sat down on the couch where Magna was relaxing watching whatever she could find on the small television which apparently was a magical girl cartoon. She looked up when he sat down and admired his wet hair that flowed down just a little past his shoulders. "Can I braid your hair?" Magna asked. Midori furrowed his brows in confusion. "What? Why?" "I'm bored," Magna shrugged. "Plus, it has been a while since I got the chance to braid and I need to practice." Midori pursed his lips before shrugging back at her. "All right. I see no issue with it." Magna scooted closer while Midori turned around to give her full access to his wet hair that was starting to curl up again. "How is your hair this long?" Magna said, pulling her fingers through his wet hair, pulling it through to separate into sections. "I've just been growing it out. I have this uncle who looks after me and he doesn't really mind how long my hair grows," Izuku explained, wincing when Magna brushed through a tangled knot. "But it does get pretty messy when he is dealing with work. Your hair is so curly too. You're so lucky. My hair is bone straight so I can never curl it the way I want to," Magna says as the noise of the others moved into a more chaotic white noise with someone yelling in the kitchen about somehow making popcorn with Dobby while the man argued he would only burn the kernels. "Hey," Magna whispered, making Midori hum in acknowledgement. "Thank you again. I heard from the others about what you said to make Overhaul reverse what he did to me." "It's no big deal, Magna," Midori said. "The others would have done the same if they could." Magna snorted from behind him. "You know you can call me Big Sis." "Okay." Midori relented with a small smile growing on his face as her fingers braided his hair. "Big Sis." Magna grinned back at him before lifting her head to call out, "Hey Toga, you have any spare hair ties?" Whoosh! Dabi. The scent of charred corn filled the air inside the room, making some of the members choke on the burnt food smell. "What did you expect would happen? I told you this would happen. But did you listen? No." Kurogiri worked hard to light candles and air freshener, even opening windows to get rid of the stench in the air. Spinner did his best to help while Dobby stood in the corner with a glare on his face like he was pouting in the timeout corner. Afterwards, he vanished off to a corner store with many packages of chicken. That night, the dinner he prepared was a delicious lemon pepper chicken with rice. Midori almost wished that he could have seconds on it. After dinner, everything just fell into place with Twice forcing the two injured parties, Mr. Compress and Magna, into his large bed after making sure that Mr. Compress AM was still doing all right. Shigaraki laid across the body of the pink chair with Kurogiri at his side, watching over him as she slept. Dobby slept in the corner he was leaning against, curled up on the floor while facing away from everyone. He had a small throw pillow cushions underneath his neck. Spinner and Twice had taken over the couch after watching a late-night show, nodding off into the cushions of the couch as the show still played at a low volume on the television. The light from the TV and the moonlight from the windows lit up the room in shades of blue that illuminated the two bodies on the floor. Toga and Midori were sleeping on the floor, sharing a large quilt with a hole in the middle with two flat pillows. Or at least Midori was trying to sleep. He didn't know if Toga was already asleep or not given the fact he could only see her blonde bun sticking out from the top of the blanket. He looked down to see the quilt was covering them very unevenly. So with steady movements, he pushed more of the blanket to give the girl next to him more warmth. With a sigh, Midori leaned back against his pillow to rest for the night. He closed his eyes to await whatever dreams may come. "Ah, that's so sweet," Toga whispered. "Like a knight in shining armor." Midori's eyes shot open to see Toga poking her face out from the blanket. "Ha, this means we're bonding." "Don't read too much into it." Midori turned back over when her grin grew wider, shifting his position to face more away. "I was just feeling too warm." "Too late. We're bonding," Toga muttered behind him. "This is a step towards friendship." Midori hid his face into the flat pillow below his head. "You're only above Dobby in the friendship levels. See?" Toga poked his back. "We will be best friends in no time. I've already passed up one person on the friendship level." Midori buried his face further into the pillow while he heard the blankets being rustled behind him. He glanced over to see that Toga was still respecting his space. And she gave more room for him under the blanket over them. He will deny the steady warmth inside his chest as he slowly sank deeper into slumber. After they had temporarily moved their base to Twice apartment, things have quieted down the past few days. Dobby was off somewhere after zipping up a jacket and pulling a face mask over his mouth. Mr. Compress followed after him to meet up with Giran to find a replacement for his arm, with Magna accompanying him. Shigaraki left soon after them. He said something about a business deal before exiting out the door. Twice, Toga and Spinner were all distracted while watching a romance movie on the television. And since everyone was busy, he had nothing to do. Midori caught the eye of Kurogyari, who was wrapping up prepared sandwiches in the kitchen area. He walked over to the kitchen while Twice yelled out behind him, "No, Shimi. He doesn't deserve you. She deserves the second guy." "This one made too many mistakes," Toga commented while Spinner hummed at her words. Midori leaned forward over the kitchen island. "Kurogyari, what's the limit to your teleport again? Does it need to be a place you have already been?" Kurogyari slowed his rapping and slowly looked up at him. "The limit is that I need to know the exact location where I am supposed to open the portal. If I give you an exact location, can you open a portal for me? I want to visit someone." Midori kept his voice low as he heard the mumbles of the movie behind him. "I can if I must," Kurogyari answered. "Who are you visiting?" "Someone close to Giran," Midori replied easily. He leaned back on the heels of his feet. "I just wanted to go talk with them for an hour or two since there isn't anything to do today. And since it's a long trip there, I wanted to ask you. I can help in that regard. As long as you have an exact location, I will make a portal in the same location after a few hours for you," Kurogyari replied. "However, if we need you, I will come and collect you right away." "Understood." Midori thanked him before rattling off the closest destination close to Kubo's place. He would have to walk just a bit down the street to reach Kubo. With the location given, Kurogyari opened up a small warp gate next to the kitchen counter, the swirling purple contrasting the eggshell color of Twice walls. With a nod to Kurogyari, he jumped through the warp gate. All he could hear was whooshing, silence, then a loud clanking sound ringing in his ears. Midori found himself in the middle of the gravel road with Kubo's junkyard close by. He started running towards the sound until he ran through the chain link fence to get inside the junkyard. He kept going until he stopped right outside Kubo's open garage door, with the older man looking up just in time to find the young teen staring back at him with their chest heaving with every breath. "Hey, Izuku, when'd you get here?" Kubo greeted loudly, stepping back from under the car's hood to take a better look at him. Midori looked at the older man's greasy gloved and stained apron before rushing forward to grab Kubo into a tight hug. "Missed me that much, eh? Or are you just buttering me up to fix up a car?" Midori snorted. "I didn't realize how much I would miss your ugly mug until I was gone." "Ah, you sap," Kubo said, rubbing the clean part of his gloves into Midori's curls. Izuku struggled under the affection while Kubo laughed at him. He didn't say anything of importance as they held onto each other, not really letting go. Kubo rambled off to him about the new rookie driver heading onto his new race and how he got a new customer that handles more heavy-grade materials. Midori listened to him until they finally pulled away since Izuku didn't want to distract him from more of his work. "So are you getting along well with them?" Kubo asked as he started to rummage around under the hood. "The league, I mean. They ain't giving you any trouble, right?" Izuku smiled. "Yeah, it's going okay. They are not quite what I expected." "Well, that's good. But just know that if you don't get along with everyone, you tell Uncle Kubo," he said, pointing at himself with both of his thumbs. "If you need a weapon, I can give you a crowbar. You know I got that bent spare one in the back." "No," Izuku said before thinking about someone with stapled cheeks and another with a masked face. "Actually, that would be useful. I might need to invert someone's knees." "Woo," Kubo whistled. "Who's the unlucky one?" "The leader of the Yakuza," Izuku answered. "And maybe one of the people on my team if he keeps trying to get on my nerves." "Ah," Kubo grinned at him before his smile faltered when he registered the first answer that Izuku gave. "The Yakuza?" Time seemed to pass by, and before he knew it he had to say goodbye. And when Kurogyari opened up the portal for him to return, the analysis driver came out with a crowbar in his hands and grease on his face. "Did you have fun, Midori?" "More than I thought I would." "You three are going to the Shigasaikai." Shigaraki's voice penetrated the otherwise silent atmosphere of Twice apartment. "I'm sorry. We're doing what?" Toga yelled in response. Twice whipped his head around to reply, "Why the hell?" "Excuse me?" Midori interjected in confusion from noticing his gaze trained on him. "Overhaul left behind a business card when he left, so I met with him at one of his headquarters today. It took a long time since he had to make everything so difficult." Shigaraki looked away for a moment. "He wants to capitalize on our reputation and money. Meanwhile we need the number that they have. So I made some agreement with them. And since he wants to form a flimsy alliance, I'm giving you three this job. Why us? Toga asked. I can't allow him to have the harder players like Dabi and Kurogiri. That would be giving our strongest players to him when he doesn't deserve it, Shigaraki explained. I made the deal that the three of you would work with them since he wants to know what you bring to the table. Wow, Twice commented. That makes us feel really special. So you three will need to take the underground pits. I have the directions you need to get there without having to go through 30 minutes of walking through that DMN maze like I had to, Shigaraki added. This plan is insane. He destroyed Mr. Compress Arm. He killed Magna. Twice yelled. He took in a shaky breath. And even if he brought her back. I know it's my fault that I brought him in here in the first place. But I can't ally with someone like him. Look, I joined this league to make the world an easier place to live in, Toga explained. I'm willing to do this to make the league achieve that dream. But why do we have to do this? Tamura took a breath and reached for the hand covering his face. He lowered it to show his face to all of them. He responded, you have to do this for my sake and all of us. They are interested in your abilities and the fact that they could have a Midori on their side. They are killing two birds with one stone since they have you on their side and tampering with our number at the same time. Twice, this could be taken as you taking full responsibility for what happened since you brought them her in their store place. But above all else, I believe in you. With a glance at each other, Twice and Toga nodded. Midori sighed, fine. I'll do it. I can't believe I signed up for this. I thought I was just going to be a driver. The three of them walked away while Magna leaned closer to her leader to whisper. I am assuming you have a plan for this, right? Of course, Shigaraki replied quietly. No one disrespects the league like he did. Ah. I knew you cared about us, boss man, Magna commented with a grin on her face. She clapped him on the back with ease as he continued to frown. Tamura sighed, placing the hand back on his face. Whatever. The leader walked over to the kitchen area and leaned over the counter. Kurogiri, make me some food. Master Tamura. Please. Midori, you do know about this place, right? Twice whispered as they walked through the dark halls underneath the headquarters building of the Shai Hasaikai. Only a few details, Midori pursed his lips together. They have a lot of members and headquarters for their dealings. I only know the quirks of the main 11 members since I gave my analysis for them. But I have no idea what the layout is like. The three of them continue to walk down the directions that their leader gave them. They took a turn at a potted plant and spotted one of the masked mans waiting in the hallway. Twice helped at the sight. Ah. The hell? Come with me. Overhaul is waiting, the man said. Toga walked forward. Who are you? I am Chronostasis, the man replied, turning around sharply. That is all you need to know. Now follow. The man started to walk away, leading the three of them all the way to a door in the middle of a hallway. The door opened to see Overhaul sitting in a chair behind a desk facing them. A short masked puppet was at the side of his desk with another masked man with a hat behind him. All of them were staring at him as they walked in with Midori at the front. Good to see that your leader kept his word. Welcome in. Yeah. Hello, Midori greeted hesitantly. Midori, you must know already about Mimic and Nemoto Shin, Overhaul introduced, gesturing at the two men while keeping an eye on the trio. Yes, I know. It's nice to put a name to your face, Midori, Nemoto said from behind Overhaul. I am impressed by some of your work. Midori nodded back at him, thank you. So now that we have been introduced to each other, given that my men know you and you know the names of my men, Overhaul explained with a wave of his hand before dropping both of his hands to his leg. Let me just say that I do want to apologize about the incident with Magna and I hope you don't hold a grudge against me for what I did to him. Toga spoke up clearly with a solid glare directed at him. Twice glared through the white lens of his mask. Midori matched both of their angry expressions. Magna is a woman. Ah, apologies, Overhaul replied with a blank tone that did nothing to portray any kind of remorse. Twice looked even more annoyed than he did at him. What do you want us to do anyway? I want you to obey my orders. The first order is to explain your quirks to me, Overhaul explained, interlacing his gloved fingers together. I need to better coordinate where you are best suited. Twice clicked his tongue and folded his arms with a huff. I'll consider it when push comes to shove. Answer his question, obey him. Mimic yelled out. Tell me your quirk, Overhaul ordered directly with a weird echo to his voice. I will not bow down to, my quirk is double. It allows me to create clones of people and other stuff. I need a lot of measurements in order to make an exact copy. You have it, I need it. The clones have the exact look and personality as well as the quirk of the person cloned. But each clone is significantly weaker than the last. And the clones only need to get injured or destroyed before they dissolve into liquid. Twice clapped both of his hands over his mouth as he finished talking. Twice, why? Toga asked with a confused gaze. Midori glanced at Nemoto standing behind Overhaul while Twice stumbled over his words. Twice's lens on his mask was wide with confusion. He let his hands fall to his sides. I didn't do it on purpose. And what is your quirk? Overhaul asked with a steady echo behind his words. My quirk is transform. Toga started to smile gleefully as she started to explain her quirk. It allows me to take the physical form of any person and imitate their voice exactly. I do this by drinking their blood, but I need a large amount. To do it, I can shift between forms if I consume more than one person's blood. But when I transform, I need to take off my clothes to fully take on the form of the person. Toga's eyes went wide as she clapped a hand over her mouth. She slowly turned her head to look at Twice and Izuku in confusion. What just happened? Midori nodded his head towards the man standing behind Overhaul. Twice and Toga looked to see a masked man in a hat behind the leader, staring them down. Did Shigaraki Tamura tell the three of you to betray Overhaul? The masked man asked, his voice echoing loudly. Shigaraki won't betray you, all three of them answered at once from the power of his quirk. Midori coughed as soon as the truth was expelled from his throat. Ah, I almost forgot, Overhaul started, the masked man's voice echoing over his question. Midori, what is your quirk? Midori tried to hold back from Shin Nemoto's quirk taking hold, but it was too strong to fight against, it was like a choke hold. His throat forced him to talk the more he tried to hold back the words. He even tried to clap his hands over his mouth only for his hands to not obey him. He choked out, I don't have one. I'm quirkless. Midori breathed heavily after the truth came out. The stunned silence of everyone in the room was deafening and he could feel the worried glances at him from Toga and Twice on either side of him. Midori? Toga whispered. Midori could barely hear the words coming from Twice when Overhaul began to speak. Now that is interesting. Overhaul spoke with a chilling calmness to his words while Mimic was looking back and forth between Midori and the leader. Well, I will welcome all of you to our little family. But due to the two of you are wanted criminals, you must understand I won't give you freedom this early in our allyship. You may not leave the underground residential area unless you are given orders to, Overhaul continued to explain. Mimic will watch after you. And once you have given me a reason to trust you, you may do as you please. So we're working with the puppet guy, right? Twice questioned. Mimic squawked at his words. That's what you are saying. Yes and no. You two are working with Mimic. Overhaul rose up from his sofa, tucking his gloved hands into his pockets. But Midori will be coming with me. I have another job that he will do for me. The masked man with pointed hair pushed Midori forward as Overhaul stood up. He pushed the boy after Overhaul as the Yakuza leader walked to the door. Hey, Toga tried to follow after them when Nemoto held her back. Chronostasis was restraining Twice who looked ready to jump away at any second. Where are you taking him? Overhaul turned to look over his shoulder. Nothing you should be concerned about since all of you are working under me after all. But rest assured, you won't be seeing much of each other. Now, follow me, Overhaul ordered Midori before opening the door of the office. Izuku looked back over his shoulder to see Twice and Toga held back from Chronostasis as he was led by Overhaul out of the room. Mimic watched him from his seat, daring him to disobey Overhaul's order. Stop being brats about it. The voices behind him quieted down as the door closed. The only sounds he heard was muffled sounds and footsteps as he followed after the Yakuza leader. Midori cleared his throat. Where are you taking me? Now is not the time for your questions. But I will say that I am very curious about your pure condition, Overhaul answered. He hummed, it's nice to know that a new ally is one of the few that aren't cursed by this disease of society. Pure? Midori repeated. Someone who does not have a quirk, Overhaul answered. You aren't cursed by the burden. Midori furrowed his eyebrows. You like the fact that I'm quirkless. Am I correct in my assumption? Overhaul hummed as he continued to walk, not answering his question directly. He didn't turn back to him as he continued to lead him down a long hallway. The more they walked, the less decorations Izuku saw passed by. This job will be easy for you to deal with. Many have disappointed me. But I have a feeling that you won't let me down. With this, you can understand us truly in our mission. What's the job? I'm skilled in only a handful of things. Midori considered his skills for a moment. Hot wiring. Driving. Analysis. He paused before saying, I'm not good at math, so if it involves that you might want to find someone else. Overhaul's eyes crinkled like he was grinning behind his bird-like mask. No math is involved. No real experience is needed. All you need to do is make sure that the subject doesn't escape again like she did last time. Izuku thought to himself as Overhaul stopped in front of a door. It was pristine white that fit in with the chilling white that filled the corridor. Overhaul opened the door to a dark room with no light inside and stepped aside to let Izuku walk inside. As soon as Izuku walked in, Overhaul spoke up. "Remember this. Don't die and don't let her out of sight." The door slammed shut behind him. Izuku rushed towards it, pounding on it. Hey? Hey! What am I supposed to do here?" Izuku sighed after he received no answer after pounding at the door with his fists. Overhaul must have gone back to his duties, leaving him behind in this dark room. Letting his eyes adjust to the room, the only thing he could see at first was the abhorrent amount of pink from a mountain of children's toys. He frowned, walking closer to the box pile to see how much toys were really there. Why would he have so many children's toys? Izuku asked himself in a hushed tone. Unless he has a Mr. Izuku slowly turned to find something he didn't want to expect. A little girl was kneeling on the ground with a dirty comforter under her legs. She was dressed in a raggedy stained dress with bandages wrapped around her legs and arms. Her silver hair went down to her waist with a big horn on her forehead pushing strands away from her face. Her big eyes looked at him like she was waiting for him to make a move towards her. "Are you dangerous like me too?" Midori did not know he was going to be stuck babysitting someone's kid when he went to go help some Yakuza guys under orders of his villain boss. He didn't know what else to do since the girl didn't talk much despite staring at him, so he took notice of how many girly toys went unopened before he started to talk with her about meaningless things to engage with her in some way. "So went flying over the ramp and you couldn't see the other guy's face, but I could feel it in my soul that he was so sad. Like one minute he is winning, next minute his bumper got chipped off by Yuno's trunk landing on it. And somehow talking about watching illegal drag races worked." Her eyes would no longer look as dull as before as he started to ramble about what he knows about racing and how there was so much fun in breaking the speed limit. It was only when he started to leak into talking about quirks did she seem to freeze. He stopped in the middle of his talking and leaned a bit forward. "Hey, are you all right? If you don't want me to talk about quirks, it's okay. I can just ramble about something else." The little girl looked up at him. "You wouldn't like me if you knew my quirk." "And why is that?" "It's dangerous," the girl said quietly, stepping back from him. "I'm dangerous. That's why the mean man has me here." "The mean man? Do you mean Overhaul?" The girl nodded shakily back at him. Midori once again stared at her bandages with a sickening feeling forming in his gut. Was Overhaul stabbing her with needles or slashing her limbs to experiment on her? Midori stared back at her, trying to smile reassuringly at her. "He does sound mean. He was mean to me and my friends too. He separated us from one another." The little girl stepped forward a bit. "Really?" "Yeah," Midori replied. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My business name is Midori. But you can call me Zuku if you want." The little girl swayed on her feet. "I'm Eri." Midori grinned back at her. "Nice to meet you." "Ugh. This is boring," Twice complained, folding his arms. The two had barely started their new job only 30 or so minutes ago under the watch of Iranaka. But they were too irritable from the previous situation which led to them being separated from Midori. Toga looked around with a worried expression. "Where did they take him?" "I don't know. He must be somewhere into this maze," Twice whispered back. "Hopefully, he isn't too far away." Toga wondered out loud. Who knows what they are using him for? "I didn't like the way Overhaul looked at him," Twice commented. "He looked so creepy when he took Midori with him." "Yeah," Toga hummed with a frown. "I hope he is okay. I wanted to raise our friendship level more, so I could drink his blood." Before Midori knew it, a day had passed since coming to the headquarters. And he had fallen asleep slumped against the wall while Eri huddled herself within the covers of the pristine bed like a caterpillar in a cocoon. When he woke up, he started to look around the room for any clues on who the girl was or why she was being kept locked up in this building. And the clues he found just left more questions. Like a random blood stain on one of the unopened boxes of magical girl toys. The speck was well hidden with the red hair of the cartoon character shown on the box who smiled as they fought an imaginary monster in a pink dress. But other than the seemingly one spot of blood, there were surprisingly no more stains. Which actually wasn't surprising since he knew from Giran that Overhaul was quite a germaphobe. So no wonder the room was so clean looking. But why was Eri's clothes ripped? Why was she covered in bandages? While he searched on the other side of Eri's bed, the door opened slowly with two figures appearing in the doorway. "Good. She is still asleep. It's easier for transport that way," Overhaul commented. Midori peeked his head over the side of the bed to see Chronostasis collecting Eri off the covers. "Ah, Midori, it looks like you are awake." "Overhaul," Midori nodded towards him in greeting. "What are you doing here so early?" "It's time for Eri's appointment," Overhaul answered as Chronostasis situated the girl into his arms gently like he was trying not to wake her. Midori tensed. "What kind of appointment?" When he asked, Eri seemed to slowly wake up and notice her surroundings. She glanced up to see who exactly was holding her when her body tensed up, and no. Come now, Eri, unless you want to make things difficult, Overhaul said, making Eri's protest die on her lips. He reached forward to her when he made the threat. Midori watched as Eri winced back from Overhaul's outstretched hand, shaking her head. She stopped struggling in Chronostasis' arms with a defeated look in her tired eyes. Midori stepped forward as the two men started to walk back through the door. Hey! Wait here. We don't need your services for now. Overhaul states before shutting the door behind them with Eri's scared red eyes staring back at him. He didn't know how long he had to wait, pacing the room in worry while searching for any escape inside the room. Any clues that might give him something to work off of. Maybe when things fell through, they could take Eri with them like a big OL middle finger to Overhaul. He was sitting on the floor against the mattress when the door opened once again. He looked up to see Chronostasis walk inside before unceremoniously dumping the girl onto the bed with no real concern for her. Eri, Midori started to ask, noticing how Eri was backing herself against the headboard of the bed to get farther away from the men. He approached while the two men stepped back to allow Midori to step between them. What's going on? We just got back from her appointment. Her purpose is useful for the organization and for the mission I want to complete. Midori didn't like the sound of that. Especially with the way Eri was acting. What did you do to her? You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy for wanting an equal world. Listen carefully, Midori, so you can learn from this, Overhaul explained with disinterested eyes that barely glanced at Eri. Her disease destroys and eradicates, so I am simply making her useful so others won't have to suffer the same disease. It's good that her mutation allows for such things to happen. Overhaul tilted his head with his eyes staring straight into him. You understand, don't you? Someone who is pure can understand why all these diseases spread through quirks. And why one such as I must help them recognize it. And how her body can help provide the material needed for it to begin. Midori broke their gaze to look back at the cowering girl who was hiding behind Midori's form. His eyes wavered when he saw her bandages. They looked brand new. Like they were just recently put on. Combined with the way she keeps avoiding Overhaul's touch and that certain way he keeps talking about her. You are using your quirk on her, aren't you? The way it came out didn't even feel like a question. It was a statement that he made from his analysis. Ah, you are as smart as I gave you credit for. So with this attitude, you must understand my reasoning. What reason? Midori fired back, enjoying the way that Overhaul looked surprised at his outburst. I don't care what excuse you give. You shouldn't hurt an innocent child. Innocent child? She killed her own father, Overhaul responded with a bored tone. And her mother practically forced her into our hands because she couldn't handle looking at a monster every day. You take that back, Midori rated his voice, marching forward until a prick hit the back of his neck. He heard Eri's small gaps behind him as she slumped forward into the ground. He turned his cheek in time before he hit the ground when his body completely went numb. He sighed, Chronostasis. A quirk that can paralyze from minutes up to hours, all with the clocks and like hair the user has. Midori. Chronostasis spoke up, causing him to look up to see the plague mask looking down at him. I will overlook the attempted attack on the young master. I wasn't attacking him, Midori interrupted. If anything, I just walked closer so he could hear me better through that discount plague mask. Chronostasis yanked him up by his hair to sneer at him. Watch your tongue. You are so lucky I'm not making a K&K joke in front of a kid, Midori harshly whispered. Chronostasis. Despite his words, he is still a guest to help our organization, Overhaul reassured as he walked forward. Midori winced as his hair was pulled up so Overhaul's eyes could stare down at him. However, if you aren't willing to help, I could just end you here. Midori bit down on his lip. He didn't want to die, especially with Kubo and Giran waiting for him on the other side of this. And he didn't want to die before getting the full revenge with the rest of the league. And Midori really didn't want to traumatize the little girl behind him any further. He sighed, I'm sorry, sir. It won't happen again. See that it doesn't. Overhaul turned around while Chronostasis let go of his hair to let his face thump against the hard, cold floor. You are shaping up to be the longest living nanny that Eri has had. It's a shame if you let me down. The two men exited the room with Chronostasis throwing him a nasty glare before locking the door behind them. I'm sorry, Eri's voice cracked as he heard the bed crinkle behind him. I'm so sorry. Hey, it's okay. It's not your fault, Midori reassured her. He could curse Chronostasis for making his body hold still when all he wanted to do was give comfort to the poor child crying. He was being mean for no reason. But you got hurt because of me, Eri cried, holding back a whimper. She walked so she was close to him but far enough away where she couldn't touch him and he couldn't touch her. Because I'm a monster just like he said I was. Eri. You aren't a monster, Midori tried to counter. Yes I am, Eri argued back as she laid down on the floor, matching his position. I'm dangerous. My family didn't want me because of what I did to my dad. I don't think you're dangerous at all, he said quietly. And slowly, while Eri had started to sniff back her flowing tears, the feeling in his body came back. He was lucky since it seemed he got hit by one of Chronostasis' minute hands. He groaned as he shuffled onto his knees while Eri continued to cry. He looked back at the bed sheets before sliding one of them off the bed. He held an edge in both of his hands before wrapping Eri into a warm hug. Wait, I'll hurt. It's okay, Midori wrapped her up in the blanket like she was a dumpling, folding in edges to form a bundle. She looked up at him confused while he just held on to her as he started to hum a song that Kubo would put on during one of his so-called lazy days. He noticed when Eri had finally started to relax, so he slowly picked her up and set her onto the more comfortable bed instead of making her lay on the floor again. He kneeled down at the bed and smiled. See? You didn't hurt me. But my quirk. What is your quirk? Midori asked, propping his chin onto his hand as he continued to kneel on the floor. Maybe I can help you. I know a bit about quirks. I can rewind things. That sounds cool, he replied. That means you could rewind time or an object. People. Midori hummed, that means you could probably help a lot of people. You could heal injuries with your power by rewinding them before they got their injury or something similar. Eri's eyes sparkled with hope until she looked back around in the room, a room that held her prisoner. Her eyes seemed to dull again before Midori commented, I want to help you. Eri turned her head back to him with recognition in her eyes. That's what the Cape Man said. But Overhaul would have hurt him too. Cape Man? Midori's interest was piqued. Didn't Overhaul say she had escaped recently? That's why he got this job in the first place. If the Cape Man was who he thought it was, that means Eri caught the attention of a hero. But he had to make sure it wasn't one of the followers. Is that someone from here? No. I escaped and then a man with a cape found me. Before Overhaul took me back. Midori's eyes widened when he connected the dots to who this Cape Man would be. A hero. Whether it be a sidekick, pro-hero, or hero in training. Or even a vigilante. They had seen Eri as she was now. A small girl in a tattered, stained dress with bandages all over her. Midori pulled her closer as his mind started to race with one thought running through his mind the most. The hero might have reported about it. That means that a hero or heroes now have Eri in their minds, Midori thought to himself. The Shy Hasaikai might be in more trouble than he thought if the heroes come in. Midori waited with Eri in that room for who knows how long. All he could tell was that 2 nights had passed since Overhaul had come in to collect from her. And in those 2 nights, Midori stood guard over the small girl to a point he was falling asleep on the floor with his head leaned against the bed frame. And even though he fell asleep midway through his night watch only to wake up in a cold sweat, Overhaul had not once come back. Midori could only guess that Overhaul collected what was needed from her during that one visit. When it wasn't night, Midori was keeping Eri occupied one way or another by attempting to play some sort of game like hide and seek or telling her stories about racing. But he still had no idea how long it would be until Overhaul came again. And his question was answered when an alarm started going off outside in the halls. The alarm didn't sound panicked like any kind of fire alarm he had remembered. It was more like a beeping alarm clock that rang out in the halls even behind the string door holding them hostage. Eri woke up from the alarms and buried herself under the blankets with Midori rising to his feet to block her from the view of anyone who decided to open the door. And lo and behold, Overhaul and Chronostasis came in without a single trace of panic to their step as they calmly entered the room. What is going on, Overhaul? The heroes apparently found our headquarters. But there is no harm since we will be gone before they ever find us. Overhaul snapped his gloves fingers and gestured to the masked man beside him. Chrono. When Midori saw the man approaching Eri, he put up his hands. Wait, I'll handle her. It's my job, right? I can handle this much. Sir, please reconsider this, Chronostasis begged. Overhaul looked between the two for only a moment and let out a frustrated sigh. Fine, Overhaul clicked his tongue. You may carry her as long as you don't get in the way or try anything while we make our escape. And who knows? Maybe you and the other 2 will provide decent help for us in the future if you prove yourselves in this situation. Midori bent down to allow Eri to clasp her hands around his neck to ride on his back. He straightened up with the little girl maneuvering her hands to grip his shoulder tightly. Now follow. We have an escape route already planned for events like these, Overhaul ordered. Midori nodded at him with a tense expression, bouncing a bit to make Eri sit higher on his back before following after the Yakuza leader. Chronostasis made a clicking noise behind him as the other man walked slightly ahead to be behind Overhaul. But Midori felt his eyes on him as he continued to walk down the corridor with Eri on his back. He was sure that they would pick up the pace as soon as they exited the on or turned a corner. But he noticed right away that the two men were walking with no real hurry in their step. Like they had full confidence that they would make it out with no problem from whoever was breaking in. And just for a moment, he remembered what Eri had told him about the caped man she had seen. If that card man was truly a hero, then this break-in won't be as simple as the two Yakuza think. For now, he will just keep his pace steady while keeping his eyes and ears open for any hero that may come their way. If the heroes are actually good, it would be better for Eri to go with them, Midori thought as he felt the small fingers on his shoulders tighten. I wouldn't want to drag her into the league business when she could be given a normal happy life. And so he walked, knowing that the warm presence on his back would disappear soon enough. His chest tightened for a brief moment, while his eyes burned. But he didn't let a single sound or tear escape him as he readjusted Eri's legs in his arms. It will be better for her. From the muffled sounds through the walls, Midori assumed that there was a strong possibility that multiple epic fights were going on. But he wasn't there to see it simply because he was carrying the girl she was babysitting behind two wanted Yakuza members, with one of them being the current leader. When a muffled sound was heard closer, it drew Midori's attention. And it didn't just draw his attention because Overhaul had paused in his walk to turn around. Midori followed his lead by allowing his head to run while positioning his body where Eri was still out of reach of the leader. Behind him, a caped hero that looked slightly older than him was holding himself against the wall. Ah, I suppose you got through Shin and Didoro. Overhaul looked the hero up and down to watch him take in deep breaths. I won't let you take another step, Overhaul, the hero announced. That's the caped man, Eri whispered to Midori. He bit down on his lip and bounced her up further on his back from where she was slipping. Overhaul raised his brow before slowly raising his foot to take a step over to the side, all the while giving the hero a "what are you going to do about it" face. My name is Lemillion. And I vowed to save 1,000,000 lives, Lemillion said, grinning while his voice remained unshaken. Eri is one of the lives I want to save. So I am not leaving her behind with you ever again. And what makes you so sure? Overhaul asked. Midori watched as the hero took in a deep breath before disappearing into the wall. Then a hand shot out from the wall, managing to slap Overhaul hard enough to leave a mark. Midori dodged when Lemillion aimed for the wall to get Eri out of the way when he went in to strike against chronostasis. He went to duck again when all of a sudden, the warm presence against his back was replaced by air. Midori turned his head to see Eri now being held in Lemillion's arms. Give her back, Overhaul said tensely. She was born to destroy people and that is all she will ever be. Don't listen to him, Lemillion reassured Eri. He smiled at Eri, who was silently listening to him speak. I promise you won't be sad again because I'm going to rescue you. The sight of Overhaul shredding off his glove to rest his hand against the floor was the last thing Midori saw before a load of spikes came up from the ground. Midori opened his eyes to see a field of reconstructed spikes surrounding him while Lemillion was fighting against Overhaul. Chronostasis was nowhere to be found. Shin was pinned underneath a huge beam. And Eri was off to the side with a cape draped over her shoulders like a comforting blanket. The fight charged on with neither side letting up even a little as they fought against each other. He slowly rose up to his feet, stumbling a bit when he straightened up too fast. Steadying himself on a spike, he stood up strongly and started to make his way towards Eri. With the hero fighting, there was no one at her side to protect her. So he needed to be there for her. It was only when he was almost to Eri that he realized that Shin was no longer pinned and was instead crawling towards Overhaul, because the next thing he heard was Overhaul calling out to the masked man. Shin, I order you to open fire, Overhaul shouted to the crawling man, throwing a black suitcase to Shin. Midori watched as Shin took the case in his hands as Overhaul continued to fight against the hero even though it looked like he was losing. He slowly walked closer to Eri while keeping an eye on the chaos, trying to avoid being spotted amid the forest of massive spikes. He watched as Shin loaded up a bullet into his gun and aimed towards the hero right as he made it to the last spike separating him and Eri. He watched as the man paused before their mask slowly turned towards Eri. When he saw the gun move towards Eri, he saw the hero start to move as well. Apparently he and the hero shared the same thought. Saving Eri. While the hero started to run for Eri, Midori ran out from his hiding spot. As Lemillion covered her with his body, Midori stood in front of him for extra protection. As the trigger was pulled, he braced himself for whatever may come. He felt the pain of being hit by a baseball bat with someone with a strength-enhancing quirk in his side before he fell to his knees. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth from the sheer amount of fire he felt in his gut. Zuku, Eri gasped loudly from behind him. He squinted his eyes open to see Lemillion looking back at him with Eri in his arms. With a short laugh, he turned his head to face Shin, who was looking back at him through their mask. Huh. You can't erase what was never there, Midori shouted back with a grin, laughing sharply at the downward expression on Shin's face. Lemillion had a grim expression on his face as he dug into his costume's belt, pulling out several bandages and placing them on the ground next to him. The hero turned to Overhaul with clenched fists. He took a deep breath, yelling out to him, "Finish it, hero." Lemillion glanced back to nod back, then smiled at Eri before turning back to Overhaul, letting his quirk fly out full throttle as he went back into the fight. Midori shot up as fast as he could to jog up to Shin, who was trying to load up a new bullet, only to kick the case far away where he couldn't reach it with his hands. And then immediately turned back around to comfort Eri while Lemillion and Overhaul kept fighting. He kneeled down to get to work on bandaging his bullet wound, facing away from Eri so she wouldn't see his blood. He worked quickly to put pressure on the wound and wrap the bandages around his body. Midori shrugged off his jacket to tie around his abdomen. It was better than nothing, but he still had to deal with the pain until he could get some medication. He wiped his face with his hand only to see that there was dried blood on his face for some reason. Maybe it was from when he was still unconscious. Midori looked back to see Eri was holding the white cape tightly against her, trembling as she watched the fight from far away. Lemillion had bright yellow sparks around him before punching Overhaul into one of his own spikes. This might be my only chance to escape. If I protect Eri further, there is a chance that the heroes will find me and arrest me. I need to get out, Midori thought to himself, looking around the room for anything. Conveniently, there was a broken grated vent hidden behind one of the larger spikes that Overhaul formed. With a hesitant breath, he waved to get Eri's attention back on him. Midori breathed in, "Eri. I'm sorry, but I have to go now." "No, don't leave," Eri's voice was muffled, but the plea behind her words was unquestionable. "I have to," Midori reassured, pulling the cape around her more like he was tucking her into bed. "But you don't have to worry. The heroes are here to save you. You won't be used as a weapon anymore. You'll have a better life away from all of this villain stuff. You deserve a life full of happiness." "What about you?" Eri asked quietly back to him. Her red eyes seemed like they were growing larger, like she was trying to pull a puppy eyes trick on him to coerce him to stay longer. "I have my own place to get back to," Midori said to reassure Eri before taking the chance to duck behind the spikes. He looked up to the ceiling to see the puppet guy frozen in the center, unmoving, like he was passed out. Taking his chance, he kicked at the grate until it finally fell open. He bent down to get inside the vent when he heard Eri call out to him. "Zuko," Eri pleaded. Midori bit down on his lip. He looked back at Eri with a reassuring smile like a hero would give someone. But he was sure the effect was ruined by the blood on his face and the burning feeling of tears escaping from his eyes. "You'll be okay. Because they're here now, goodbye, Eri." He ducked down to enter the vent, ignoring the sounds of battle behind him while hoping that Eri would be safe. His tears rolled down his face as he rushed through the vents, having to adjust himself when parts of the vents were bent or shaped weirdly because of Irinaka's quirk. Midori kept moving forward, wishing that he would eventually end up outside and not cornered in by any heroes that may still be inside. Ignoring the noises of heroes shouting or fighting as he worked his way towards where he thought outside was. Ignoring the pull of pain from the bullet wound at his side that kept making him wince from the pain. He tried to keep himself quiet as his tears slowly started to dry up. Until finally he spotted a light coming out from one of the vents. Midori quickly crept towards the light until the sound of an explosion shook the vents, making an uncomfortable sounding ringing through the ventilation system. Midori curled in on himself as he wondered if the vents would collapse on him. He waited until all the vents around him stopped their minuscule shaking and the sound ventured farther away as he heard warped shouts that slowly became less loud. He shuffled forward, grabbing at the grate cover to try and shake it off. With a grimace, he knew that the grate cover wasn't coming off easily. Midori reaches down desperately for the spark plug that Kubo gave him to try and open it some way when he finally heard voices coming closer. Stunned, he held the spark plug in his hand while taking in quieter breaths to try and not draw attention to himself. The voices grew closer to where he was. "You think he is?" "Wait," that voice sounded familiar. "Well, we can't wait around here that much longer. Maybe he escaped somewhere around." "Twice? Toga?" "Hey, that's him," Twice said before his voice changed. "It's a trap." "No, please. It's not a trap," Midori banged slightly on the grate in front of him with his closed fist. "I'm stuck in the vents and need a little help." "Oh, I do not have a screwdriver," Toga said. Her face looked cut into little lines from the vent cover. But he could see her smile grow as she proudly held something shiny up to the light. "But I have a knife." "We got this, Midori," Twice whispered. He could see Twice forming something. "Leave it to me. The only good thing that came out of this is the fact I got the big guy's measurements." Midori watched as Toga tinkered with the vent screw with a little knife until it slowly came off. But all at once, he heard Twice warning right before the vent was ripped off by the clone he had produced. Looking up, he saw one of the masked men from the Shy Hasaikai looking back at him. "Wow, I knew you would look cute covered in blood," Toga commented, pointing to his lower half that was covered in dried bloodstains. "It's my own." "Oh my gosh, that makes it even better." But he had no time to wonder any longer as he was pulled from the vent on his feet by the other two as they started to run off from the wall. He was pulled with them away from the front and back of the headquarters into a small side alley that led away from the headquarters down a narrow street. Midori followed them until they were all hidden behind a large bush that gave them a perfect viewing sight to the front of the headquarters where many cars and police were waiting outside. He winced when he knelt down, holding tightly to his stomach with one hand while placing the spark plug back inside his pocket. They all hid there until it was all over. He watched as an unconscious Eri that was wrapped in a cape was carried by an injured Lemillion into an ambulance. He watched the hero keep their eyes on the little girl while his attention was dragged away by Twice poking at his shoulder. He glanced to his side to see Twice gesturing to one of the vehicles. They must be putting Overhaul in there, since the rest of his men were put into separate trucks. "Must be heading to Tartarus from the looks of those heavy restraints on them," Midori said, noting that Chronostasis was unmasked as he was rolled inside an unmarked van. "And look," Toga said, making their attention direct to a suitcase that was going directly into the truck with Overhaul. "That must be super important because of the briefcase." "That is where the bullets are being kept," Midori commented, making Twice and Toga look at him. "He was making bullets to erase someone's quirk because of his sick ideal. I recognize it because one of Overhaul's men tried to use it against one of the heroes there. But he shot me instead. Nothing happened, of course." "Why?" Toga asked. "If those were quirk-erasing bullets," Midori paused, remembering the moment in the office. "Then you both know why." "Oh," Twice whispered. "Please don't tell the others yet," Midori whispered, watching the heroes and police lead away more Yakuza members into separate police cars. "I will tell them in my own way when it is really necessary. But I don't want that kind of attention on me right now. Not when we have bigger fish to fry." "I understand a bit of what you mean," Toga whispered to him. He turned to see her smiling a bit more sadly at him. "I won't tell anyone on the team yet." "Me either," Twice added quickly like he was only following Toga's lead on the decision. Midori allowed a smile to grow. "Thanks. Just for that, you both moved up in the friendship level." Toga hummed for a moment. She smacked her lips together with a shape pop as she changed the subject. "Does that mean I can taste the blood on your face?" Midori blinked, almost wanting to say that her friendship level dropped again before relented. "It's mostly dried now, I think, so it won't be that much. But the wound on my stomach is still continuing to hurt. So when we get out of here, you can take from that if you want." Toga grinned, holding up her hands to her mouth to squeak into her palms. "See? I knew we would become friends before you knew it." "Yay." "Stop celebrating." Twice's happy voice shifted dramatically, making them turn to see Overhaul finally being brought out to the awaiting white truck with heavy restraints. "They are probably going to take the highway given the time of day. But we actually need a car if we want to steal those bullets from them," Midori rambled out loud. "If we steal one of the police cars, they would notice too soon. So we should take a civilian car. I know how to hotwire, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem." "Midori," Toga interrupted. "I already called in the league." "How? When?" "Well, we escaped. I used a bit of blood to draw the hero's attention to the other big Yakuza part. So it was easy for us to sneak away," Toga explained. "And Twice already used one of the public phones at the corner. Then? I stole the coins from the puppet dude." "The team should already be on their way," Twice replied. "They are slow as hell. We have to sneak away so we can meet them at the end of the block." The three watched until the van started to pull away, including Overhaul's. After Overhaul's van started to pull away, that is when they sneaked back the way they came. Twice helped a Midori as he was wincing from the pain of the bullet. "Are you okay, bud? The adrenaline will wear off eventually." "I just need to stay awake until then," Midori responded. Twice paused before lifting him up. "Wah! Twice! Let's go!" Twice yelled out as he chased after Toga, who was steadily making her way to the end of the narrow street. By the time they caught up to Toga, all Midori could hear was a few bikes and cars passing by them. Midori looked back and forth down the street to see where the team was until he saw a moving van coming close to them that had music playing loud from within. All three of them stepped out of their spot behind a tree and bush to walk out to the sidewalk. The closer the van got, the louder the fast-paced dance music was. And then the van pulled up by the curb rather haphazardly since the tire popped up onto the sidewalk. Someone kicked the driver door open. And Midori looked up in shock to see who was sitting there. "Spinner!" Midori shouted in surprise. I learned from that Grand Theft Auto game. Spinner shrugged weirdly, looking a bit uncomfortable in the leather seat. But it's not that good. He's terrible at it. Dobby's voice traveled from the back as Toga and twice crawled in through the back doors. I feel even more sick than when Midori is driving. Ah, did you miss me that much? Midori teased from the outside. Shut up, punk, Dobby shouted back. No time, Shigaraki replied tensely. He poked his head out from the back to look at him directly. Midori, take the wheel and follow after that truck. We have unfinished business that we need to get done. Got it. Spinner, scoot scoot. Midori shooed Spinner away until they were unbuckled and out of the driver's seat. Midori hefted himself up, tending when his wound on his stomach pulled. He closed the door behind him and only noticed the passenger when he turned to look. Magna? Magna grinned at him from the passenger seat. I came mostly for support. And to be in charge of the music. And Kurogiri is here too. Yay. Everyone is here. Shigaraki sarcastically with false cheer behind his stretched grin. He glared at Midori through the rearview mirror. Just drive. Just for that, I'm hitting every speed block I can. Midori called back before pulling the van away from the curb with a pout. He drove off onto the street as the music changed to the next song on whatever playlist that Magna had set up. Is it too late for Spinner to control again? Shigaraki thought to himself as Midori made another shape turn, forcing him to back himself further into the wall of the van. He had claimed a spot closer to the driver's seat, so he could view the road through the window to watch when it was time to strike. Midori was watching the road, his eyes canning the road as he ducked into yet another side street to avoid a small line of traffic. As he ran over traffic cones, Magna was jamming out in her seat to the music pumping out through the speakers. Dobby was trying to stand despite almost falling every time Midori made a move, especially since he had kept his promise on hitting every speed bump, which did include small potholes. Each time the burned man had cursed loudly as he stumbled when the van had bounced. Spinner plastered his back to one of the far corners of the truck, so if he moved none of his knives would hurt anyone. Mr. Compress laid his lower body flat on the floor of the van while he propped himself up against the wall across from Dobby. Twice and Toga were clinging onto each other and Magna's seat to keep them from sliding around. Kurogiri was relatively still even though his body was slowly shifting from side to side when big turns were made. So Spinner, how was the drive over? Not as bad as I thought, although I almost ran over a guy before I remembered it wouldn't give me any extra bonus points. The guy was dressed so weird too. Don't listen to him. He was terrible at everything if it wasn't a straight road, Dobby complained as he tried to grasp onto the wall as Midori hit another obstacle in the road. Oh. You little sheet dash. Oops, Midori said while he smiled from his driver's seat. Shigaraki could peek over from the far side of the driver's seat to see the younger teen's excited face slightly reflected in the rear-view mirror from his angle. Sorry about that. Magna started typing on her phone as the song playing out the radio was coming to a close. What should I play next? Given that I am very close to the highway, something dangerous and badass would be suitable for the tone, Midori answered. But anything you choose would be good. Time seemed to move quickly as Shigaraki watched his group bounce and move with each bump Midori seemed to hit while they followed after the van. Before we get closer, is there anything you three saw that we should know ahead of time? Kurogiri asked, drawing Toga's attention to him. Oh, yeah, Toga answered. They have Overhaul along with some cases of bullets with him. Is it the quirk enhancement stuff? Spinner questioned. It's quirk erasing, Midori explained from the driver's seat. Overhaul made quirk erasing bullets. So the heroes probably confiscated them to dissect them or destroy them. Interesting, Shigaraki said. I'll be sure to steal them, so they'll be the League's property. We might be able to make more of them. Shigaraki pretended to not notice how Midori's knuckles went white from how he clenched the wheel as he continued to drive. Not too long after, they had finally caught up to the van on the highway. Shigaraki unlocked the door, shooing Spinner away from the door. Midori drives in front of the police car and keeps it steady. Midori nodded, meeting his eyes in the rear-view mirror before driving straight in front of the police car. Shigaraki lifted the door to the outside world, staring the car down. Dobby stepped forward with one of his arms ablaze. Dobby threw a blue ball of flame at the police car, causing it to swerve. Shigaraki jumped from the moving vehicle onto the car or at least attempted to until he was imprisoned in sand. The League of Villains, the older-looking hero said. Shigaraki glared down at him, not wanting the hero to stop their progress. He jumped off the roof with his hand outstretched to get rid of the nuisance only to be covered in sand right before he is about to touch them. The hero shouted, "Not so fast. Your power to disintegrate won't work on me now. Watch carefully as the police car flies through the air." Mr. Compress yelled out from the crack, flicking his fingers towards the ground. No tricks or wires at all to cause this magnificent magic. Shigaraki waited for the marble to open, making the car jump in the air to use as a double jump to launch at the van holding the cargo. He crashed onto the front shield. Shigaraki gritted his teeth before breaking the window to grab at the wheel. She shifted the shell to both sides really quickly until he turned it sharp enough to make the van tip over on its side. He rode the crashing van until it finally stopped moving, ignoring the shuddering gasps of the driver who was struggling to breathe behind the broken window. Shigaraki briefly glanced back to see Dabi and Mr. Compress dealing with the old sandy hero behind him. He saw that Midori had parked over to the side in front of the burning police car, allowing the music to flow out of the back door of the van. If he squinted, he could see Toga and Twice Forms dancing to the music from the inside. Shigaraki matched to the back of the van, taking hold of the end of the gurney holding Overhaul still with many restraints. Overhaul's face was uncovered by any form of mask as he pulled him out from the tilted van. He pulled him out fully to lay on the asphalt before reaching back in to collect the important case of bullets that Midori told him about on the way there. He searched the van until he finally found it secured within one of the cabinets lining the walls of the transport van. He tucked it into the pocket of his hoodie jacket. He could barely hear the sound of the music from the van as he positioned Overhaul on the ground. Mr. Compress swiftly took off his hat as Dabi and him approached the restrained prisoner. The duo slowed down to a stop right in front of Overhaul, who had a tried look on his face like he was waiting for death to visit him. And apparently it was true when he barely even looked up when they were close to him. Overhaul's voice remained subdued and steady. "Are you here to kill me?" "No, I thought about what you would hate the most," Shigaraki explained, slowly taking his father's hand off his face. "Because I hate you and everything you tried to do." Overhaul's arm disappears, leaving behind his hand still locked in the straining cuffs on him. Mr. Compress smiled as he threw the marble up into the air and caught it with a grin. "And I hate you too," Mr. Compress cheerfully said. Shigaraki pulled out the case from his jacket pocket and ran 2 fingers over the case of the bullets. "And thanks for leading us to these little things. They sure pack a punch, don't they? Which one is the finished product?" Shigaraki asked, flipping open a case to see 4 bullets inside the case. He watched as Overhaul's expression finally twisted up. "Give it back. That's mine. You know, since you wanted to erase other people's quirks, you shouldn't depend on your own quirk by your ideal, right?" Shigaraki suggested, leaning down to grasp at Overhaul's other arm, allowing his fingers to disintegrate the skin of his arm. He watched as Overhaul freaked out about his arm turning gray and crumbling into dust. He didn't allow his expression to change as he brought a knife down on Overhaul's arm, stopping the disintegrating process from killing him. Overhaul breathed in deeply as the blood rolled down from the stump that Shigaraki made. He had to give it to the Yakuza leader, he was being strangely more quiet than he expected during this. And then, a car door slammed shut in front of them. Shocked for a moment, Shigaraki looked up to see Midori strolling over to them with a blank expression written across his face. But he watched closely at the clenched jaw of the younger teen, walking up to the fallen Yakuza. "As an underground analyst, I thought I would always remain neutral, watching from within as heroes and villains fought over themselves. But since I'm with a villainous organization now, the 2 jobs of driver and analyst clash a bit until I can only choose one side. You see, I noticed more things about you than you probably think I don't know anything about." Midori leaned down while he slowly clapped his hands. "And may I just say, congratulations. The Yakuza that you've tried so hard to bring back is now gone. This means the power you had to control the underground is erased. The loyal members you had behind you are imprisoned along with the ones who didn't want to follow you in the first place. All the allies, weak and strong, are completely gone. And the secret you had of making the bullets has finally escaped from your grasp." Midori bent down lower to talk quietly, his eyes burning straight into Overhaul's uncharacteristically scared look. He continued to list off more things, "And with your power gone, you will never be able to bring back the person you cared for the most. They will be forever stuck because of you and the choice that you made." Midori smiled with the sharpness of a knife. "How does it feel to lose everything?" Shigaraki didn't bother holding back his grin as he started to berate Overhaul, who was on the ground. "All the fruits of your labor now belong to the League of Villains." Shigaraki could feel the growing heat of the fire behind him, no doubt the police car fire that was steadily getting bigger. "You're doomed to watch from the sidelines as everything you dreamed of falls apart." I think the cops are coming." Spinner yelled from the back of the van, the music growing softer for his voice to stand out. "You guys better hurry." Midori stared down at the man before jumping down right on Overhaul's crotch with his boots before rushing off back to the driver's seat. Shigaraki almost had to hold back a surprised chuckle from how much that reminded him of a little kid that kicked rocks off the side of the road. Shigaraki gave one last look to overhaul while Dabi and Mr. Compress turned away. It's our turn now to become something far greater than you would have ever achieved. Enjoy your life in Tartarus. He stepped away from the man lying prone, no longer listening to the almost silent noises coming out of him until an ear-piercing screech rang through the air. Shigaraki didn't look behind him as he climbed into the van with the other two men, shutting the door behind them. The tired screeches drove away in a hurry, but shockingly, the police sirens were closer than he thought they would be. Midori sped up while the police got closer. Midori frowned. I can't shake them off on this highway. I need to find an exit. Why are there so many police here? Toga asked with furrowed brows. Spinner looked back at him. Was the driver still alive and made a call? I was sure he was on the brink of death, Shigaraki replied. He really didn't know if the driver had gotten away or not because he didn't bother to check after the case of bullets. Ugh. Knowing a NPC is ruining our chances of getting away smoothly is dragging my mood down. Hey, I have to admit. I love the part where you guys walked away from the fire, so I think you all should get style points for that, Magna commented, the music low as she scrolled through what to play as Midori stepped on the gas. Hey, what's that in the sky? Twice asked cheerfully, poking his head past the armrest to look out the window closer. Shigaraki could see Midori and Magna lean forward in their seats to see what exactly was Twice seeing in the sky. Shigaraki got curious enough to see a black spot in the blue above them. A helicopter? Magna's eyes widened behind her sunglasses. Okay, no, Midori snorted, shaking his head right as he spotted a police motorcycle heading straight towards them. How do we have this much attention on us? Hey, Spinner said, pointing out the windshield to a bright red, yellow and green figure in the helicopter. I think that's the guy I almost ran over. Midori glanced up to the flying transport only to take in a deep breath at the sight of the colors. You ran over the most strict traffic hero, traffic lightship. There was silence in the vehicle apart from the soothing music playing. From behind, he heard a thump against the van's walls. Dabi groaned. You have to be kidding me. I'm dead serious, Midori responded. I wish I was joking. Spinner almost ran over the hero recognized for his strict rules in violating traffic lights and other minor things like speeding. He sends police cars after civilians? Spinner yelled out, stumbling over when Izuku pulled onto an exit to avoid police motorcycles heading straight at them from the opposite direction. From my knowledge, never to this kind of extent, Midori explained, keeping an eye on the helicopter as he drove down the exit ramp onto the street below. He might have recognized Spinner at the wheel and called it in. Maybe that's why there are cars coming at us from everywhere. Kurogiri, can you make a portal? I can, but the authorities are very close to our tail, Kurogiri responded while his yellow eyes crinkled in his purple form. I'm afraid if I transport all of us through, they would end up coming with us. Damn it, Dabi banged his fist against the van. Heroes always have to get in the way. This never would have happened if Spinner didn't drive over that guy. Hey, I didn't drive over him. And if you didn't want me to ride so bad, then you should have stepped up to the plate, Spinner snapped back at Dabi. But you wouldn't. You being mouthy, lizard? Stop fighting right now or I am turning this van around. Midori demanded from the front of the van. He waited until both Spinner and Dabi had quieted down while confusing to focus on trying to shake off the cops following them on motorcycles with some being on cruisers. The only thing I have to do is get away from them long enough for Kurogiri to portal us. How are you going to find a way around them? Midori cursed under his breath. He turned his head almost like he was about to answer but paused. Shigaraki saw a brief expression appear on his face before he ended up almost falling to the floor by how hard Midori turned the wheel. Not again. Twice yelled as he fell back and rolled into the van's wall. Mr. Compress tripped over him after he rolled into his legs, dropping to the floor as gracefully as he could manage. I have an idea, Midori started, speeding up as his eyes glanced up towards the rear-view mirror to look directly at him. Shigaraki, do you trust me? Now he could say no just to see the teen squirm. But he was curious about what the other would try to do. He shrugged, sure, you can assume that. I'll take that as an answer, Midori replied quickly as he surveyed his surroundings. Magna, play something epic. Kurogiri, remember the coordinates I gave you a few days ago? Indeed, Kurogiri replied. Midori nodded, grinning as he started to drive down a street leading up to a building. Great. I'll let you know when to use it. What exactly are you doing? Shigaraki finally said, approaching Midori who suddenly gripped onto the steering wheel tighter as the music changed. I'm aiming to lose the police in that parking garage up there. By the time we get to the roof, we should shake them off enough for Kurogiri to make a portal, Midori said, nodding to the side mirror to show the distinct police lights following them. Shigaraki nodded at his words, good. Get us out of here quickly. On it, Midori quipped, pushing his foot down on the gas pedal until it hit the floor, making everyone hold on to something as the van pushed itself to its limits. Midori aimed for the parking garage that was steadily growing closer. Magna leaned closer on her seat. Hey, it looks like the garage is under construction though. What? It's already built though? Twice argued. Magna pointed out sections on some floors where there were heavy orange and yellow guards blocking it from civilian access. It must have been a villain attack or something then. Because I see pieces missing. We'll be okay as long as we stray off of those, Midori explained as the van got closer and closer to the parking garage. He glanced behind him to see the army of motorcycles going after them. It may even work in our favor because the police wouldn't want to get too close to those areas. Twice yelped as Midori took the next turn, heading straight for the parking garage as the sirens continued behind the. Magna turned up the music to drone out the sirens as Midori drove straight inside. The van went up the garage ramp fast, ignoring the marked parking spaces. Midori spun the wheel as he continued to drive up the levels. They're still on us. Not for long, Midori mumbled under his breath as he finally made it to the level where most of the damage was. He sped up, watching his side mirror as some of the motorcycles ran to slow down at the sight of broken architecture. Shigaraki along with everyone else were forced to hang onto each other or whatever they could find as the van whipped side to side, avoiding damage and lingering motorcycle cops. The higher they got, the more damage they could see along the outer and inner walls. The concrete floors were cracked and the paint was chipping. Shigaraki could see how as the van passed, the protective barriers for the damage were pushed aside. Maybe that's why the motorcycles were driving more cautiously the further they went. And surprisingly, there was a lot of sunshine leaking out from above them despite the countless solid roofs they had passed by so far. Hey, the motorcycles aren't riding our butt anymore. And we are almost to the roof of this place, Magna announced. Midori's hands tensed on the wheel as they drove up the last ramp, the sound of motorcycles following further away from them because there was still a floor underneath them. Oh hell, Magna mumbled out, the sunglasses slipping off her face as she looked through the windshield. Confused, Shigaraki peeked up from his spot on the floor to see what the problem was, only for his view to be blocked by signs and annoyingly yellow protective barriers. The roof must have a lot more damage than I thought. Kurogiri, get ready, Midori said, straightening his shoulders as the upbeat music switched to a more slow tune. What does that mean? Hey, kid, what the hell are you planning on doing? Dabi asked loudly, his tone angry even though Shigaraki could feel the confusion and weariness in his tone. Shigaraki watched as Kurogiri stood up straighter, walking straight up between Magna and Midori's seats. Hold on to everything. With those words as warning, Midori pushed the gas pedal, breaking through the barriers. No, 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 Spinner chanted, not liking the harsh bouncing from Midori running over whatever was behind the barriers. The feeling of driving on somewhat sturdy ground quickly went away as the van steadily started to move downwards. Until the sudden drop that made everyone weightless within seconds. Magna and Midori were fine along with Kurogiri as he had a tight grip on their seats. But everyone not secured down immediately flew to the back door, edging onto the ceiling of the van as the vehicle fell through the air. The villainous leader closed his eyes as he heard Dabi scream from behind him. The only thing his mind registered between the music blaring and the screams from his members was Midori ordering Kurogiri to open a warp gate. For a moment, his life flashed before his eyes and he cursed his past self for hiring such a crazed teen for the league's driver. And then the last thing he saw from the back of the van was the road steadily getting closer until it melted into the swirling black and purple of Kurogiri's warp gate. Kubo wasn't much of an underground help as much as Giran was. Sure, he helped underground racing, but the true underbelly dealing with more crimes than just illegal drag racing and cars wasn't his idea of a fun time. And when Izuku got swept up into it for his analysis, Kubo thought it would be alright since he was safe with him and protected by a nickname. Until Giran got him a job with a villain group. But at least, Izuku was okay with the group he is working with. And as far as he knows, Izuku wouldn't get into that much trouble. Since he is just the driver after all. That was the thought that filled his head as he started to set up a car to get ready to strip it of its usable parts. But those thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sound of a loud crashing and screeching metal. Kubo's head whipped around to see a white van laying vertical outside of his junkyard. What the? Kubo rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, the van was still there, but now it was tilting back. He watched as the van freaked as it fell back down on its tires, bouncing slightly in the air. Kubo slowly approached the vehicle, spotting two figures in the seats. With narrowed eyes, he grabbed a rusty part of what looked like half of a bumper from the junk pile of car parts around him. And as he grew closer, the driver's door popped open enough to reveal green hair on the other side of the hood. Is Midori? Kubo asked, quickly changing Izuku's name to his analysis name just in case there were more people in the van. Ha! Ha! Yay! We made it, Midori celebrated, slowly walking towards Kubo from around the hood. Kubo dropped the bumper to rush forward when he saw the state of the young teen. His pants and shirt were soaked with blood of what he could only hope wasn't his own. Midori? Kid? I think the adrenaline finally wore off, Midori slurred before slumping over into his arms, almost falling on the ground with Kubo hadn't tightened his grip on him. Kubo held onto the young teen as he seemed to faint. His mouth fell into a straight line as he hoisted the green-haired kid into his arms. All right, kid. Let's get you patched up. As he stepped back through into his junkyard, a horrible screeching noise came from the back of the van followed by the passenger door opening. I think I'm going to hurl, a large woman with sunglasses complained as they opened up the passenger door. Don't please. If you puke, I will puke, a lizard-like man replied from the back. A lanky, black-haired adult stumbled onto his feet from the back. They started to laugh under their breath, haha. I'm going to kill that little beach when I see him. Don't. A teenage girl around Izuku's age whined. He promised me that he will let me take some of his blood. Who? Are you people? Hey, he has that little fucker in his arms, the burned man pointed out right before they gagged on the air, turning away sharply to walk behind the van. Don't call our respectable driver by that degrading name, a taller gentleman with a hat stated loudly as Kubo pretended to not hear the violent gagging sounds from behind the beat-up vehicle. The teenage girl directed her attention at him and Midori in his arms. Her eyes lit up. Hey. If you're going to bandage him up, can you let me take some of his blood? He promised me I could have some. Don't worry, I reached the required friendship. What kind of friends has he been making in this group? So, how long have you known him? Kubo looked over from where he was sitting. He had fully bandaged up Izuku and laid him down to rest on the bed so he could recuperate. His eyes met the man with the black and white mask who was gesturing with his hands like they would fill up the silence. The silence was more due to awkwardness from the weird shuffling that the group of villains did as they waited near the door and hallway of the bedroom door, hovering like flies. Why were you asking? Kubo asked. I'm just curious. Did you meet through Giran? I love that guy. The man who called himself twice responded back to him. You know, since Giran is the one who introduced us to him in the first place. Kubo shrugged, you could say that. Giran has been around since the beginning. And what's that supposed to mean? The leader questioned, tilting his head up from where it was leaning against his drywall. Kubo pursed his lips, exactly what I said. 2M not the type to spill every detail of anyone's life story. I'm not going to spill a life story. And you wouldn't need to, a voice rang out from the hallway. The villains that were crowded around the door moved to the side to make room for the reptilian. Spinner ped his head towards the hallway. You have enough pictures on the walls that I can get an idea. Kubo cursed himself under his breath. He should have taken them down before the villains came running up to the upstairs bedroom. The pictures weren't anything special except the few times that Izuku was really having fun back when he was younger. A few pictures of Izuku helping him work on cars, pictures of viewing races with complimentary junk food, and a big photo of. Ha! The burned man breathed out, walking past the door frame as he observed the picture frames on the hallway. It looks like a happy little family of two from the looks of it. Ah, look how cute he was when he was younger, Toga's voice traveled from the hallway. Dabi poked his head into the room. Do you know how he learned how to drive? Because I might have a bone to pick with his teachers. Midori learned how to drive from some of my customers that are racers, Kubo explained. He turned his attention back to the boy on the bed. It was so long ago that he and Giran had found him and brought him to this same bed. They come in a few times into my shop so I could work on their cars before a big race. I taught him a few basics when he hit double digits, but he got most of his knowledge from them by just watching them drive. He learned how to do it. Dabi paused, his mouth stretched open in bewilderment. All of that. From what? Just watching from the sidelines. Some of them let him drive in the passenger seat, Kubo shrugged. Although I only let him if I knew them well enough. But other than that, he learned from visuals just like he does with his analysis. He's a smart one, Kurogiri commented, his low voice echoing through the room. Don't I know it, Kubo said, reaching down and patting Izuku's hair as he continued to sleep away. Kubo! 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 What is it now? Kubo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he recognized the whiny voice coming from downstairs. He could see the eyes of the villain growing more curious. He looked down at his boy before walking past them. Can't they see I put the closed sign up? Kubo turned back inside the hallway and ordered, stay here while I take care of this. But as he walked down the stairs, he could still feel the gazes of the people behind him. He had no doubt that they would be crawling downstairs sooner than he thought. Kubo! Thank God you're here. The racer rushed forward, throwing aside their helmet shielding nothing but their eyes. They charged forward with a desperate gleam in their eyes. You need to get Midori. He has to be Ria for me. Ria? Of course, Kubo thought to himself, turning around to see the League of Villains leaking out from his stairwell, no doubt having heard the conversation at least until that point. I told you to stay up there. Kubo shouted. Staying up there is boring since you won't let me have any blood. The teenage girl replied back loudly. He argued back, because he is recovering from a bullet wound? He said I could have it. Toga frowned pointedly. I have spoken consent. I am the witness to said conversation. Twice yelled out, raising his head like a grade school student asking a question. Who has a bullet wound? Ria? The racer's eyes widened. Oh no. Kubo questioned, turning his attention back to the racer. What did you do that you needed so badly? The racer pouted, kicking the edges of their boots into the gravel. I might have accidentally collinged done off T-big racer san no anidriato help mu ein because I bit mu ol cairn diarrhea liliki my car. Slow down, Kubo ordered, pinching the space between his brows in irritation. I accidentally made a bet with one of the bigger racers to a challenge race, so if I lost he would take my car. But I SCK at the kind of stuff they are good at, so I needed Ria to help me win so I wouldn't lose my car, the racer explained more slowly. They frowned. I can't lose my car, man. I worked so hard on her. And I even put a new coat of dip on her. Midori is currently down with an injury that would make it a bit difficult to reach in full condition, Kubo explained, backing away from the desperation reeling off the man. Would love to help you, but we can't. Look, the race is this weekend, the racer replied back, stepping forward each time Kubo stepped back. If I can find a person with a healing quirk to take care of it, can you promise he will help me? Why should I agree to that? Please, please, please. Pretty please with cherry on top. The racer pleaded, clasping his hands together like they were praying. You know me, Kubo, I wouldn't be coming to you like this if it wasn't an emergency. I just need this favor. No, you come to me with a whole lot of emergencies, Kubo emphasized his point with finger quotes. He pretended not to hear a snort from behind him. When he saw the racer's lip begin to tremble, he folded in on himself. They weren't that bad of a person, but they always had something wrong that Kubo needed to fix. Sludge covering the engine? Slime-covered marbles inside the gas tank? Anything that was hard to deal with, they brought to him to fix even if they SCKED most of his time to fix. Look, just can you ask him at least? If he says no, I won't push the subject, the racer leaned back on their heels. But if he agrees, I can get my friend to heal him up real fast, I know bullet wounds have to SCK. Kubo breathed in slowly, when Midori wakes up, I'll ask him. But don't get your hopes up. As soon as the racer was gone, Kubo avoided the questions of the villains around him as he continued to wait by Midori's bedside. And when he had finally awoken with a wince, Kubo showered him with pain medication to help with the ache of the wound. When he had fully settled, Twice had shouted what had happened and told Midori all about what happened. Kubo sighed to himself while laying down the details of the deal. Sure, I'll do it. R. Kubo blinked as Izuku tried to move around in the bed only to flinch. Are you sure? As long as I can get this bullet wound to stop hurting like a D-, then I'll do it. Plus, he stared down at Izuku who had a tight grin on their face as he waited for the pain medication to kick in. It's been a while since I've actually raced. It will be exciting to get back on the track. Hey, Midori, Kubo could feel his eyebrow twitch at the sound of the teenage girl. Now that you're awake. Oh, Kubo, when you reapply the bandages, take some blood from the area, Midori said. Kubo heard the teenage girl whisper shout into the air in excitement. I should uphold her deal before the healer comes to fix it up. Kubo blinked back in shock. All right. As promised, Midoriya was healed by a rather sketchy-looking individual with a disposable face mask and weirdly shaped sunglasses. Kubo watched the healer from the moment he entered the room, gazing as the healer waved their hands over Midori's body. He chose to glare at the man as he talked with the gas-covered bartender named Kurojiri. So are you his dad or something? Dabi asked out of nowhere as soon as the man had exited the room. I'm, what? No. Kubo coughed into his hand, stumbling back from the scarred man. I'm just his guardian. It's my job to look after him. Midori yawned before his tired expression slowly formed into a grin. He found me in the trash yard. Kubo sighed, dragging a hand down his face as Mr. Compress turned to him with a mask decorated with a blank face expression. Don't put it like that. I was a young, homeless orphan sleeping in one of the old cars he was stripping for parts. And since I had nowhere to go, he offered me a place here as long as I did a few chores around the house. Midori spoke up from where he was laying in the bed. His arms flopped as a goofy smile stretched over his face. Best decision I ever made. Uncle Giran is cool. But Uncle Kubo is extra cool, cuz. Midori's hands twisted in the car as he began to trail off with his words. He has a bunch of car stuff. He makes things go fast. And makes cars go fast. Like vroom. Why is he talking like that? Kubo asked, watching Midori swing his legs up into the air and back down to the bed. Did the guy say something about his quirk? He said there was a drag-like effect that came with the healing, Kurogiri explained calmly. Depending on how big the injury was, the more the drag effect will be prominent. He drugged my son? Kubo yelled out, teaming up like he was ready to start running after the man responsible. Spinner piped up. Weren't you listening? Dabi started to grin at him. Oh, so he is your son? Uncle Kubo. Midori yelled out, stretching out his hands to him while opening and closing his hands like a toddler asking to be picked up. Can we get in touch with that healer? Shigaraki spoke up above everyone, scratching the back of his head. We might need him for the future. The week went by quickly as Midori recovered and started to show off the car junkyard to the league. He listed off different areas and parts like a tour guide with everyone else following behind him. Kubo passed by Midori gesturing to a specific corner while the league members were gathered around like they were looking at an attraction. This is the exact spot I was napping before my entire life changed. But the week went by fast. And then the weekend arrived, which led to Kubo walking after Midori to drop him off at the racetrack only to meet with most of the league members waiting for them downstairs. They were all standing before a smaller van than the one they had all crashed. It was Kubo's old van he used to transport the racing cars to his customers when it was all done. No. I know what you are going to ask. And the answer is no. Kubo shook his head as many pairs of eyes went directly to him. We want to go too. Toga announced loudly as Midori started to walk around the car to get inside. Kubo stared at her, and I already said no. Come on, Uncle Kubo, Midori spoke up from the door of the passenger seat. It will be fun to show them a side to the underground they haven't seen before. They didn't even know races were still going on. Yeah, Kubo. Show us around, Dabi said, stalking towards the car with a grin. For the last time, no. Is what Kubo said. But he still found himself being suckered into driving all of the members to the racing area. He sighed from behind the wheel, making Midori reach over with his hand to pat him on the shoulder. He glanced to find the green-haired teen in the passenger seat next to him. Hey, it won't be as bad as you might think. They can be surprisingly well-behaved as long as no heroes are there. Are they also housebroken? Kubo muttered under his breath as Twice and Toga started to fight in the transport where they were all pushed against the walls. The walls were lined with small seating with seat belts strapped to the wall like one of those military planes from the pre-Quirk era that Kubo read about. He liked it so much he put it inside the van just in case he had a bunch of racers at one time or needed extra room to place items around the race cars he transported. It took a while until they could finally reach the destination while the sun was just setting off the perfect night setting. Kubo pulled up to the rusted metal wall with garbage pulled at the very bottom of it. He looked up at the brick bridge right behind it as the people in the back started to notice it. Smoke rose up from above, wisps of gray appearing from the top of the bridge. Is this a dead end? Spinner asked, poking his head out from the back to view out the front window. Dabi chuckled, that racer guy screwed over himself if he gave you a bad address. Hey, Midori raised his hand over the chair before pointing at the rusty wall. Watch. Kubo leaned out of his window to stare up at the bridge above them. Out of the edge, a man in a helmet with big alien-like ears jutted out from the top. Kubo rolled his hand, calling out to him, to race or not race, that is the question. Is that the password? That's weird. Twice added. It changes every month to ensure some security to it, Midori chuckled as the rusty wall started to rise like a big, fancy garage door. The garbage bags at the bottom were glued to the bottom, the fake bags rising with the door. But it's not like any of the heroes pays attention to the racers. It doesn't really catch their attention when we do it in places like this. As the wall opened up, music started to flood their ears, smoke unleashing with bubbles rising up from the top of the bridge. Music filled the air, only getting louder as Kubo drove forward, the wall coming down behind him. Whoa! Yeah. Midori smiled, turning back over his chair to say, welcome to the racing of the underground. As the smoke cleared, colors filled the view. Shiny paint of the cars parked all around with their racers standing near them. All round the racers and the cars were people dancing in neon clothes with paint or glitter decorating their faces like makeup. The music was so loud that the bass could be felt through the floorboards of the van. The league members leaned forwards in their seats to watch as someone standing on a pile of milk boxes was singing with a mic in their hand like it was their last day on Earth with a DJ station nearby them behind a spray-painted turntable. There was girls with piercings, boys with tattoos down their arms, and colored smoke bombs being set off on the sides of the vans. Screams of joy while confetti was grown on people with others running around playing games like old friends. They all watched as a woman with a rainbow mohawk and mesh top screamed into a megaphone. She paused when Kubo started driving by, her mouth dropped open once she looked further into the tinted window. She yelled into the megaphone, "Racer Rhea has returned. I thought that dude died." "Rhea? You're tellin' me? I thought he got caught by the big guys." The surprised shouts grew as Midori sunk into the passenger seat. "It looks like you're popular," Kurogiri remarked from the back. "That's what happens when you visit since you're like 8, Midori sighed. "People will remember you." Kubo eventually parked right near a flashy car with flames. The racer from earlier that week appeared out of nowhere with a happy grin. "Oh, thank goodness. You're here." "We're here," Midori said, popping out from the passenger seat. The back door was wrenched open by Kubo to allow the league members to jump down onto the confetti-filled concrete underneath their feet. Toga was immediately running towards the pink and red smoke bombs with a crazed smile stretching to her ears. "Well, she's gone," Spinner commented as Toga ran around the bubbles and skipped along to the music. "Well, she is just a kid. Let her enjoy it," Mr. Compress added. "So what's happening now?" Shigaraki asked, pushing himself back against the van as people partied around him. Kubo walked right past them without a word, which made a few follow behind him. Dabi, noticeably, stayed in his spot and leaned back against the van. Once Kubo walked up, the racer was already guiding Midori through the inner workings of his car. When Kubo stopped, the racer suddenly gasped like a horror movie character finding a body. "That's the guy I'm supposed to race," the racer pointed out the figure in a black racing suit approaching. "Well, the guy that Rhea will race." The opposing racer had red stripes going down the sides of a black suit with a matching red helmet with bat wings painted on the sides. He pulled off the red helmet to reveal black and red eyes. "Seriously? You called in Rhea to take your place?" "I called in a favor, Red," the racer defended himself. "You didn't have to go that far for you stupid car. I don't even want that tacky piece of junk." Red rubbed his fingers together. "What I want is money." "Ho! Who are you calling tacky?" The idiot rushed to the hood of his car, rubbing their gloved hand on the decals. "This lady is more impressive than that dip job of yours. At least I know the color palettes. You just throw flame decals on anything you have." Red gestured toward the water bottle on the roof of the car. "Even your shitty water bottle has a flame sticker." The racer gasped, "You just don't understand my tastes." "Okay, look, are we still racing?" Midori asked, stepping in between the two. "Sure, Sparkplug," Red shrugged, "but it's been a while since you came here. Are you sure you don't need a warm-up beforehand?" The league watched as Midori shifted his footing and met the gaze of the opposing racer head-on. "Oh, I'm sure," Rhea replied. "I got enough practice the other day when traffic lightship tried to stop me." "That tacky but hero?" "DMN," Red shook his head with a laugh. "Man, I would pay to see that sheet." Rhea raised an eyebrow. "So when's the race?" "Just let me look under my hood real quick before we get started." "You can take your time," Red said. Rhea tilted his hand in the air. "So about 10 minutes?" 10 minutes. From here up to the parking garage tower then back. That good? The street road or the overhead? The streets. Works for me, Rhea saluted with a smile. "I'll see you there, Red." Red untucked his helmet from under his arm. "See ya, Sparkplug." Kubo chuckled as some of the league members watched Rhea prepare for the race. The flashy racer quickly showed the teen everything important about his car before letting him take over. Rhea adjusted himself into the driver's seat, testing out what was inside to make sure everything was in capable condition. "I can't believe the kid's here," one of the bystanders in a mesh top commented, drawing the league's attention to him. "Everyone thought he might have been captured or something." "You know more about him?" Twice asked, his mask shifting to detail the fact that he was raising his eyebrow underneath the cloth. "Oh, Lil Sparkplug? Yeah, that's Rhea," the racer answered. He barked out a laugh, "But sometimes we like to call him Sparkplug because Kubo." Kubo shook his head with a chuckle. "I can't believe the nickname stuck as long as it has." "How can it not?" The man laughed over the music. "It's catchy." Kubo shook his head before walking over to the flame-covered car, opening up the hood. He stared inside until he poked his finger directly into the machinery inside. He glanced back as the engine started to glow a bright blue color to see the expression on the league members' faces. Twice stared at him. "What are you doing?" "It looks fun." Kubo threw a look over his shoulder. "I'm making it go fast." After the allotted 10-minute time, Rhea pulled up in the flame car while Red rode up in a matte black Mustang with equally dark red rims. A crowd gathered around the starting line as a woman with curly orange hair strutted to the middle of the track with a flag in her hands. Shigaraki watched as multiple people started to set up cameras right at the line while other men turn on a giant TV pushed up against a building right next to where the milk box tower was. Instead of the singer from before, Rainbow Mohawk was standing at the very top with a microphone in her hands. Rhea vs. Red, Mohawk announced, followed by a flood of cheers and shouts from the crowd. You know, the deal. From here to the very top winding parking garage tower and all the way back here. First one to get back here wins. You got this, kid. Kubo cheered as Rhea pulled up to the line just like Red to be equal with him. Mohawk announced, on your mark. Get set. Both engines roared to life. Go. Mohawk yelled out, the order echoing right as both cars took off onto the road, the curly hair of the flag girl flowing from the rush of wind. As soon as they were out of sight, the television came to life with both cars viewed on it. How are they? The flashy racer pointed at the screen before gesturing down the road. They disappeared down. There are multiple cameras set up on this road with a drone following them too. So the race will be fully viewed by everyone here. So no action will be missed, others can point out sabotage, and other stuff like that, Kubo summarized. So the cameras are for viewing pleasure and security measures. Ha! That rhymes. Twice commented as the cars on screen went neck to neck down the straight road. Oh, here comes the abandoned constructive site. Mohawk said as the screen was filled with orange cones and broken wood. Shigaraki watched as Rhea pulled ahead of Red while they were both surrounded by equipment with piles of dirt dug up. The building surrounding them had walls covered in protective plastic covering with the name of the construction company pasted all over it. The cars both raced out with Rhea in the lead. Ooh, nasty potholes. One major hit from one of those could slow you down. Mohawk said over the microphone. The screen highlighted the amount of holes in the long patch of road. All of a sudden, Rhea's car jumped up when something hit its tire resulting in a wincing sound as Red pulled ahead. Ooh, looks like Rhea couldn't dodge the last one. And it looked quite a doozy. There at the tower. Red is in the lead. But Rhea is pulling up to his bumper. Mohawk updated even as the screen showed off every detail of the race. Then, Red's car burst out in speed. Oh, Red used his boost. He is pulling ahead like crazy. There they go, Kubo commented as Red pulled ahead of Rhea, leaving him behind. The flashy racer leaned forward. Why hasn't he used the boost yet? He always uses it when he is on the way back to heighten his chances, Kubo said, watching the screen as both cars raced up the spiral parking garage tower. But the road looks too busy to have a safe boost. They're on the way back down from the spiral tower road. Red is still in the lead, but Rhea is right behind him. The screen portrayed Red racing ahead still with Rhea gaining speed behind him from the downward spiral. It wasn't long until both cars were back on the ground and heading back through the first two obstacles. Back to the potholes. Thankfully, Rhea successfully dodged all of the potholes, avoiding the major ones while running over the safer, shallow ones. And we are back at the construction site. The car raced through the site once again, the cones being pushed or ran over by the tires. Rhea is separating from the road. What's going on? Mohawk announced strongly as the camera followed Rhea down an alleyway, the screen splitting to showcase both cars. That looks like a ramp. Oh. Mohawk's voice traveled over the microphone as everyone watched in stunned silence. The drone camera picked up Rhea taking an alternate route, using a ramp-like structure to drive himself onto a rooftop. Rhea's on the roof, he used his boost. And he's coming in hot. Where's he going to go? Mohawk asked loudly, pulling at the spiky hair on her head. Rhea raced across the rooftop until the camera showed a broken-down truck with its cargo load elevated. The crowd watched as Rhea sped down the elevated cargo space like a down ramp, pulling ahead of Red in record time. He's back in the lead. Shigaraki watched with the crowd as the sound of roaring engines raced closer to them, the sound growing louder and louder. The crowd around the finish line backed up quickly when the cars got closer. Then, a car with flame decals passed the finish line. Rhea wins. Yes. The flashy racer celebrated as Red pulled up behind him with a 4-second gap. Shigaraki watched with the other league members as the crowd surrounded both cars with the majority going to Rhea. The flashy racer marched to the losing car to collect the bet money. He didn't notice the other man coming back until he heard their voice. Hey, I never asked you. But how do you know him? The racer grinned, thumbing through a stack of money, splitting it into two. He's our driver, twice piped up since Shigaraki was still speechless as he gazed at their driver who was being lifted into the air by the other racers. The racer tucked a stack of bills into his pocket before clapping him on the back. Heh. Good luck. You're going to need it with him. The league watched as the opposing racer gifted Rhea the money as other racers crowded around the small teen. Toga was in the crowd with new pink highlights in her blonde hair. Rya was hoisted up onto 3 racer men with a shout until it delved into laughter while everyone around celebrated with chants of "Sparkplug." "We know," Shigaraki breathed out heavily behind them, Spinner nodding at his words as Rya was paraded around while the tacky racer laid flat against the hood of his car, raining money down on himself. After the winning race, the league all returned back to Kubo's place. Toga's hair was covered in glitter and pink while Twice had paper confetti hidden inside his own hair despite none of them seeing him take off the mask. Toga refused to wash her hair until the following day since she wanted to savor the pink explosion in her blonde hair even though the hair dye was temporary. The following day was the beginning of Kubo and Midori work on the van. The van had to have the tires replaced and multiple other parts replaced before they could ride it on the streets again. And Kubo even suggested adding more add-on to the van to change it up, especially with the suggestion to add his special quirk-made liquid to speed them up. So that meant a few days or repairs turned into another week of staying at Kubo's place. Kurojairi ran errands the entire time, never staying at Kubo's junkyard for more than a few hours in the morning then returning at night. And somewhere in the middle of the week, Twice screamed out in happiness while Midori was working under the hood. Kubo, who was working under the van, jerked up and hit his head right in the metal with a groan. Midori helped Kubo slide out from underneath the car and turned his head to see what caused Twice to be so excited only to see a familiar 5 o'clock shadow wrapped in Twice's embrace. "Hey, Uncle Giran." "Midori. Ah, it's good to see you." Here, Giran's eyes widened at the sight of him. With a sharp grin, he ran forward to wrap Midori into a hug. Midori yelped as Giran swung him around while laughing wholeheartedly. "I thought you were hiding out somewhere. I didn't know it was at Kubo's." Giran paused with the smile frozen on his face and let go of Midori. Slowly, he turned his body towards Kubo who was staring at him. "Kubo! Why didn't you tell me? I would have visited earlier." "In my defense, a lot of things happened all at once," Kubo defended himself, waving his hands in front of him like he was calming down a wild animal. "They crashed here. Midori was injured, then he was healed, then he raced and won, and now we have been fixing up their van." "Oh, that is a lot of things. But still." Giran raised his voice slightly. "You could have told me sooner. I could have made some money by betting on the race." "I was filling in for someone in exchange for a favor," Midori replied easily. Giran sighed. "Let me guess, that one racer with the flames on his car?" "Yep," Kubo and Midori echoed. "Of course it's that one." Giran rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He pulled Midori in close again. "He's one of the new ones I think, he gets too cocky too quickly. Take my advice and don't take another favor for him." Midori had his cheeks pushed in by Giran's hands which made his answer muffled. "Got it, Uncle Giran." "Good. Now, tell me about everything I missed." Giran relaxed back on the wall as the league members gathered around him. The rest of the day wasn't spent on working on the van since the league, Midori and Kubo filled him in about what had happened recently. And the conversation continued going as Giran pulled out Kubo's stash of beers and cracked open ramen for everyone. It wasn't long until all the adults were mostly tipsy or drunk except Spinner, Dabi and Shigaraki. And Toga and Midori stayed clear from the drinks and just focused on eating their ramen. "Have they been treating you well?" Giran slurred, wrapping an arm around Midori. "Hey, this is my nephew. I'm good. I'm alive," Midori mumbled in response, his head tucked under Giran's arm. And so when Kurojairi came back with a huge load of groceries in a stolen shopping cart, he was greeted with the sight of the adult men drinking Kubo's beer while Toga and Midori were missing from the scene. After some searching, Kurojairi found the 2 younger teens sleeping away in the bed upstairs with Dabi passed out on the floor. Giran left the next day with the promise to share his best cigar with Midori in 5 years when he is old enough. Midori took his words with a grain of salt since Giran still had a bit of a stumble in his step. Twice yelled out his farewell with a happy tone in his voice. Most of the days while Kubo and Midori were working in the van, the league found ways to entertain themselves. Dabi's favorite was to continuously ask for embarrassing stories about Midori to try and get blackmail to hang over the driver's head. He didn't get much material since Midori would stop the story one way or another with his words or with his crowbar. While Kurojairi was away for most of the day, Shigaraki relaxed and dug up an old console racing game that Kubo had stashed away from when Midori was younger. Spinner played multiplayer with Shigaraki as long as he brought in snacks. Mr. Compress spent time prancing with his marbles and confusing Kubo with his close magic tricks. Twice and Toga spent time together by doing stuff that Toga always suggests, like doing makeovers with stuff they have around the house like the bathroom shower curtain and using almost expired berries from the fridge as makeup. Magna was either a participant or the judge when she got dragged in. And Dabi. Midori isn't really sure where Dabi goes when he isn't bugging Kubo. He just disappears and comes back out of nowhere with more ash on his clothes. Although he did start a minor fire in the junkyard when he set fire to a microfiber cloth and threw it right on some damaged seats. Luckily, the fire was put out before anything could really happen. And at the end of the week, the league was all set to leave. The van was fixed up with no more dents, the chipped paint was fixed, and special things were added. They had seats installed for more safety for the back of the van passengers, especially when Midori was driving. Shigaraki made sure they installed it well since he didn't want a repeat of the car chase. Izuku, Kubo whispered, making sure no one else on the team could hear him as he hugged Midori tight to him. If you need to come back for any reason, you can. I'll come to get you if you need me at any time. I know, Kubo. I know. I'll be safe, Midori promised with a smile. I'll come back to visit you soon. With another hug, Kubo let him go only to be met with several goodbyes from the league members along with a personal thank you from Kurogiri for housing them. Kurogiri even gifted Kubo a watch that he had taken during one of his errands before he got inside the passenger seat of the van. Midori jumped into his driver's seat with Kurogiri waiting for him inside. He closed the driver's door and started the van with ease. The rest of the league climbed inside the van from the back while Kubo closed the door behind them. Where to? Midori asked. Shigaraki relaxed back in his seat, anywhere. Midori waved goodbye at Kubo while he started to pull away from the junkyard. Kubo waved back until the junkyard piles filled up the rearview mirror instead. Are you sure about anywhere? Yep. Just start driving, Shigaraki waved him on. Ooh, I'm so excited, Toga shouted from her seat. What's going to happen next? A cult. Apparently a cult is what happens next. It all happened when Midori was driving through a more secluded part of the city, so they could find a place to steal from since they basically had no funds. So that led them directly to checking out an old church only to interrupt a meeting happening inside with a crowd of people in skull masks over black hoods. They were all piled up at the front of the church with some of them looking in through the window or the broken door to see what was happening inside. Oh God, it's the Creature Rejection Clan, Midori whispered, backing up from the view. Shigaraki frowned, the what? It's this religious organization that doesn't accept people with physical abnormalities, especially people with mutant-type quirks. They have separate branches just to hate people with animal-like bodies or abnormal head shapes, Midori explained with his voice low, watching the member through the broken glass window. Spinner's expression dropped as he looked down at himself and back through the window. Something small and simple anyone would notice if they were paying attention. Midori kept his voice down as the chants echoed from within the church. I heard about them through the underground information. They were peaceful protests until all of them slowly grew to more violence. Their numbers have lowered, but there are small groups spread everywhere. Wow, they sure do sound pleasant, Magna commented sarcastically while Spinner remained silent. This is the only place that looks like it could have some good stuff inside, Twice said, narrowing his gaze to view the stuff laying on the ground and things that are still laying on the tables. Who knows how much stuff in there we can sell? What do we do about them? Toga whispered. Shigaraki glared at the skull-masked members inside. If they don't get out of the way, kill them. Sounds perfect to me, Dabi grinned. He was the one who stepped forward and entered the abandoned church with his blue flames ignited in his palm as a warning light. Who goes there? The member at the center asked, drawing attention to the league members entering in through the broken front door. Ugh, his appearance is revolting. It is unpleasant to look at even for a second, one of the men with a skull mask said, pointing at Spinner's scaly flesh and non-human features. Spinner frowned at their comment, clicking his tongue at their words while Dabi slowly walked up to him. Hey! Dabi stepped up beside Spinner and placed his scarred hand in front of Spinner's bright purple hair. That's just because he didn't use the conditioner last time he showered. You a-hole, Spinner mumbled, pulling out one of his favorite katanas from behind his back. I do my best, Dabi smiled back at Spinner with sincerity. Now who wants to go first? And just like that, the cult raced forward towards them with Shigaraki and Dabi heading straight through the middle to start the fight. The other split up to take down the other member with mostly ease while Midori raced to the wall. The only thing he had was the crowbar that Kubo gave him. He watched as his team started to take down the cult member some by one with Spinner attracting the most attention from them, cutting them down with his blades with ease. He continued to watch like an untrained bird, his view whipping from fight to fight to keep track of anyone who needed help since no cult member was paying attention to him. He made his decision when there were one too many members going after Spinner. Midori raced forward with his crowbar held high and swung down on the man's back. With the cry of pain, Spinner swung around and finished off the member with a slice to his neck. You're really pumped up all of the sudden, Spinner remarked as he drove his katana through the side of a charging group member. I hate people like this, Midori admitted, sneering as he braced himself against Spinner's back to kick another member directly in the face before swinging the crowbar onto his head, knocking him down hard. People who can't see past someone for something they can't control, like their quirk or appearance. Same, Spinner said with a shrug. That's one of the reasons I enjoy being here with the League. They aren't like the others I have encountered, especially people like these BSTRDS. Anyway, Spinner continues while knocking out someone with another skull mask with the blunt end of his katana before slicing at their neck. It sounds like you have some experience dealing with people like this. Yeah. It's also the reason I got more violent with the encounters, Midori smiled as he twisted the crowbar around in his hands. Violence is the only way to get them to shut up quickly. Why is that? Dabi questioned as he ran up to them. Placing his burning hands in the unconscious bodies, burning them to oblivion with a crazed grin on his face. Midori backed away as Dabi started to laugh, turning his bloodthirsty look directly on him. Do you have a villainous quirk you don't tell us about? Less talking, more fighting, Midori replied, taking his eyes off Dabi to run towards a tall member trying to grab onto Toga. Toga turned around with her knife with a grin when the tallest member got too close, only to smile as Midori launched himself on their back. Toga started to giggle as she stabbed the man with Midori choking him with the crowbar. Whoa! Friendship takedown. Midori asked as soon as the member dropped to the ground unconscious, do you need any of his blood for any reason? Hell no, Toga's smile turned down into a frown before brightening back up as she suggested, unless it's just to drain him for fun. The fight was over quickly with Shigaraki and Dabi taking down most of the members with their quirks. Anyone that the others knocked out or injured were killed by Shigaraki's hand to get rid of the evidence quickly. With the smell of burnt bodies and ash in the air, Shigaraki walked into the center of the church, looking up at the broken stained glass windows with a frown. The leader was surrounded by dead bodies, some folded over flaming pews or piles of ash on the floor with body parts strewn over from the fight. Blood scatters like paint across the once religious haven, making it look like something out of an apocalypse. When we make our new society, it won't allow things like these kind of discriminatory and prejudice to exist, Shigaraki said out loud, his head tilting back to look at the rest of the group. With the fight finished, the members split off to look for anything they can sell inside the church. But apart from a few candles and weird religious items, there was basically nothing that would give them a lot of money. Nothing of value was left behind. So they took what they could find in decent condition and went back to the van. So, Midori, Dabi slid past with his arms full of candle holders, can you answer about the whole villainous thing? What are you talking about? Magna asked while carrying 2 boxes of long candles. Midori was spouting off some inspirational stuff during the fight, Dabi said, his voice seeming to echo even though they weren't in the church anymore. And I just want to know what he was talking about. So I'm curious. What's this about? Shigaraki sighed, crawling out of the van to see what the commotion was. Just get it over with, so we can leave this place before it completely burns down from Dabi's mess. Midori watched everyone as their eyes focused directly on him with Shigaraki standing in the middle of them, staring at him. Well, Toga and Twice already know about this because of our time with Overhaul, because he made one of his men force us to tell the truth with their quirk. But it seems about right that I tell you this now, Midori sighed while he looked over at Twice and Toga who were watching intently. I'm quirkless. Twice and Toga started to look around with no change to their slightly curious expression as they checked in everyone else. Spinner was stunned into silence, his eyes wide through the holes in his mask while Magna's jaw had dropped open. Mr. Compress had his mask on that hid his true expression, but his body held no lie as it tensed up slightly at the sudden news. Midori glanced behind him to see Dabi with his eyebrows raised slightly up with no other change. Kurogiri remained still where he stood. And Shigaraki was the most quiet of them all, staring him down from behind the hand over his face. I apologize if you expected me to pull out some crazy, superpowered stunt in future fights. Midori stepped back when he noticed the utter silence from the group. If you want, I can hook you up with another racer who could take the job. There was a pause before Shigaraki spoke up. There's no need or want for that. You already have gained experience with us, so we would have to start all over if that was the case. His voice was loud like he was commanding an order to everyone else who were watching the interaction with a raging expression. Plus, you've already proven yourself to be a more than capable driver. Shigaraki stretched his arms over his head. Now let's stop with the dramatics and get going before this Dmed church falls because of Dabi. It wasn't my fault that the church is so easy to burn to the ground, Dabi commented with a grin, striding to the back of the van. Midori smiled as Shigaraki turned on his heel to go back to the van waiting for them. Spinner approached him and clapped him on his back in a comforting motion while Magna grinned at him. Without any waiting, everyone climbed in and made themselves comfortable in the back. Midori breathed out with the grin still on his face as he walked to the driver door and got inside. He pulled away from the church and started to drive before he spotted the fire started to grow. There was one bad thing about not being at Kubo's anymore. It's as the fact that they had no place to go back. The abandoned building they were camping out in had irreversible damage due to a villain attack while they were away. So they were stuck on the bus until any of them could find another place. They even tried to get back to Twice's apartment only to see crime scene tape at the entrance with 3 police cars along with several sidekicks and other smaller ranked heroes gathered around the street and area. It wasn't safe to go back there until it was clear of the attention of the heroes and the police. Which meant they were all technically homeless. I wouldn't call this homeless, Toga commented as they waited for their devices to charge. It was a bright day in the park and they were using any free charging port near the picnic tables for their use. I would call it more like living in a van. Van living? Hell yeah, Twice said, leaning back against the park bench. The others were crowded around the same picnic tables with their faces covered by either tucking their faces into their hoodies or having disposable face masks over their features. Kurogiri chose to stay in the van since he was the most recognizable and harder to hide. That isn't what van living is, Spinner spoke up, fanning himself with his hand. It was a rare moment where he wasn't in his stain-inspired costume and showing off his bare face without a mask. Especially when you are forced to sleep near 8 people. Hey, this beats sleeping in the alleyway, so I'm not complaining. But I will set fire to your toes, Spinner, if you don't stop pushing on my seat in the middle of the night. I get bad nightmares, dude, Spinner defended himself with a shrug. Midori nodded along with him in solidarity. A lot of his bad dreams turned into nightmares quickly. Do you need anything to help with that? Like. Magna's voice came from behind all of them. They all turned to see their older sister figure holding up a duct-taped box over her head. White noise? Midori raised an eyebrow at the machine. When did you steal a white noise machine? I just got it a few minutes ago, Magna said, tilting her head towards the entrance of the park. I went walking around and picked it up near a trash can. It might be broken. Wow. Good for you, Dabi remarked with a dry tone, shifting inside his rain jacket that was zipped all the way up. His eyes peeked out from underneath the hood with staples threatening to shine in the sun. Toga grinned. Well, let's plug it into one of the port things, and let's see if it will work tonight. We could all live in luxury inside our van. Enough of this, Shigaraki waved them off. We need to formulate a plan on how we can get supplies. We either need money or we need to find somewhere to take what we need. So stealing money or stealing stuff, Spinner said. Either way, we need to steal. I know. We can steal from one of those really popular malls in disguise, Toga suggested with a wide grin. That way, there would be so many people that no one would notice. Let's look at the pros and cons of that plan. Spinner waved his hands in the air to get everyone's attention. Pros, there are a lot of people so they might not be able to point us out directly since it's so crowded. Cons, there are a lot of people who might recognize us right away. Life is all about taking chances. Magna held a hand to her chest while she spoke softly. Her soft voice was interrupted by a harsh cough from Dabi. No need to get poetic on us. Look, I need a new coat because I don't want to catch a cold, Toga interjected. I'll check to see if I can steal any instant noodles, Twice suggested. I can even make a copy of one of us so they can steal with us. Good idea, Twice. Mr. Compress turned to Midori who was silently listening to their plan. Midori, are you okay with being cloned? You're the only one who hasn't been legitimately recognized as part of the league. Toga let out a hum of acknowledgement. Oh right. Midoriya could probably pass by without any suspicion. I have no problem with that. Midori shrugged slightly while Shigaraki was trying to talk with Kurogiri about which place would be the most efficient to steal from. But I am not skilled in stealing big things, but I can distract people long enough for everyone else to steal. The mall would be a bad choice, young Master Tamura, Kurogiri said as Shigaraki started to pace. Then where the hell will we go? An outside mall that was located uptown was the perfect place. It had different brightly lit stores for tourism making the street blinding. It also had market stalls along the street itself trying to sell food or small trinkets to the people passing by. But the most populated part of it all was a special outdoor market of tents set up in the streets leading out to the clean alleyways. As the disguised league got closer, all they could hear was loud bargaining and people gushing over the items inside. Jackpot, Dabi grinned. All right, Spinner, Dabi, and I will hit the street shops, Shigaraki said. Mr. Compress, Midori's clone, and Magna will take from the food stalls. I can put my magic tricks to use as a distraction, Mr. Compress said, flashing a deck of cards in his hands and sliding it up to his sleeve with effortless grace. The clone of Midori mindlessly nodded with a frozen grin on their face as Magna gave a thumbs up. Twice, Toga and Midori will take care of this tent area. Shigaraki gestured to the huge tent market. When all of us are done, we will meet back at this alleyway. Kurogiri will be waiting there to warp us back to the van's location, Shigaraki ordered with authority even as Toga's eyes were already fixed on the mountain of tents. Now, don't mess this up. Get as much as you can. If we can't use it, we can sell it for money. Yes, sir, all of them said with almost exact unison as the group separated into 3 groups of 3. Mr. Compress immediately volunteered himself as the main distraction by deciding to distract by entertaining the people walking around the food stalls. While he did that, Midori stood by Magna until she could find a food stall that had no customers yet crowding around. It might be because the stall was serving takoyaki when another bigger stall was already cooking some with a big staff to take care of the people in the long line. I'll distract him. You get the takoyaki he has set to the side, Magna suggested as she started to walk over to the stall. Midori separated away from her to walk over to the side while she proudly walked to the front. Hi, handsome, Magna spoke up while the man started to dig into the boxes at his feet. What kind of food are you selling? Well, I haven't set up, lady. So don't expect special. The man turned around revealing his rugged face that Magna thought turned more handsome as his features relaxed. Magna watched as the man's face softened. Why hello, Mississippi. Hello, Magna greeted with a polite smile. She raised her hand to give a small wave at him. I'm just setting up right now, the man stumbled back. Magna glanced to see Midori's clone slowly stacking the servings of takoyaki in his arms. She quickly looked back to see the man shift in his feet before continuing, I'm making takoyaki. I'm not ready yet for the crowd of customers. But I can promise you my takoyaki is the best out of the rest. Oh really? Magna questioned, leaning on the wooden stall. She made sure to arch her back just slightly which drew the burly man's attention. Magna grinned, well then, I can't wait. Yeah, I have a few made already. But they are only the first batch, so they might be a little burnt. The man turned around just in time to see the clone of Midori with stacked paper dishes of takoyaki in his arms, running full speed towards the checkpoint where Kurogiri was waiting. The man yelled after him, oh hey, kid. Oh, no I'm so sorry, Magna clutched her hand over her heart. If you weren't talking to me, you might not have lost your first batch. I shouldn't be distracting you from your work. No, no. The man waved his hands in the air which surprised Magna from how easily he ignored his food being stolen. It's totally fine. I probably wouldn't sell those anyway. They weren't my best first try. But this batch will blow your mind. Magna watched as the man flipped the fried octopus ball with ease. She glanced over to the side at the sound of a child's laughter. She smiled when she noticed Mr. Compress accepting a tip from a small girl with his tall top hat. She turned back to see the man plating a dish of fresh takoyaki onto a paper dish. Here, you can take these 3 for free, the man said. Magna accepted the dish with a smile. She took a bite of the fresh food as the man watched with an easygoing smile as he started to plate the other takoyaki. This is good, Magna groaned at the delicious taste exploding on her tongue. I think this might be the best takoyaki I ever had. You really do make the best of the best. That's the way my mama taught me. And my mom is dead. Was that? That sounded like Midori, Magna thought to herself as one of Mr. Compress's marbles fell from his hands in his street performance. What was that? The man asked before his attention was turned towards another food stall who yelled out in rage. Midori's clone was running past a food stall with hero-themed ramen falling out of his arms and out of his shirt. Magna watched as an old lady with a broom started to chase after them. You don't see that every day. He might have a very hungry family? Magna commented before taking another bite of her free takoyaki. So, tell me about your life, Mr. Takoyaki. Please. Call me Goro, the man's lip lifted into a smirk. Hey, how much do we need for this stuff? Spinner asked as both of them passed by the printers and computers. Enough that they don't notice. I can get rid of the locks easily, Shigaraki responded in a low voice as both of them walked down further until they hit the gaming area. He walked down an aisle with Spinner hanging back to look at the wall of games. We need to make sure we don't draw attention to ourselves. Where's Dobby? Spinner whispered when he got closer. He's near the front to disable the security sensors at the door with his fire, Shigaraki replied easily, pausing when another customer passed by the opposite aisle. I took a few plastic bags when the cashier wasn't looking. We can get out of here without any suspicion if we act fast. Boss, there, Spinner said, pointing at a locked box holding handheld game systems inside. There was the brand new one with a game included inside the box along with several smaller boxes of the previous model. We can take some of these. And possibly keep one of them. Shigaraki pursed his lips at the lock and the game systems behind the reinforced glass. He nodded, we can do that. Spinner watched over the aisle while Shigaraki reached out to pinch the lock with all of his fingers to disintegrate the lock. With no time to waste, Shigaraki pulled out the plastic bags in his hoodie pocket and started to put away the smaller systems in the bags. Spinner took hold of two of the bigger systems before closing the door behind them. On an impulse, Spinner reaches out to snag a couple of thin cases of games for the system in their arms before heading directly to the front door. When they passed the phone aisle, Spinner swiped his tail to cause a distraction in one aisle while he took several boxes of burner phones at the end of the phone aisle. They rushed out the front door with Dobby following behind them with two long power strips in his grip. Did we get? She broke my heart and left with my cousin who breathes fire out of his butt. Shigaraki barked out a surprised laugh which made Dobby jump back in surprise. Was that Midori? Spinner asked, turning his head towards the cluster of tents. Yeah, and that's twice, Dobby remarked at the grown man with a bag thrown over his shoulder. Damn it. We need to hurry. It looks like it's getting close to the point where people will start to notice, especially with that huge bag. Shigaraki hurriedly walked with the two following beside him. He pointed out the daily special sale sign outside a store. Let's hit this convenience store before heading to the checkpoint. Without any plan, Dobby ran in front of them with his hands on fire. They walked in to see Dobby holding the only workers there in the corner with his fire, threatening to burn them alive if they even moved. Shigaraki and Spinner looked at each other while collecting two baskets on each arm to fill with any unrefrigerated food. As fast as they could, they ducked down the aisles for ramen, snacks, chips, bread, water, jerky, and anything that they could carry. By the end, Spinner was groaning at the weight in his arms while Shigaraki called out to Dobby that they needed to get out of there fast. Dobby nodded at their words, taking off after them after setting fire to the magazine shelf near the front to preoccupy the workers. With baskets full of food and plastic bags weighing on their arms with electronics, they booked it towards the checkpoint with Dobby taking some of the load off so they could make it there faster. Hello, Master Tamura, Kurogiri greeted. Has anyone come back yet? Shigaraki questioned with his arm feeling more and more like jelly with every passing moment. Just your group, Kurogiri answered. And many visits from the clone. Spinner was breathing heavily behind him as Shigaraki ordered, warp us then wait, the rest of them won't be long. Without another order, Kurogiri opened the warp gate for them to run through before closing it behind them. He peeked out of the alleyway before re-tucking himself behind a filled dumpster to wait for the rest. The three of them walked through the tent area to get a lowdown of the entire marketplace. Toga freaked out over the cheap clothing and the cute accessories, and almost screamed at the sight of fluffy stuffed animals that were huge. Twice had his eyes fly towards a tent filled with household items like pillows and blankets along with another space of second-hand items. Midori spoke low towards the two who were scouting the area with watchful eyes. Do you see anything? I'm seeing a lot of stuff. But I don't think I could get to them with this many people around, Twice admitted. Hey, Midori, Toga whispered to him as Twice adjusted the paper bag over his recognizable face mask. Can you make a big distraction? There's a lot of people around here, so it might be easier to do our thing if they were paying attention to something else. Midori nodded back at her. How big do I make it? Either start yelling or start stabbing, Toga shrugged. That's always worked for me. Got it, Midori accented the order easily. All he had to do was make himself the center of attention, which was easier said than done. With a deep breath, Midori walked further into the tent area with Toga and Twice behind him. He eventually found a target in a tent that was selling footwear. You guys go ahead. Go as fast as you can as soon as people aren't paying attention anymore because I don't know how long I can keep their attention. Do you best, Midori, Toga said as both her and Twice went off in two separate directions. I'll try, Midori whispered as he sauntered over to the long shoe rack in the tent. He breathed in deeply before drawing the attention of one of the three workers. Is there anything you need? Hey, do you have any red shoes with white bottoms? Midori asked with a small smile on his face. They are kind of my signature look and I can't part with them. The worker's eyebrows furrowed. We only have red shoes with black bottoms. No, Midori disagreed, waving his arms frantically in the air. You see, I need the white bottom. We have black shoes with white bottoms. They even have memory foam. The worker offered. Midori frowned. No other color at all? No, sir. But we do have a new shipment of hero-themed shoes at a discounted price. Ooh, Midori raised his eyebrows. Do they have white bottoms? No, the worker shook their head. We only have black shoes with that bottom color. You have to be kidding me. What kind of business are you running out here? Midori raised his voice before clapping a hand over his mouth apologetically. His voice was still louder than necessary as he continued, I mean, I know that most of these are knockoffs already. But you seriously don't have any other white-bottomed shoes other than black? We have them in different styles, but not different colors. I can check if there is more if you want. No, I don't want to inconvenience you. It's just that. Midori took a deep breath. He needed to cause a good distraction so the others could steal whatever they could. And he needed to make this loud. I'm having a really bad day, man. And I thought. Midori started to sniff, making the worker look a bit panicked as other customers started to look at him. I thought like I could just treat myself after this terrible day. My girlfriend broke up with me. We were together for 4 months, but it hurts. I had a whole picnic plan set up with those sweet cream sandwiches she liked. But she just dumped me and said a lot of hurtful things. Especially when she said she didn't like the way I slumped up my soup. Midori sniffled, letting real tears slip down his cheeks even as he saw a woman out of the corner of his eyes choke back on laughter. That's the way my mama taught me. And my mom is dead. Now the woman didn't bother to hide a wheezing chuckle. Midori felt the tears flow as his voice grew louder. So I was mad at her, then she broke my heart and left with my cousin who breathes fire out of his butt. Why did she choose him over me? Okay, now a lot of customers were looking at him right as he spotted Twice lug a giant trash bag over his shoulder like a cartoon money bag. Then I cried. I cried so hard. I drenched my spare pair of red shoes with the white bottoms. And they were my favorite because Midori started to put on a show for at least 20 people who were trying to hide that they were staring at him. Because I had these really cool laces on them that made me feel like I go fast. And they were the places my mom bought for me when I graduated middle school. But I drenched them. And then they got this weird smell no matter how hard I tried to clean them. I threw in the washing machine, but it just made things even worse. Then I put them on the clothesline and birds just immediately pooped right on them. So I thought I could just order food to make myself happy so I wouldn't flood my apartment with my tears, but then some a-hole steals my food off my doorstep before I could get to it. He really cranked up the tears-sounding sniffles. Some a-hole stole my Katsudon. Midori sniffled as he heard someone ask the woman if she was alright after hearing her wheezing grow louder. So I came here to find a new pair to try on and make this bad day a little bit better. But then you told me that you're out. And I just run. He heard Toga yell right before he saw Twice run down a clearing of the tents with 3 trash bags and a metal pot under his arm. She's stealing all of the squishy pillows. Another voice yelled out before Toga raved Twice with a grocery cart that held a lot of pinks, purple and black colors inside. Midori coughed. I'm sorry, you're doing an amazing job. I'll just order something online. Hopefully, there is some sale on the white-bottomed shoes. Midori collected himself quickly, letting the stream of tears slow down. He sniffed and shook the hand of the underpaid worker. Have a good day. The worker tried to say as Midori started to book it out of the shoe tent like a demon out of the afterlife. Midori rushed out of the tents, following Twice and Toga who were running like they were being chased by a monster with huge smiles on their faces. Well, he could only tell that Twice had a smile since the paper bag on his face was pushed up to reveal the excited grin. They all ran out with Mr. Compress and Magna on the way to them as well. Magna has a half-eaten box of food in her hand and a napkin folded in between her fingers. Compress held onto his top hat that jingled with each step they took. Kurogiri was waiting for them with Midori's clone right next to him. Kurogiri opened the warp gate for them. In a flash, they were back at the parked van that was waiting for them parked in an alleyway. Okay, what in the hell was that story? Mr. Compress called out as soon as they landed near the van. Kurogiri follows after them. You could hear me? Midori's eyes widened. We could. Magna raised her hand with a sharp grin. Mr. Compress was literally in the middle of a marble trick before I just hear you yell, and my MOM is dead. Midori, I will pay you money to repeat that story from the beginning. Shigaraki almost started to laugh when we were running away from the electronics store. Dabi interrupted her. Midori shook his head as they all gathered to see what they had taken. Shigaraki's group had a good amount of electronics that they could pawn while Magna's group has several fresh food dishes waiting for them inside the van from the clones' help stealing from several food carts. Mr. Compress got some money from his performance. And Magna got free food for herself and a phone number written down on a napkin. Magna shrugged. We were acting like 2 distractions while Midori's clone took care of everything. But with Midori's distraction, his group was able to get a lot of items. Toga got her winter coat, some squishy pillows designed to look like animals, some bargain clothes for everyone, and a bunch of knives with pretty handles. Twice was able to grab pillows and blankets, hygiene items, second-hand items they could pawn for money, and a big pot full of dishes and utensils that they could use. As they all sat down in the back of the van to eat the fresh food the clone had gathered, they all stared at the clone who was leaning against the alley wall. What do we do with the clone? Magna whispered. If it Sustains enough damage, they could go away, Twice shrugged. Or we could save it to use for the future. We don't have enough room in the van, especially with this massive load. Shigaraki waved his hand towards the clone who was just shifting back and forth on their feet outside the van. Dabi, you can take care of it. Dabi grinned before hopping off the back of the van. They all watched as Dabi sent a huge wave of fire at the clone while Midori stood in the van with octopus ball in his cheeks. Midori called out to him after he had swallowed the food and the fire had settled. Dabi, I feel like you have some tension. What makes you say that? Dabi replied before walking off since he was done with the clone that was now a charred pile of goo on the floor. No reason, Midori stated, looking down at the pile of mud on the grass. Get inside so we can get out of here. Midori drove them all away after they had filled their stomachs with food. Together, they stuffed the van with the items they had stolen, only stopping the van to pawn off what they didn't want to get money in their pockets. When the sun finally set, they had their stomachs full, pockets lined with money, and a very comfortable van with food at the very back. Midori drove the van back into a quiet area in the city where heroes didn't patrol often at night. He parked the van and laid out a protective cover over the window to hide away from outside eyes. The only light escaping was the moonlight from the tinted windows and a light from a battery-powered night light Twice had stolen for Toga. That night, they fell asleep to the wonderful white noises of Magna's broken machine until the soft sounds turned guttural at some points in the night. Wow, it sounds like the souls of the dead calling out to me, Dabi mumbled as he leaned against his chair's headrest. Toga relaxed back into her seat with her stolen plushies tucked behind her back and her head with her stuffed bunny in her arms. She hummed in response, it sounds like loving grandmother demons from the 7 layers of hell are inviting me for soft cookies. That's really specific. Mr. Compress commented while Spinner choked on his laugh. I know what I'm listening to, Toga defended herself with a smile. Shigaraki groaned, tucking himself against the seat, well, whatever it is. It's waking me up more than making me rest. Speak for yourself, I like it, Twice called out. Crank it up, big sis. I hate it. Hold up, I think there are more noises to choose from since there are more buttons on the back. Magna squinted at the machine, tilting up her sunglasses to read the tiny words on the machine. Wait, there is a pink and brown noise? There is colored noise? Midori wondered out loud. Apparently. Magna grinned as she pressed a button. I'll go with pink noise. This one sounds better than the, Dabi started to say before the guttural sounds came back. Never mind, I spoke too soon. I think the machine is more broken than we thought. Magna hummed, let's turn it off for the night to see if it's because of just how long we were using it. We have enough money and food for a while. But tomorrow, we should start planning on what to do from here, Shigaraki said loud enough for the people inside the van to hear him. So rest. Good night everyone, Kurogyri called to the members in the back, receiving goodnight wishes from everyone who wasn't already asleep like Mr. Compress with his hat blocking most of his face. The white noise machine magically did not get better overnight, so Magna threw it from the van. But she waited until they were all pulled up by a standee with a pro hero decorating a themed gym and aimed right at the face. Dabi gave her a high five while they laughed at the broken standee of Endeavor. Izuku drove away quickly before anyone could stare too hard at them to recognize their familiar villainous faces. Thanks to the mall incident, their supply was not running low as quickly as the Six thought. And they could actually change clothes from the weird selection that Toga had stolen from. Which resulted in Midori parking the van on the top of a parking garage while it was raining with their dirty clothes laying on the top of the van. All of them were resting inside with new clothes on their bodies. Magna had the most fun with a large strapless sundress that fit her figure perfectly and new circle-shaped sunglasses. How do I look? Magna asked, putting her hand on her hip and behind her head like a model. Twice hummed dramatically while rubbing his chin, a tempting nightmare and a perfect dream. Ooh, I love that, Magna replied. She whipped out her burner phone once a small ding was heard and started to slowly text out words. Toga gasped dramatically, who are you texting at this hour? You know who, Toga, Magna whispered with a grin. Goro is such a gentleman during the day. The pleasant atmosphere continued until Spinner was elected to step out from the van to collect their wet clothes so they could hang them all in the back to dry. So they waited out the rainstorm with the clothes dripping water at the back of the van. Their peace was interrupted when Kurogyri threw open the back door to climb in, batting aside the wet clothes and sinking down onto the floor while everyone stared at him. Kurogyri, why are you this late? Shigaraki asked when the suited villain laid on the floor of the van. And why do you look like that? I had a close encounter with the pro heroes while dealing with the constant errand I'm usually gone for, Kurogyri admitted, taking a deep breath before continuing. I managed to evade their capture attempt until I could safely get away. Speaking of errands, the doctor wishes to meet with all of you, especially young Master Tamura. Well, when's the meeting? It will be sometime soon, Kurojiri said, his voice seeming to echo through the van. We must be ready at all times from now on. Hours passed by until the morning came. Everyone collected their clean clothes from the back that had dropped dry, frowning at the stiffness. They all sat down outside of the van with their chosen meal from the stack of snacks from the van. It was all normal, with Toga snacking on a stale strawberry cream sandwich and twice bargaining for half of his own. Then, Dabi started to cough in the middle of eating his spicy chips. What the hell are you choking on, burnt? Spinner started to say before seeing a black sludge start to come out of Dabi's mouth, spilling through his fingers. Dabi, Spinner started to cough as well with the same sludge falling from his lips. The doctor is calling for us, Kurojiri announced, a spillage of black sludge appearing around his gas. The others called out with Midori freaking out the most among all of them. Ah, you're here so early too? The doctor's voice was grating on his ears. And he had to call on them right when he was about to dig into a meat bun too. Sensei's doctor can be really annoying sometimes. It didn't matter if he was the lead in the Nomu creation, the doctor was more of an inconvenience. If it wasn't already obvious, but I have called upon you to talk about the future of the league. Right, Shigaraki rolled his shoulders back. Well, tell me about your side of this operation. How many Nomus are at our disposal? The doctor grinned as the lump in his lap jumped down his chair to circle around his feet. The doctor rose up from his chair and gestured behind them. Shigaraki looked at his members before turning around to see glowing tubes. With bonus inside them on either side of them forming a hallway of sorts like something out of a horror movie. With a flash, the darkness behind the two lines of tubes glowed a bit, revealing that even more tubes were resting behind them in the shadows. I have more than enough Nomus at the league's disposal, they said with a wave of their hand as their lap Noma ran off behind the tubes. I even have more supplies in my other backrooms, but those are for more calculated attacks that need Nomu with a stronger brain capacity. So I won't be showing you those just yet since they are still a work in progress mostly. The doctor passed, his attention being drawn towards their newest member. And who is this? He's our driver, Shigaraki answered. And he's also our analyst, Midori. Something in the doctor's eyes flashed. Ah, a young talent I see. Well, with everyone here, I will give you a short tour to give you a short glimpse of the Nomu I have prepared for future attacks, the doctor said. But before I do that, since you have a new member, they must follow the regular protocol. Without waiting for a moment to pass, the doctor moved forward with speed and stabbed a short needle into Midori's arm right above his wrist. Ow. Why did you do that? Because I'm the doctor of the league in many ways. I would need a blood sample to make sure everything is alright with your body's condition, the doctor responded while walking back to his desk. They all watched as the man shoved the sample inside the machine as the test started some kind of process. Shigaraki knew that his blood was taken before, but he doesn't remember the doctor actively searching for a sample from his other members. I don't remember this certain protocol happening, Shigaraki said, which caused Midori to whip his head back to him. Ah, I took from Giran's file on most of the newer members along with any prison or medical records I could find. But this driver of yours is someone I have never seen in file or record, the doctor answered with a wave of his hand. The test won't be long. After our short tour, it should provide the basic results I want to record down. And with that, the doctor began to walk past them with gesturing hands like he was a normal museum tour guide pointing out freaks of genetically modified nature instead of paintings. When they were passing by a certain tube, Shigaraki noticed Midori's steps slow to a stop. I know those wings. There are the ones I saw at Hosu. Right. Yeah, thank goodness the self-healing quirk helped a lot, the doctor replied with a lazy grin, walking away from the tube while Midori stood in front of it a moment longer. Although the healing quirk was all bubbles, the Nomu was practically burping bubbles for days before it was fully healed. No. I know those wings. I recognize them from somewhere. Midori mumbled while Shigaraki continued to watch him to see his eyes travel up and down the winged creature suspended inside a vat of green liquid. Come on. We might see something cooler, Midori. Toga urged him, which made their driver separate from the tank with a confused expression. Shigaraki looked back at the doctor who was still guiding them down the line of Nomus. The doctor didn't have time for a longer tour as he guided them all right back to the area they were standing when they first got there. The reason I asked you here was not to brag about my genius creations. It was to talk about your next step in the league's goal. All for One is currently unavailable, so that would mean the future of the league relies in the hands of Shigaraki Tamura. So I will be enacting a plan set by All for One in order to propel you further in your success. What's the next step in the plan? The first thing that is needed is All for One's loyal bodyguard, Gigantomachia. Kurogiri can bring you directly to him since he has been taking care of him since All for One has been away in prison. Although, I can send all of you there far more quickly. Ding! Everyone's attention was forced back onto the large computer screen in front of the doctor's desk that had just finished processing Midori's blood. With a flash, Midori's blood results came back with a small identification card coming into full view. Midoriya. Izuku? Shigaraki read the kanji out loud while most of the members stared at the screen. Twice awed at the sudden discovery, now all the names make sense. The doctor frowned at the screen with an unreadable expression while Midori stared pointedly at the screen, his eye trained to the picture of him at 4 years old. A small hand on his shoulder that was visible in the picture even with most of the background cropped out. All they could see was the blinding smile of a 4-year-old with their name plastered on one side of the screen. And the words, quirk, none, typed onto the other side. Cool machine, Toga commented with a quick thumbs up before frowning in displeasure. Anyway, where's this Gigantomachia guy? I'm getting bored here with all of these creepy eyeballs and brains looking at me. Right. Gigantomachia, the doctor hummed. He stroked his mustache with his finger before continuing, gather around together closely as my pet transport you to the location you need. Kurogiri, don't let anyone including yourself come back unless I say so, they ordered with a grin forming underneath his strong mustache. Gigantomachia is of utmost importance to have under your loyalty. If I need your services, I will call upon you myself. Understood, Kurogiri sighed, which made Shigaraki turn to him in confusion because of his tone. After that confirmation, the doctor whipped his hand in the air before Shigaraki started to feel the black sludge creeping up his throat and out through his mouth once again. Luckily, it felt quicker than before since in the blink of an eye, they were all transported to a grassy field in the middle of what looked to be a forest. Alright, where's this giant guy supposed to be? I suppose he should be around the more open areas with no trees to block his way given his size, Mr. Compress spoke in a calm manner, brushing off his coat to get rid of the leaf that had fallen directly on his shoulder. Hey, guys, Toga whipped her head around, surveying the area all around them. Where's Midori? Shigaraki paused, glancing around to see every member within a few meters of himself. He did not see their driver anywhere. Kurogiri, make a portal, Shigaraki demanded. Something must have went wrong with the transport. Midori should still be at the doctor's place. Kurogiri breathed out, I cannot. The doctor ordered me to stay away. Is the doctor keeping Midori away? Toga screamed out in disbelief. Magna asked, bringing her hand to her mouth, what would he want with him? Maybe he is just around here somewhere that we can't see? Spinner tried to reason with everyone. Then disobey him. I'm the leader, I'm the boss you should listen to, Shigaraki ordered, stepping forward. We need our driver. I wish I could, Kurogiri answered, his ghostly yellow eyes trained on him. But whenever I try, I cannot disobey any of all of one's or his orders. I can't go and retrieve Midori at this time. Then let us know where this doctor is to get him ourselves, Twice said loudly. Their conversation was interrupted with a guttural shout coming from behind them that shook the trees. Midori looked around after feeling the lack of black sludge choking him. He blinked open his eyes and looked around in confusion. What did you do? I did what they wanted, the doctor said, turning around and starting to walk away. They chose to take on Gigantomachia. So I brought them directly to him. Then why didn't you take me? Midori said. He started to follow after the doctor with hurried footsteps. I'm a part of the team. You can't just hold me here. How useful would you actually be in that fight? The doctor turned his head over his shoulder to stare at him through his goggles obscuring his eyes. You're quirkless. Absolutely worthless. Everything about you is useless except the blood and organs that can be used to save someone more important. He fully turned around to stare at him. Midori felt the gaze of the doctor train on him even further, like he was trailing down his body. You might be more useful for my experiments. To add on to that fact, you're just the driver. A glorified chauffeur, the doctor cackled. Midori stepped back from the doctor, glancing behind him to see if there were any immediate exits. That's all you are. That is the only role you have in his outcast team that All for One's successor pulled together. And when the time comes, he won't need you or anyone on that team. Midori stayed silent as the doctor continued, and if you think you can just escape to go help them. The doctor trailed off before he slowly walked over to the chair he was previously sitting in when he was introduced to him. With a flick of his finger, every green liquid-filled tube suddenly had more lights trained on the inside. The menacing shadows became even more grotesque as the lights showed off their exposed brains, their leather-like skin, and their unblinking eyes that seemed to stare into his soul. That I think you need to rethink your plans. As soon as they were choked by black sludge, Midori knew that this experience was not going to be pleasant. And he was proven right when he was purposely left with the doctor while the old man transported the rest of his teammates to a giant in the middle of the woods. It was bad enough he had no idea where he was. And now he was stuck in an unknown place with the League's doctor who was creepy and was responsible for making the Nomus. He felt like if he made one wrong move, he would black out and be made into Shigaraki's new monstrous Nomu. And he was only proven right when everyone else was teleported away while the doctor left him behind on purpose. He was just lucky that the doctor seemed confused on what to do with him. The doctor seemed like he was going to stuff him into some kind of experiment. But after they analyzed his blood even more, he watched the doctor freeze and sigh heavily. All for one would have my head if I even tried. Well, it's not like I had the time to make a new one, the doctor muttered under his breath. Midori watched as the doctor disappeared behind the glowing tubes and reappeared with a broom that he threw directly at him. There. You're a useful janitor now. That's simple enough for you to figure out. Now I'm needed elsewhere, so I'll be back soon, the doctor said while Midori twirled the broom in his hand. Do not rummage through any of my belongings or findings. I will find out. He thought that the doctor actually had a real lair out in the middle of nowhere, but apparently the doctor wasn't as far away from his personal life as he thought. When he heard them open the door leading out of the lair, he could hear people greet the doctor or say something about patients. The lair of Nomus was stationed right underneath an actual hospital. Midori sighed when the doctor was out of sight. You have to be kidding me. And that was how he became the janitor to the League's doctor. A solid week has passed since then. And Midori had already ran through all of the possible exits to find a type of escape route. He checked different air vents only to find them locked. When the lair was dimmed down instead of pitch black of him to clean, he couldn't find a single trap door or disguised exit along the wall or floor. He even got desperate enough to check the tubes containing the Nomu. But the only route that actually would go anywhere was outside the same door that the doctor uses to go into the hospital upstairs. And Midori knew he wouldn't make it far without another doctor or nurse stopping him. The doctor was kind enough to throw him down whatever food he could find in the cafeteria during the day. The doctor was gone for most of the weekday with his day job, then came down at night to do a check over his computer, then went home afterwards. They left every night to go back to his own house, which left Midori behind to sleep on the floor wherever he wanted. The coziest place to sleep was an area near the air vent and the tubes. Since the tubes provided a nice glow despite the weird creatures inside and the cleaned vent provided a good amount of air that cooled him down during the night. As the days go on, Midori acts like he is supposed to towards the doctor. Acts like the janitor the doctor wanted him to be. He wiped up the floor, he dusted off the Nomu containment tubes, and cleaned the surrounding walls. He was silent, never talking despite the doctor poking fun at his situation, whether it be the fact he was quirkless or the job he was doing. He quipped back sometimes to keep his dignity in place and to never let the doctor know what he was planning. To never let the doctor know that he was no longer Midoriya Izuku. He wasn't acting like an illegal racing or getaway driver. He was acting like Midori, the underground's renowned analyst. As soon as he landed with the rest of his team, he began analyzing the room around them, surveying the tubes and computer. And when the doctor teleported them away, he only had more time to analyze how exactly to escape using the equipment around him. And the most integral part of his plan was getting access to the computer with no potential interruption from the doctor. So Midori waited to clean every containment tube when the doctor got black from his work to check on his Nomu. Each time, he approached his computer to type in the same password he always used with his pet curled up at his feet. That night, he was wiping down the surface of the containment tube holding the winged Nomu from the USJ. He buried himself by wiping down the tube with disinfectant. While he watched the doctor's finger move across the keyboard, he finally learned the last 4 digits of the passcode needed. Drutaf 0 NOMU 975312468. Now all he had to wait for was the doctor to leave, then he could finally figure out where he needed to go to get out of this lair. If he could find out the location, he could easily lockpick the door and escape into the hospital. With only the night shift to worry about, he would just need to be as quick as possible to the parking lot. And from there, he could hotwire the car and drive off towards the city. Then he could find a way back to the League. When he reunites with them, they can take down whatever Gigantomachia has to offer together. He watched around the corner of the tube before turning his attention back on the tube. Then the only thing stopping him from shouting in shock from the Nomu's eyes staring directly at him was the fact that the doctor's attention would be on him. Their gaze was fixed directly on them even as he finished off cleaning the tube and moved to the next one. As Midori went to the 11th tube, the doctor was finally finished checking whatever he needed to check in his files. With a half-hearted wave, the doctor left with his pet hidden inside a bag. With the doctor actually taking the weird Nomu pet, Midori would have an easier time escaping that night like he planned. He smiled as he sauntered down the path with the tubes on both sides of him. His gaze was once again matched with the winged Nomu curled up inside the tube he had cleaned. "You may be creepy, but I like your wings. They look like a pair of wings from one of the kids I used to play with when I was younger," Midori said, his voice echoing mildly in the dark room. The green light bounced off the skin of his arms as he tried not to look directly in the creature's eyes. "I forgot their name." "Well, wish me luck," Midori muttered under his breath before heading straight for the mega computer. He slid right into the seat that the doctor always sits in and typed in the password exactly as he remembered it. Drutaf 0 NOMU 975312468. Thankfully, the computer opened up to him right after the password was put in. With a grin, he headed directly for the internet to find out where he was. It took a lot of putting pieces together to realize which hospital he was in through hushed conversation he could hear and the certain lab coat that the doctor used. Within 3 minutes, he found the exact location of the hospital, which meant he could find a way out even sooner than he thought. "Hang on guys, I'm coming," Midori whispered as he stared at the screen. With the information found, he went to slide out of the chair, but only succeeded to sliding forward into the desk. Midori exited the page as quickly as he could and backed up from the huge desk. But then, his eyes were drawn to a highlighted section at the bottom of the screen. The mouse hovered over the folder image with a miniature page pulled up already. One part of him wanted to leave as fast as he could. But the other analytic part of him wanted to dig deeper for any useful information that he can use against the doctor in the future. He knew he could have a lot of customers in the underground for any information that the doctor had hidden somewhere. So he clicked on the files and found a whole list containing file names that he has heard the doctor refer to his Nomu before. The high-ends, the low-levels, and the middle ground of both. With his curiosity piqued, he clicked on the high-end file. The file opened up to different files inside with one of the recently updated ones titled Caretaker. Original plan of Aizawa Shoyuta failed. Past name, Shirakumo Oboro. Current name, Kurojairi. What? Midori whispered to himself. He looked over his shoulder to check behind him and surveyed his area before clicking on the file. Purpose, to raise Shimura Tenko into successor for All for One. Take care of his needs and be a bodyguard protector towards the boy until he is an adult. And be the main getaway for All for One successor. Orders can be taken only from the All for One, Dr. Tsubasa, and Shigaraki Tamura. Orders from All for One rank above the Pictor, which ranks above Shigaraki Tamura, All for One's successor. What? Midori whispered to himself, digging through into the files in the doctor's computer, letting his eyes speed through the line to read the details quickly. Confused, he clicked onto an attached file which redirected him to another secured file on the computer listed under the name Subject S. Subject 1, Main Successor. Alias, Shigaraki Tamura. Name, Shimura Tenko related to Shimura Nana. Purpose, Successor. If All for One's current body fails, he will need a genetically modified body to renew his position in the underground. When the time comes when All for One needs his successor, Shigaraki will go under major surgery to lock in several quirks within himself with a copy of All for One taken from All for One's DNA. Under Sensei's orders, the Shimura family was under watch until the boy emerged with a strong quirk like All for One wanted. With them out of the way like planned, All for One can finally begin taking down the symbol. What the heck? List of possible options available if Subject 1 falls. Option 1. Current alias, Dabi. Name, Todoroki Tuya. After saving a burned child from the forest near Todoroki Enji, aka Endeavor's estate, his eldest son, Tuya, was pronounced dead to his family and successfully underwent surgery in the hospital. Under my care, the boy had several skin grafts and an organ donor's jaw bone to replace the one he lost in the massive fire started by his own quirk. Unfortunately, the hospital was burned with many other successor options running free because of him. Currently stationed inside the League. If need be, use family against him to have control over his actions. Option 2. Current alias, Overhaul. Name, Chisaki Kai. Chisaki Kai was being treated under my care shortly before they fired, in which all of the other successor options escaped with him. No matter, Shigaraki is proving to be easy, but he is still too inexperienced to be a real leader yet. Currently arrested from Yakuza-related crimes. With his arms gone, his quirk is gone. So this option is no longer useful. What the hell is this? Midori asked himself as his eyes widened with every sentence written across the screen. His search was over when he heard the doctor's pet growl and the sound of their small footprints hitting the floor. Didn't anyone tell you not to go digging your nose into someone else's business, chauffeur? Didn't anyone tell you not to go digging your nose into someone else's business, chauffeur? Doctor! Midori shouted, shooting up from the seat at the computer. The irritating barks of the pet Nomu grating on his east as the doctor approached slowly. I thought you went home already. I thought I left something important behind that I needed to check on, Dr. Tsubasa answered. And who am I not to check on, my dear janitor? Well then, you just have awful timing. I could have had the welcoming red carpet rolled out for you, freshly vacuumed and everything, Midori replied, gesturing with his hands at the ground in front of the doctor. The doctor didn't move from where he stood or betray any kind of humor in his gaze. I might have asked why you were doing this, but given the fact of your little situation here, I can come to the conclusion you were trying to unearth my secrets. I was more or less trying to find an escape route actually, Midori shrugged. Your secrets unearthed themselves. What is all of this? Nothing of your concern, janitor, the doctor responded. It would be best for you to continue with the job I have given you and forget about everything you have seen. Midori's eyebrows furrowed. You were planning on making Shigaraki a vessel directly for All for One. Dabi was the backup choice apparently, along with Overhaul or All People. And the fact that Kurogyri had been a Nomu all of this time? That's the only way to have someone as obedient as him to be the caretaker of All for One's successor. Dr. Tsubasa took a step forward as his pet Nomu quieted down their barks to growl at him like a guard dog. And as obedient as he is, he won't be able to come and help you. Midori challenged him with a look. And so what? Are you going to do the same to me as what you did to them? If I need to keep you quiet from all of your endless shoutings, then I will, regardless of what consequences come afterward. That's strange. However, he still stood his ground against the infuriating scientist. How can you just do all of these human experiments? You're supposed to be a doctor. Hell, you have a whole hospital above you. Midori pointed above them. Do any of them have any idea of what you're doing? They never have. And nobody ever will. The doctor's words echoed through the lab as he had never heard before, like a haunting chill down his spine. Especially when you are shut up for good. With that, Midori dodged the attempt to bite at his legs from the doctor's lapdog Nomu. He winced as he kicked the creature away so the Nomu's head bonked against the underside of the large computer. Midori rushed into the darkness behind the Nomu tubes as the doctor followed after him with vengeance. You know, a janitor wasn't new to me. Midori commented as he ducked behind a Nomu tube to avoid the doctor's reach. He kept running ahead of the doctor, who luckily was no match for his stamina. I've been cleaning up before, and during the time I became an underground analyst. He heard another whine from the lapdog Nomu as he kicked it away from him before picking it up and throwing it at the doctor's face. That's why I did such a good job with the polishing and the cleaning. I did it for the person who took me in when I have nothing to my name. So what? The doctor barked out, setting his previous pet back onto the floor. You're gone for way too long. So it's easy for you to not notice anything about the rusty metal you had holding these tubes together, Midori added, rushing all around the Nomu tubes like a game of hide and seek. Once he could see his cleaning station, he rushed over to it even in the darkness to feel around for the thing he needed the most. All I had to do was soak some of that in vinegar to make it shine like new. He turned around to see that the doctor hadn't noticed where he was yet, too busy checking over his pet and seemingly ignoring his words. So he gently took the metal rod of his mop and twisted off the head. He gently walked away from the cleaning area and threw the mop head over his head to cause a distraction. Once he heard the distressed barking from the pet, the doctor's attention was drawn away from where he was. He watched as the doctor approached the cleaning area as he tiptoed back to the line of tubes. He stopped briefly behind the tube containing the unending stare of the winged Nomu. But over time, that rust started to affect the screws. It's just the way time goes. His voice grew softer as he held the metal rod at an angle at the top of the container. And with all that liquid inside, it's no wonder why a lot of the things holding it together could be so easy. Midori stopped pushing his metal rod once he heard the container screech open. Corroded. His victory movement was interrupted by the pet Nomu attacking his leg, biting down on his pant leg as he desperately tried to shake it off. With the combination of his words, the pet, and all the other sounds, it was no wonder that the doctor was closer than he thought. He felt wrinkled hands enclose the back of his neck before moving him down onto the middle floor surrounded by the tube container. The only light was the dim light of the green liquid along with the illumination from the desk computer. As the doctor walked toward him, Midori raised his metal pole with a defiant glare. I shouldn't have been so merciful the first time. But I won't make the same mistake again. The doctor picked up his pet Nomu from the ground with a grin. Now pick your death location. My pet can send you above the deepest ocean or the hottest volcano they can reach. If you don't want that, I can just have any of my creations rip you apart limb from limb. Would you rather be eaten or tossed from a 20-story level building? Midori glanced behind the doctor to see the winged Nomu twitch inside of the container holding them. I can order them to do anything I tell them directly to you. They're so obedient, just like I wanted them to be. Something in the doctor's goggles flashed. They were made in my eyes, they are now perfect to use for my master's major plan. The doctor ranted, spit flying out of his mouth from the ferocity of his words. They were useless corpses until I made their life worth living. You made them into monsters. Midori countered right as the container tube unknowingly slid right open to let the winged creature into the free air. I made them perfect. Without another word, the doctor was interrupted by a horrific screech from the winged Nomu behind him. Both the doctor and Midori focused their attention on the winged Nomu as its leather wings spread open to its full length. From the darkness it stepped forward into the relatively dim light, the illumination bouncing off the most defining features of the creature. Yet he had no time to memorize the way the figure stood out in the lab before it immediately launched itself at the doctor. Midori flinched, curling his arms around his head as the Nomu screeched loudly at the doctor's cries. With quivering limbs, Midori peeked out to see the winged Nomu postured above the doctor, pinning them down with its lower body. No! You are made to listen. The Nomu slammed him down, their wings sweeping behind them and somehow launching the small pet Nomu hard into a nearby container. He heard the crack before he saw the large crack forming even as the container started to tilt towards another. Midori watched the containers act like a chain of dominoes with 4 other containers that tipped to the side and fell to the ground. They shattered once they hit, making the Nomus inside crawl towards the outside of each broken container. Midori pushed himself back towards the shadows as all the Nomus that had broken out started to come to their senses. He could hear the doctor still trying to give out orders, but failing as the winged Nomu clawed at him every time he opened his mouth. The 4 heads turned to the loud conflict and started to move towards it, one of them stomping on the smaller Nomu that the doctor had treated as their pet. Midori could only watch from the shadows as the doctor was rendered useless against a group of his creations. His voice ends in shouts or pleads for their monsters to obey him only to receive nothing but silence and claws piercing at his skin. After what seemed like forever, the Nomus finally backed away from the doctor, allowing him to see the unconscious body. Swallowing down his fear, he crept forward from the shadows after the Nomus had started to walk aimlessly towards the darkness around them. He checked the pulse of the doctor and only found a small heartbeat that was barely beating. After checking the doctor's condition, he decided to go back to the mega computer while the escaped Nomus walked around with no purpose. He bit down on his lip while concentrating on making paper copies of all the information he could find on the computer. The doctor might either be unconscious or on the way to dying from the treatment he got from the mutant creatures he made. But he had no time to deal with him since there was information he needed to obtain. A hero agency would just love to have information handed to them, especially information delivered by one of all for one's main confidants. Whether that confidant might be alive or dead, either way, he will be useful to them. It might get him into trouble with Shigaraki later. But if he had the copy with the information about him and Kurogyri, he might be able to persuade him that he made a better decision on turning him in. It might cost them the number of Nomus since they will be taken in by police once they find them all. But they could increase their group's strength in another way. Tying up an unconscious old man? Easy. Hiding him from the overnight staff inside the hospital? Harder than he suspected until he found a big enough trash cab that he could roll right out the door. Hiding himself using the doctor's lab coat? Somewhat between easy and hard since the staff was too busy to notice him. If anyone happened to try and take a second glance, he would speed up until he was out of their sight. It was a bit more nerve-wracking than he was expecting. Especially since he had no idea how to navigate the hospital. So he had to juggle between not letting the staff look at him too long while also hiding the unconscious body of a doctor inside a trash can until he could get to the exit. After spending nearly 15 minutes playing a game of hide and seek from the hospital staff, finding a car in the parking lot to the hot wire was surprisingly simple in comparison. With the injured doctor in the rolling trash can, he took no time in picking the lock of a 2-door car to push the man inside the passenger seat. He slid into the driver's seat, wasting no time in the process of hot wiring the car. The wire work took a bit of work since some of the wires connected to the small screen in the center. It took less than 10 tense minutes to start the car. In those 10 minutes, he kept double-checking that the doctor was still knocked out and the 2 files of paper copies were still tucked behind his back. Once the car started with the engine rumbling, he backed out of the parking lot but bumped into one of the parked vans behind him from his urgency. Luckily, the car alarm didn't start as he quickly drove right out of the parking lot before anyone noticed the sound coming from outside. As soon as he hit the road, Midori sighed, what agency is closest from here? He allowed his eyes to drift to the dashboard where the screen was waiting. He stared at the song title traveling over the screen. Maybe this car has GPS? The next 2 minutes of his calm car drive were filled with him trying to maintain within his lane while trying to locate the GPS on the screen. Please enter your location, an automated voice filled the speakers of the car. Take me to the nearest hero agency. Midori ordered, tightening his hold on the steering wheel. Hero Agency? Midori glanced at the screen. Yes. Finding a route to Sir Nightai's Hero Agency. Route has been found. Midori breathed out in relief. Hopefully that's the closest. Midori glanced over to the unconscious doctor. After I drop you off, I'm heading back to my team. After he said those words, Midori focused back on the road ahead of him, silently listening to the GPS direction to the Hero Agency. Once the building was in sight, he let out a sigh of relief. The end was near. He just had to do one thing. Bubble Girl wanted food so badly since her coworker had been raving about the food stand just down the street. So when she stepped out of the agency, she was only half expecting to be confronted by a villain. Such is the life of a sidekick or pro-hero. But she wasn't expecting it in the forms of a car pulling up to the crib, the door being thrown open by the driver, and a tied-up doctor getting shoved onto the cement. Bubble Girl watched as the driver threw a folder of papers onto the unconscious body. The driver looked over at her with a smile and a wave. Express DLVRY of the Nomu, making League's doctor. Served with a folder of evidence. Right before Bubble Girl could stop him, the driver pulled away from the crib as soon as she ran up to the tied-up villain. Tell Eri that Zuko said hi. The mysterious driver shouted back at her before the car completely disappeared from her sight. Now she had to postpone her late-night break for the breakthrough that had just come to the doorstep like fast food DLVRY. She needed to tell Sir about this and the driver and what the driver said that regarded Eri. After dumping the doctor, he thought he would be immediately followed by the police. But thankfully, it looks like the action stunned the sidekick so badly that she didn't think to call him in with the vehicle description of anything. He wasn't even being followed by the infamous traffic hero or any police cars. But he was still careful as he drove the car through the streets in order to get back to the last place the van was parked. If they didn't arrive within a day, he would go out again to hunt down their location in the forest. The radio was blasting a pop song at full volume while he drove past the other cars on the road, abiding by the laws to not draw any amount of attention towards himself. Midori was driving for an hour until he finally reached the area he had last parked the van. He hurriedly parked the car as far away as he could since he knew the vehicle would be reported as stolen as soon as the hospital worker noticed. The night was dark with almost zero lighting in the street apart from the moonlight shining down on the road. Midori walked towards the building he recognized even at night from the street art decorating the brick wall. He climbed the fire escape to get to the roof as quickly as he could. With the van in his sight, he rushed towards the vehicle with relief filling his chest. The sight of the rundown van was almost enough to bring tears to his eyes from the lousy week he spent imprisoned in the doctor's lair. Breath caught in his chest, Midori fanned straight towards the back doors. Even if they were locked, he was getting inside one way or another. Yet, the door swung open with no trouble or hesitance. And there waiting for him was a smaller pile of food, trash scattered on the floor, and Magna with her bandage-covered arms holding his crowbar over her head. "Midori?" Magna asked, dropping the crowbar in her hands with a grin. Midori hopped into the back of the van with his own relieved grin. "Big sis." "Geez, kid," Magna greeted, wrapping the young teen into a long embrace. She didn't pull away from the hug but instead patted Midori's back. "Are you alright? Did that old doctor do anything to you? Tell your sister and I'll kill him just for you." "He might have tried. And we don't have to worry about him anymore," Midori answered, finally pulling away slightly from Magna's comforting hold. "I took care of it. How is everyone?" "They're busy fighting that stupid giant bodyguard," Magna replied. She walked further into the van and collapsed into one of the seats. "God, we noticed as soon as the doctor warped is that you weren't there with us." Shigaraki wanted to go back, but Kurogiri said he couldn't go against orders. Magna rolled her eyes then sighed in frustration. "We should have come sooner to find you, but…" "Was it the giant?" "Yes," Magna shouted. She ran her hands over her face, dragging down her cheeks. "Midori, you will not believe how big this old bodyguard is. The only time we can rest is when that giant falls asleep for like only 6 hours." "That sounds terrible," Midori replied. He glanced down at Magna's arms that were bandaged with what looked like some material from the clothes they had stolen. "Did the giant cause that?" Magna moved both of her arms a bit to showcase just how far they reached up. "Yeah, the others decided for me to rest up a bit more to recover." "How did it get like that?" "This past week, our strategy went from fighting to using my quirk to get everyone to Kurogiri so he can warp us away from him. It doesn't even work that well since that guy just follows us. Then I just get slammed into something while trying to make all the guys go towards Toga," Magna sighed, slumping forward in her seat. "That's why I'm resting up so I can use my quirk to our advantage as soon as we get back." Magna straightened up from her slouched position, a small smile resting on her face. "The bright side is that I get to text with Goru from the food stall while I'm in here." Hey, big sis, Midori breathed out, taking a seat opposite of Magna on the other side of the van. It felt more like a minibus than a big van with how many seats were set up. He touched the files hidden under his shirt. Do you know when the others will be here? Or how soon we can get to them? I have some pretty big news concerning the doctor. They should be here. Magna trailed off. She dug into the pocket of her Evans to check the time on her burner phone. In about 2 hours. That's when the giant will take a power nap and they all come rushing here. So we have plenty of time. If you need food, Twice was able to make a clone of me last time to get some stolen groceries. Magna gestured with her head to the pile at the back of the van that was all too familiar. So you have the choice of instant ramen, chips, flat soda, slightly stale bread and water. Eat up what you want before the others come back and ransack it. Midori responded before setting his eyes on 2 packs of melon bread and a beef-flavored ramen. Time passed by after he had scarred down what he could find in the pile of food. Magna was in the middle of detailing her latest text conversation with the food vendor she met when the door of the van got flung open. I'm tired of this shit, Dabi complained, jumping up into the back of the van. He turned around to pull Toga up with his arm as Shigaraki climbed up beside him. We've been at it for a week. And it isn't stopping or slowing down in any way no matter how much we throw at it. Hey, guys. Guess who's back? Magna called out. Midori. Toga launched herself at the teen who reciprocated the hug over the back of the seat. I missed you so much. Who is the melon bread? Mr. Compress looked from the pile to the green-haired teen sitting with Toga clutching onto him. Oh. Hello, Midori. I'm so glad to see you back. Spinner greeted happily. I was wondering when you were going to come back, Dabi commented along with the greetings from everyone. Midori watched as Shigaraki closed the van doors behind him as everyone took a seat with Dabi lying across the center console in the front along with a calm and collected Kurogyri in the passenger seat. There's something important I need to tell you about the doctor. Did he have a slide or something? Twice asked curiously. Did you cause him to have a slide? No, Midori replied while shaking his head furiously at the second suggestion. I didn't harm him directly. But he was attacked by some Nomas who escaped from their containers. Midori left out the part where he had freed one of them, which caused the entire breakout because he didn't know how Shigaraki would react. Hell, he didn't know if Shigaraki would kill him after finding out that the creator of their main hitters was in custody of the heroes. DMN, his own creations went after him, Dabi butted in with his own thoughts. I don't blame them at all. Yeah. That old man was creepy, especially with those weird goggles. Toga shuddered and stuck out her tongue at the memory. It's like he was looking right through me. Mr. Compress leaned against his seat while Spinner leaned forward to look around the taller gentleman to stare right at Midori. What happened afterwards? Did he die? Twice whispered loudly. Not exactly. He basically tried to kill me before his Nomas attacked him because I found out some information from his computer. And then the Nomas almost killed him and I, drop at Himafetahiro Agency. Shigaraki furrowed his eyes at the driver. The blue-eyed leader demanded, repeat that one more time. At a hero agency, Midori clarified. Why? The leader didn't look unhappy, but he also didn't look amused. He had a more neural expression at the news. Why didn't you just leave him there to rot? Why dump him at an agency? That's a good question. One answer would be of my own set of morals. Midori coughed to clear his throat. The sound made Toga pat his back like a form of comfort. But another answer is more of the truth, is one that I feel like I need to show some things to you. Well, to you, Kurogyri and Dabi specifically. Why am I getting dragged into this? Dabi asked, standing up as Kurogyri calmly looked over his shoulder from his seat to stare questionably at him. It's important, Dabi. It concerns all three of you. All right. We will talk about this outside then, Shigaraki replied. No one else should listen to this unless I deem it necessary for everyone to know about it. Ah, man, Twice pouted as Kurogyri got up from the passenger seat through the door with Dabi following him outside the van. I never get dragged off into important life-changing conversations. So all of it was planned? Once he exited the van, Shigaraki didn't know what to expect from his official driver when Midori walked them far away from the van in the early morning. The last thing he wanted was to be handed a file filled with papers. Dabi flipped through his papers harshly before setting it on fire as Kurogyri calmly looked down at his file with his narrowed yellow gaze. Shigaraki continued to flip through his file with the embedded images of him with a family whose faces he could barely remember and another with one with his sensei standing next to him. Everything that was taken from me. It was because of him. Shigaraki flips through his pages, searching for an answer. Each word caused a pang deep within his chest. Sensei was the only one who extended their hand to him when he was starving in the alleyway. The only one who wanted to make sure he was okay instead of just walking by and promising a hero would save him eventually. He was planning on using me until the very end. I refuse to be a replacement created by some dumbass doctor, Dabi said, throwing his file down at Midori's feet. Where is this douchebag supposed to be anyway? He'll be nothing but ashes when I get my hands on him. Midori shrugged in response. The last time I saw him was when I dumped an unconscious body on the curb of Night Eye's agency. Either he's dead or in custody. Either way I can still turn his body into embers, Dabi commented, glancing down at the offending papers that Midori picked up from the ground. Shigaraki watched Dabi as he gazed at the younger teen shuffling through the papers. Did you read all of it? I skimmed over the first parts of your files, but I didn't want to dig too deep into it, Midori replied while he straightened out Dabi's file. Why not? You are an analyst, aren't you? Isn't it your job to sell information like this? Midori met Dabi's intense gaze. It wasn't my place in this case. Especially not in this kind of situation. I would never do something to potentially harm an ally. Dabi scoffed. Yeah, right? Also, why isn't Kurogyri acting surprised? I knew of my place, Kurogyri replied, drawing everyone's attention towards him as the caretaker read through the papers. I am only here to serve young Master Tamura. And listen to the orders given to me. This information, however, is enlightening in another way. What does it say on yours? Dabi questioned, walking up to Kurogyri and swiping the front page from the side. Shigaraki watched as his subordinate eyes focused in on one part at the top of the page. Wait, isn't that Eraserhead? What? Shigaraki asked, approaching Kurogyri while Dabi started to snicker at the page he was holding in the air. Eraserhead was supposed to be your Nomu nanny. But instead some random hero student called aloud Loud Cloud got the job instead, Dabi snickered as Shigaraki felt his expression fall. He gazed at Kurogyri, looking from the purple gas cloud to the metal brace at their neck. You're being raised by a dead hero. Shigaraki breathed in deeply. Dabi. What? Dabi asked, his laughter stopped short with the paper clenched in his hand. Why do you sound mad? Shouldn't you know that about your own caretaker? Young Master Tamura needed me for many reasons, Kurogyri added. His voice brought some kind of comfort to him, but not enough to calm his glare towards Dabi. He did not need to know about any details of where I originated from, just the fact that I would be there for him. And I will continue to be her no matter the circumstances. Since you're picking apart Kurogyri's file, it should only been fair that I do the same, Shigaraki hissed, yanking Dabi's file away to examine any detail he could find within as quickly as he could. You're the son of Endeavor? Don't. What? Why not, Dabi? It's all typed out on this sheet of paper. Shigaraki threw the file onto the ground angrily. Anything else you're hiding in here or something that you're hiding from the rest of the group? Don't tell me you're actually on the hero's side. Dabi raged at him, blue fire tricking up his hands. Shut the hell up. I would never be on his DMN side. Why not? It says you ran away after you woke up. Did you run all the way back to your daddy? Be quiet. I don't care about that DMN man, Dabi argued, spit flying from his mouth. I'm planning on taking him down with his reputation as soon as the moment strikes. I'm going to raise hell and drag him down with me. Shigaraki narrowed his gaze. Quit your dramatics, Dabi. Dabi let fire travel down his arms, letting the blue flames hit his own file to burn the papers. Then came straight after Shigaraki until he could capture the leader's file in his own hands. Midori watched as Dabi evaded Shigaraki as he read out loud from the file, recounting the traumatic event written inside. Kurogyri, you have to do something. Dabi shouted, at least my family is still alive. I could go back and kill them whenever I want to as I please. You think I wanted to kill my family? Kurogyri, Midori pleaded, watching the caretaker take a deep breath. Yes, I believe this is quite enough, Kurogyri sighed. Solemnly, he turned to the two adult men who were fighting like children. Stop. Both of you. I don't need to listen to you, Dabi tried to say. Gigantomachia will wake soon in a few hours. It would not be beneficial for any of us to get into a fight that would injure any member before our next fight with the giant, Kurogyri explained strictly, not allowing either man to step forward towards each other without making the warp portals follow their movements. Now let's rejoin the others and set this aside for another time. Shigaraki and Dabi looked at each other before scoffing and turning away. Midoriya sighed as the two of them started to walk back to the van, keeping a distance between them like there was a rapid river separating them. You couldn't cut the amount of tension in the air with a knife. You needed a chainsaw to barely make a dent in the air mainly surrounding Dabi and Shigaraki. It was even more obvious when they had all returned back to the van, everyone felt thrown off by the air. Even Twice who stayed silent at the tense expression written across all of their faces. No one had said anything as Shigaraki stepped inside the van to rejoin his group while Dabi waited outside the van. Midori watched as the older man knelt down and rested with his back against one of the van's tires. The next hour or so was filled with Kurojiri keeping an eye on the time, so they would be prepared for the incoming fight. Somewhere within the next 2 hours, Gigantomachia will wake up. And they had to be ready. Magna and Toga were in the middle of a hushed conversation while Spinner played cards against Mr. Compress. That was when Twice got a call on his burner phone. "Oh, hey! It's Giran. Man, I haven't heard from him in a while." Twice smiled and picked up the call. "Hello?" Magna blinked and turned to him. "Why are you taking a call right now?" "You what now?" Twice yelled into the phone. The noise startled Mr. Compress and Spinner, who both glanced back to look at him. Almost everyone was watching out of the corner of their eye except Dabi, who was still outside the van. There was a mention of fingers with Twice yelling into the phone in outrage from whatever they were telling him. They all watched in anticipation as Twice ended the call with a tense expression displayed through his mask. "They have Giran." Magna gasped like she was in a soap opera. "Twice, who has him?" Midori asked, approaching Twice with a determined glide in his step. "The MLA. Meta Liberation Army," Twice answered. "They said we have to come alone and we can't use the police against them." "They have Uncle Giran?" Midori asked, mostly to himself from the volume of his voice. Twice turned to face his gaze only to be surprised at the almost empty look in his eyes. "I'm calling Kubo's and the others," Midori said, not waiting for any order or question directed towards the situation. Twice tried to say, "But they said that." Midori interrupted, "They said that about the 8 members in the league. So that means that they aren't expecting me since I'm just the driver." "Shigaraki?" Midori turned to the leader. "If you say no, I will go off on my own to get him. No need for martyr sheet. Giran is the only connection the league has to the underground. We need him." Shigaraki crooked his neck, cracking his knuckles. "So we'll give them what they want so badly before destroying them all." Midori stomped to the van doors and peeked his head outside to find Dabi waiting. "Dabi, stop your sheet and get in the van. We need to rescue Giran." "I don't need to," Dabi scoffed. Midori jumped from the van as soon as he saw the displeased expression on Dabi's face. Midori zeroed his attention on him, walking over to him with rage building up inside his chest. "I don't give a f-. You're either going to do this or I will cut open your chest and incinerate you from inside out. And send the rest of the ashes to your DMN family." Midori wrenched his fingers into the leather coat that Dabi was wearing, pulling him down. "Understand? Fine." Midori nodded, keeping his fingers clenched onto the coat to guide him to the van doors. He stood there as Dabi climbed inside before closing doors on him. Without another word, Midori hurriedly went to the front of the van to climb inside the driver's seat. Kurojiri was sent away with the orders of contacting Kubo's to get backup from anybody they could on a short notice. As soon as his purple gas disappeared, Midori took off, leaving tire marks from how hard he turned out of their spot. Magna's music taste helped with the silence in the car since all they could focus on was the upbeat pace of the female rapper as Midori sped down the highway. Midori kept a steady pace, obeying traffic laws to some extent to not draw too much attention to the van. But Dabi was still facing the worst of it as he groaned somewhere in the back seat. It took half an hour for them to finally reach the location of a relatively quiet city area. "Is it just me or is this place too quiet? Like I see nobody walking around at all." "Because this whole city is mainly populated with people part of or associated with the MLA, Midori answered gently, his hands tightened on the steering wheel as the other members of the Tens tried to peek out of windows to see what was happening outside. Before Midori could drive any closer to the tall skyscraper in the middle of the area, a crowd of people flooded into the street. Magna leaned forward in her seat and cursed at the sight of people appearing on the rooftops of the buildings along the street. "Welcome, League of Villains." A man's voice yelled out from the crowd, the voice echoed through a loudspeaker. Their eyes zeroed in on the center of the crowd, which was a man with a megaphone in his hand. "Wow, our own personal greetings from hell," Magna started, making Toga laugh. "What now? Do we get out and start fighting or?" "You know the plan. Fight off what you can but focus on finding Giran," Shigaraki explained. "However, right now, it looks like some people want to become bowling pins," Midori mumbled, holding his foot right above the gas pedal in anticipation. "Shigaraki? Do it." That was all he needed before he slammed his foot in the gas, making the van charge right into the unsuspecting crowd. The van sped straight towards the waiting crowd and everyone braced themselves to jump at any moment. In other situations, he might have taken a more pacifist route. But these people were responsible for his Uncle Giran being captured. And if he was hurt, Midori will make sure there is hell to pay to a point where they are begging for the sweet release of death. Midori cursed under his breath as they got closer and closer. Dive now. All at once, the members leaked out of the van with ease, throwing themselves out of the car and directly into the crowd members who got out of the way. The others used the crowd as their cushions once they got out from the sounds of yelling coming from outside. Izuku drove through the crowd who screamed as they got out of the way until he charged for the center stage where Hanabata Koku, alias Trumpet, was staring him down like a deer in the headlights. As the van careened towards the stage, Trumpet finally dodged out of the way. Midori braced for the hit as the van drove right into the wooden pop-up stage, splintering the wooden planks from the force of the van's metal. The window breaking from the force, spiderwebbed cracks all across it. With a sigh, Midori pushed out the broken window before any of the crowd could climb inside the back doors and get to him. He grabbed the crowbar as he continued to fight against the front window. Grunting, he slid out from the broken window, to the hood of the van, and down to the broken stage. Tag, beach. Magna called out as her magnet quirk caused a group of men to hurtle themselves towards a magnetized girl. Once she spotted him, she called out, "Midori, over here." "I'll be right there." Midori answered, swinging his crowbar right into Trumpet's chest before he could call out to the crowd. He kicked at the crowd leader before landing a punch right into his throat. Trumpet coughed harshly from the throat punch, which was enough time to try and escape the area. Midori looked around to see any possible idea of where they could be holding Giran hostage. His gaze focused on the glaringly obvious answer in the form of the skyscraper overlooking the entire city. He rushed over to an area where he could see a flash of light blue and the dust cloud following right after screams. He called out to his boss. If Giran is being held anywhere, it would be in the giant tower. Midori raised his voice to get the attention of Shigaraki, who had no problem grabbing people and turning them into dust. Spinner was right by his side, slicing at people's limbs and more. "All right, we need to split up," Shigaraki replied. "Spinner, you stay here with Magna. Compress with me." "On the way." Mr. Compress yelled out, throwing out a handful of marbles, snapping his fingers, and all of the blue marbles released the prisoners compressed inside. Shigaraki started to run away from the scene and towards the tower, touching everyone who stood in his way. Mr. Compress ran after the leader as a large group of people, who were previously in the marble prisons, screamed then groaned upon impact. "Midori! Come on!" Magna called out to him with Jean and a half-formed clone of Dabi with them. Toga was stabbing everyone in sight of her. He rushed over to the group with his crowbar, passing by Trumpet, who was still holding on to his head while staying silent apart from some groans. Midori jumped down from the sage, avoiding the damaged van while he swung at someone's head. "I'll stay here with Spinner and hold out the crowd," Magna yelled out, making one lady get magnetized and hearing her screams when 14 men barreled towards her. Spinner grabbed onto the building wall, moving across the wall like a lizard with a sword between his teeth. "You guys go ahead." Toga asked, "Are you sure?" "Ah, Toga Himiko, the runaway killer schoolgirl," a blue-skinned woman said, appearing out of nowhere with a grin. "I'm ready to leave. Is anyone else ready?" "Yes." "Let's go." Toga rushed through her words, grabbing Jean and Midori's hands to run away. Jean instructed the Dabi clone to help with the crowd as they ran away from the blue-skinned woman trying to talk with Toga. "Come on, I just want an exclusive interview with the ever-elusive runaway," the woman kept on going despite how clear they were running away. Several men crowded onto the street and lunged at them to slow their escape attempt down. The MLA members that showed were mostly men with only a few women off to the side who called out to Curious like she was a common celebrity they adored. "At least let me introduce myself. I'm Kazuki Chitose, the best reporter in Japan," Kazuki said with a proud tone in her voice that made Midori wonder if it was her official title or something self-proclaimed. Either way, the way she kept walking towards them spouting off about finding the greatest exclusive interview subject was unnerving. "Wait, Kazuki Chitose alias Curious. That means? Her quirk is like landmines. We need to get out of here." Midori yelled out to the other two, struggling to combat the men closing in on all of them. "I have been on your case for a while, Toga. Some normal and ordinary schoolgirl just suddenly snaps and nearly kills a boy that you supposedly had a crush on," Kazuki explained with a bright, sinister smile. "What made you break?" Toga called out, "Leave us alone. I've already interviewed your old friends, Toga. As well as your parents." Toga flinched at her words, which caused both Jean and Midori to tense. "What happened? Could T hold back your bloodlust? Hey, ever heard of no comment? Take it and leave," Midori screamed out while Toga was even harsher with her stabs and slices. Like she was trying to clear a path out of there, like the bodies were leaves she needed to cut down. "Oh no, I'm getting my story," Kazuki added. With a snap of her fingers, the ground beneath them trembled like a mini explosion under their feet. Deku was not like he imagined, especially since apparently everything was the MLA from what Midori said. But Spinner did his best with Magna to hold back the crowd that Trumpet was controlling and the Dabi clone roasting everyone there. No matter how many they took down, another 2 crowds rushed in out of nowhere from the alleyways to start another level. It was like a never-ending fighting game. Spinner ducked out of the way from a window with 3 people waiting for him to fight him. He learned his lesson from being SCKED into a window and pushed right back out from this bodybuilder. So he is not going anywhere near those windows again. Which is hard on a building wall that was filled with windows. It didn't matter how much he tried to pull through. Hell, even the clone looked tired after the 3rd or 4th wave. Trumpet was yelling into the microphone, wincing every time the mic got feedback. He kept holding the spot on his throat that Midori hit with a tight smile every time. His voice was more raspy than he remembered before the van crashed. Magna, how are you doing? Spinner called out to the big sister figure of the group. What does it look like? Magna yelled out, swinging a girl towards a smaller crowd of men. She spit down at some injured man who was trying to crawl to her. The Dabi clone somehow evaporated back into mud when he wasn't looking, which wasn't good since the clone was holding back most of the crowd with their fire. Something that Trumpet noticed with a grin as he encouraged the members to attack even more. Yet something interrupted his order. Trumpet was in the middle of ordering another crowd to come in and finish them off when the sound of thunder rumbled through the area. Yet the sky was still blue. Spinner turned his head and saw a huge wave of multiple colored cars rushing towards the city streets with their engines rumbling. Kurogyri, he got them. Spinner yelled out in excitement and relief. He got all of them? Hey! I thought we told you no outsiders. Trumpet yelled out, drawing attention to the lines of cars speeding towards the center of the city. Rolling down the street with thumping music from each car combining together into a weird cacophony of sound. That one announcer lady was rocking out on top of a car with a railing that looked welded on. Let's get this battle party started. You said the whole team, Spinner yelled out, clinging onto the walls, avoiding the people throwing objects at him from the windows. He tried to shout over the loud sounds of the cars. The racers are part of our driver, Midori. And since he is on our team, that means those racers are part of us. We're following the rules as you set up. Magna said, spinning with gusto to kick a MLA member in the face. Trumpet whined, gesturing his hands at the incoming wave of illegal racers. That is not fair. That's on you for not setting an amount limit. We could have broken out the other members that got arrested before. Spinner grinned when Trumpet tightened his grip on his microphone when the cars coming towards them drifted into different turns and alleyways. Ha! Magna laughed as the crowd started to realize that the roaring sound of cars was coming straight towards them. So most of the people on the street hurried to the sides while Trumpet struggled to keep everyone calm. Spinner hung on tight to the wall as cars started to speed past the street, some of them drifting past the stage in the middle or turning down the alleyways. The hiding crowd members screamed in fear as colors flew past like a rainbow. Trumpet ran from his stage with his megaphone in his hands with desperation flooding through his expression. That was until the racing announcer raced by and took him by his shirt collar. Spinner watched as Trumpet dropped the megaphone as he disappeared down the street on the roof of a racing car. From his vantage point, he could see how red Trumpet's face got when the announcer lady yelled orders to the racers. Magna cackled, crossing the street when there were no more cars racing by. How much do you want to bet that he gets run over? If you saw how he looked at her, you would think that he got run over already, Spinner replied loudly. He dropped from the side of the building while Magna waited on the curb. I think he dropped his megaphone accidentally for a different reason. Magna's expression brightened before she whipped her head around when the sound of a rumbling engine was coming. How many did Kurogyri bring with him? I mean, there was a lot of people at the race we went to, Spinner said as a long, spray-painted style limo drove up towards them. The hood had vents with 2 long lines of purple down the top of the car. They both stepped back from the curb as the limo screeched to a stop. Slowly, the passenger door window rolled down to reveal Kurogyri driving with an older woman in a leather jacket in the passenger seat. Hop on, youngsters. Kurogyri? Spinner asked as Magna climbed into the back seat without another word. Spinner heard her gasp then say, there's tiny water bottles and snacks back here. And the seats are so roomy. I'm a chauffeur normally, the older woman called out to Magna while Spinner cautiously ducked inside the limo to sit next to Big Sis. Kurogyri stepped on the gas pedal with a click of the woman's fingers as soon as he clicked the door shut behind him. And who are you? Spinner asked. Name's Saki. But you can call me Grandma. Grandma laughed while she guided Kurogyri to keep up with the other racers. The younger ones always do. Help yourself to some snacks, I made those cookies myself. Ooh, chocolate chip. Magna dug her hands into the jar filled with cookies, then her mouth widened at the sight of the different ones inside. And is this cookie and cream flavored? You're right on target with that one, Missy, Grandma answered with a grin. Spinner breathed in the scent of the limo's leather when Kurogiri spoke up. Do you two know where the others might be? So we, Grandma softly corrected. You are driving my precious car after all. Kurogiri cleared his throat. Do you two know where the other might be so we can retrieve them? I don't know because we split up, Magna answered. Spinner hummed, we might be able to find Mr. Compress and Shigaraki since they are heading to the main tower in the center. If you go around there, we could find them easily. Any idea how many people we're facing? Grandma asked while the limo raced past a fleeing crowd. Spinner spies out the window to see Trumpet hanging on to dear life inside the same caged place as the announcer lady is. Midori said the MLA could be the entire city or just this area of the CIT. Magna rubbed the back of her neck. I forgot the exact wording. Grandma had a feral grin as she leaned back in her seat. Well then, good thing we're prepared. Prepared? We're facing a whole city. Spinner protested her words. They had enough trouble fending off the crowds. The race cars will help push them away, but the cars won't be able to get rid of them unless they commit vehicular manslaughter. And you have us racers, we're respectful in races most of the time. We might play a little dirty in grudge races because that's allowed, Grandma explained with a flick of her manicured hand. Then her voice strengthened, but when someone messes with one of us. There was a whoosh of fire whipping through the air outside. They both looked outside to see a racer leaning out of the car to whip the crowd with a long string of fire straight from their hands. Then a scream dragged their attention to someone getting showered with a line of fire extinguishers. You mess with all of us, Grandma finished off what she was saying as he gestured to the view outside the window. And we will race dirtier than you've ever seen before. On that topic, you might want to man the weaponry at the back, Grandma said while she elated her seat back a bit. She sighed, it's good to be in the passenger seat once in a blue moon. What weapon? Spinner asked. Grandma slammed her boot against a button near the radio which flipped down the back seats. Spinner turned back to see what it was when he heard Magna's shocked gasp. Spinner and Magna's eyes widened at the candy-themed machine gun. The weapon had small toffee candies and peppermint in all sorts of colors decorating it. But the real weapon was the soda tappers lining directly to the main exit point. Magna swallowed as she tilted her sunglasses down. That weapon. This report is nuts. She's just doing her job, Twice shouted while a clone of Midori fought against the crowd behind them. The clone didn't last long if the sound of squishing mud was any indicator. Damn it. Is there no privacy with you? Curious voice seemed amplified while she replied, just stop for a quick interview. I'm awfully curious about where Toga's story will end. It ends happily with all of my friends, Toga muttered under her breath as she stabbed one guy through his neck, the spray of blood covering her own face and neck. Midori tried to guide the two around where Curious might attack with landmines to no luck. Each time he tried, they just ended up tripping over the landline or getting caught in the explosion one way or another. And Curious would not let up. Until the faint sounds of racing engines stuttered to life over the sounds of her boisterous laughter. Midori yelled at Twice and Toga to get out of the street just in time to see Curious get hit head-on by a speeding purple Mustang. The crowd yelped as it was either forced onto the sidewalks or faced the rothouse of the racers. Either some got hit by the body of the car or got tricked by the weapons hidden inside of the car. Midori watched Twice's eyebrows raise as someone got absolutely pelted by tennis ball. Toga shakily laughed as she waved at a passing pink convertible that called out to them as they passed. Midori recognized them as the lady group who dyed Toga's hair pink. The crowd was disappointed with the rush of cars into their location with a group of men carrying Curious' unconscious body like she was crowd surfing them. Midori frowned and stepped in front of Toga like the reporter would spring back to life any second. If she wanted another landline, they would just have to aim it right near a fire hydrant, so they could use the blasting water as a cover. But those plans went out the window when he realized just how knocked out the journalist was. Midori turned back to see Toga and Twice watching in awe as the crowd of MLA members tripped on oil spills, coughed on sticky glue feathers, and got showered with purple shaving cream. They watched as one very familiar car pulled up with the driver's window already pulled down. Midori calmed down at the sight of Kubo grinning back at him. Let's get you three out of here. How did everyone get here so fast? Well, I kind of pushed my limit and gave them as much of my quirk as I could mixed into their gas tanks, Kubo sighed. His weary eyes stared up at Midori with a tired smile. If it's not too much to ask, can you drive from here? I feel like I'm 2 minutes from falling asleep or vomiting. Whichever one comes first. Midori nodded, allowing Kubo to slip into the passenger seat while Toga and Twice got comfortable in the back seat. Before he could start moving, a group of very familiar-looking men stumbled down the sidewalk into the street. And the group was heading straight for the parked car. Midori readjusted the mirrors while staring dead ahead at the unmasked face of Jean hobbling towards him. Ah, Skeptic is using his puppet quirk. That must be it. He could tell from the way the stone-cold faces of the Twice clones were staring down the car. Kubo squinted his eyes at the approaching puppets before looking out the window. Twice was staring out the front window with a confused expression. Hey. What's? Toga, Twice, close your eyes. You don't need to see this, Midori said, moving the driver's seat up to get closer to the pedals. He glanced at the ready to see Twice and Toga shielding each other's eyes before he set his hand on the gear shift. With a quick movement, he put the car in drive and immediately slammed his foot on the gas. The car roared to life as it headed straight towards the puppets. With the help of Kubo's quirk, the car had an extra boost of speed right at the jump, which explained just how easily the puppet bodies sailed through the air once the car bumper hit them straight on. He glanced out to see the bodies land back on the street like dead weight before being run over by another car shortly after. Midori snorted. Okay. The view is clear. Any ideas on where to go next? Let's. A swirl of ice circled behind their car as it sailed towards the east. Midori slammed on the brakes and stared as the ice disappeared down another street followed by a wisp of smoke. I found Dabi, Midori said with a bored tone in his voice. He yawned as he turned the car towards the snow's direction. Of course, Dabi would be fighting the ice user. Okay, new plan. Twice shouted, hugging Toga to his side. Get Dabi and then we get Giran. Let's go get that burning idiot, Toga commented. Kubo groaned then mumbled to no one. Which one is he again? Have you given up yet? Dabi ignored the burning feeling in and in his chest. The staples were pulling at his burnt skin, he could feel one of them popped a few minutes ago. The dark red stain on the side of his white tank top was a dead giveaway. He sneered as Gitan looked at him through that annoyingly blue, fur-lined coat they wore. Come on now, you're supposed to be one of the stronger members of your team of outcasts, Gitan said. Gitan made ice cubes float up and swirl together with shaved ice that he was about to launch at him until a loud bus horn interrupted him. Gitan's gaze shifted behind him, which made Dabi turn his head to see a small bus leading a pack of cars down the street. The racing cars took down a nearby street like they were on a mission. What? What the hell are all of these cars here? This isn't some drifting tournament in an action movie. Huh. That's the extra members, Dabi replied with a grin. He chuckled as he noticed just how many were racing down the streets and in between the buildings. Extra members, Gitan titled their head. You're joking. Nope, Dabi shook his head. Since we got a new driver, our driver brought along his own team to help out. Gitan stood still until he breathed out in frustration. Stray ice cubes launched at Dabi's knees that he knocked away with a smug look on his face. Dabi flashed Gitan with a wave of blue fire, instantly melting the ice and making wisps float into the air. I can do this all day, icicle. Dabi. Get your butt? Dabi's eyebrows shot up at Gitan's irritated face. Oh look. Dabi tilted his head to show the picturesque view of a car heading straight down the street until it stopped beneath the rooftop edge. He glanced over the edge to see the car waiting there for him. Dabi clicked his tongue while Gitan's next ice attack was melted by a Clark's flamethrower, much to the annoyance of the ice quirk user. If his groaning screams was any indication of it. Dabi grinned. My ride's here. Midori grimaced as Dabi vomited out the window, followed by an appropriate scream from one of the MLA crowd members they passed by. Yuck, I think someone got hit with your grossness, Toga scooted away. From the visibly carsick fire user. Dabi groaned, which made Twice tug at Toga until they were both crowded at the other side of the back seat entirely. God, why did I think this was a good idea? Dabi mumbled into the door. He rolled the window up halfway and bit down on his charred lip. You're lucky that we didn't put you in the trunk, Midori replied while Dabi complained under his breath. Dabi rolled his eyes at him then squinted out the window. Midori glanced back as the burned man jutted his hand outside. Midori felt a sudden burst of heat even though he was in the driver's seat. He saw the wave of blue flames rush past the passenger seat window. The flames had either made the crowd rush away or steadily burn from the onslaught of yells and shouts he heard. He ignored the burnt smell as Dabi drew back his hand with a grin. I feel a little better now. The car raced past people on fire as Midori navigated his way to the tower in the center of Daika City. He leaned forward to check how close he was to the tower before running over another set of puppets sent by Skeptic. He barely glanced up at the puppets anymore since the quirked puppets were the only ones dumb enough to stand in the way of his car. Dabi winced as he hit a curb with a sharp turn while Twice kept a hold on Toga so she wouldn't slide closer to the carsick passenger. The tower. We're getting close. Twice yelled out. We're too far. Hey, I think that's Shiggy. Toga called out as she tilted her head down to look through the window. Sheet. That is him, Midori cursed when he saw the crowd of members chasing after them. And he wasn't the only one who noticed the dense crowd. Kubo glanced up at the mess of people while pulling out his phone from his pocket with a groan. He winced back at the brightness of the screen before typing out a message. Backup should be here in no time. It should help with the major crowd. Thanks. We couldn't have made it this far without your help. Anything for you and Giran, Kubo replied softly as Midori drove right up to the retreating villains. Midori blared his horn, which made the crowd shrink away, with a lot of them retreating at the sight of the car heading straight towards them. Mr. Compress grabbed on Shigaraki's collar and dragged both of them down from a wall onto the top of their car. Midori ignored the new dents at the top of the car while he drove straight towards the tower. As he drove, cars passed right by him to take care of the people behind them. Once they made it to the tower, Midori hastily parked the car on the curb with Dabi jerking up at the rough movement. He unbuckled his seat while Dabi threw himself out of the car to get onto the stable sidewalk. Why do I never learn? I should have gotten more drags to deal with your driving, Dabi relented with a sigh while he held a hand over his stomach. Midori ignored his complaints while Kubo shifted from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. Kubo rolled down the window and said, "I'll be down here waiting." Shigaraki and Mr. Compress hurriedly slipped down from the roof of the car. Shigaraki passed by Dabi, who was clutching onto the side of the car, grimacing like he was fighting back the urge to get sick again. Midori looked up at the tower. Twice sneered, "They must be holding Giran at the very top. It's in all those movies. This isn't a movie." "You're right," Shigaraki said. Mr. Compress threw 3 marbles up into the air with a small smile despite the multiple tears in his outfit. Mr. Compress tilted his head, "But who knows what might be up there waiting for us." "Wait," Twice pulled out his measuring tape. Everyone's attention turned to the masked man in confusion. "I've got a plan." An old BQ, Beforework, composer's music played out through the speakers of the elevator. The instrumental music did almost nothing to deflect from the tension in the air between the 4 of them. Twice was crammed in the corner with Twice clone of Shigaraki next to them. Dabi and Mr. Compress was on the other side with Midori in front of them near the buttons of the elevator. Toga stayed near the car with Kubo at the orders of Twice, along with Shigaraki at the very bottom of the tower, who was waiting on the queue. The elevator finally opened when they reached the very top floor. The doors slid open to reveal a tall, balding man in a suit with Giran tied to a chair next to a long desk. "Giran!" Midori and Twice shouted out. Dabi held out his arm to stop them from rushing in as they all gazed at the man named Redestro. His lack of hair made his bald spot shine the brightest in the sunlight beaming through the windows. Giran early looked over at them while Redestro turned with a welcoming, customer service smile. The man greeted them like old colleagues checking in at some kind of business meeting. "Hello, League of Villains. I must say that I didn't expect you to arrive on time. I am impressed with your timeliness." Midori was barely paying attention to what was being said until Redestro and the clone of Shigaraki went through the window. As soon as the glass shattered, both him and Twice launched towards Giran and took hold of him. "Uncle Giran," Midori greeted as Dabi and Mr. Compress pushed everyone back onto the elevator. "Hey kid," Giran coughed. His eyes squinted at him, which looked weird since there were no shades to block the wrinkles around his sharp eyes. "Even if you look taller or fuzzier than usual." As soon as they reached the first floor, they started to run since the first thing they saw was falling debris from the ceiling and an otherworldly sense of danger. Without a word, Dabi started shouting at them to move quickly. They barely got out of the front doors before the entire building started to fall sideways at its midpoint. Midori whipped his head to see a glimpse of Shigaraki standing at the feet of the tower with his hands outstretched. Midori dragged Giran to the car where Kubo was waiting for them. He barely said anything as he guided his uncle inside when Redestro went into his giant stressed form. The screech of Redestro, however, was interrupted by a wave of destruction from Shigaraki. Mr. Compress cleared his throat from behind him, which was quickly followed by Twice calling out his name. He turned back just as everything went blue. It was so blue. This must be what it feels like to be inside Mr. Compress Marble, because the last thing he saw was the magician's glove. Strange, it feels awfully peaceful inside. It also feels like he is a Pokemon. The blue didn't last for as long as he thought it did, since he was brought back to the loud land of the living with Kubo's car parked farther away from the tower. He grimaced when he noticed just how much destruction Redestro and Shigaraki were making in the middle of the city. "No wonder you made us marbles," Midori mumbled once he took in the range of the fight. If they didn't leave when they did, the car would either be crushed by debris or Redestro's giant foot. Mr. Compress placed a hand over his mask. "It was the only way to get all of us out fast without us being crammed into the car." Dabi brushes off his coat. I don't feel roadsick." Hopefully, this fight won't last for that much longer, Twice said, checking his watch. He laughed, I hope it lasts forever. What do you mean? Lord's successor. A loud booming voice echoed through the city, making the giant stressed form of Redestro look up in confusion from the remains of his tower. Midori turned towards where the voice came from to see the charging form of what he could assume was Gigantomachia, the giant bodyguard the others had been fighting. The gigantic bodyguard rushed through the empty buildings straight towards the main fight in the center. And Midori laughed when he saw the dumbfounded expression on Redestro's big face before Gigantomachia's fist went flying towards him. Safe to say, Shigaraki called in only a few minutes after Gigantomachia joined to inform everyone of their victory. Not long after that, Kurogyri appeared in Grandma's limo with Magna and Soiner in the back seat with a mouthful of candy and a brown bag filled with cookies. Can you be my grandma forever? Spinner asked with crumbs all over his chin. Midori stifled a laugh. Grandma somehow always got some new grandchildren every time she showed up, no matter how old or new the racer was on the scene. Of course I will, Grandma said, sliding back into the driver's seat when Kurogyri scooted himself out of the car. I'm a grandmother for all of the racers. With the news of victory, all of the racers cheered as they drive through Kurogyri's portal, with Kubo being the last one in with the promise of taking care of Giran back at his place. Shigaraki negotiated some kind of terms that he wouldn't unleash Gigantomachia on him or kill his entire army if Redestro did several things for them. So that's how he got the League a large sum of money and an official headquarters in Daika City inside a very nice building. Redestro offered Shigaraki some leadership over the MLA, but he refused the offer. At least for now, from what he recounted. And somehow Shigaraki got Gigantomachia to listen to him enough to make him go back to the forest and wait on his next order. The headquarters building they got as reparations was nothing short of amazing, even though it was just an abandoned apartment building they were using as some weapon and manifesto storage. Midori breathed out as Magna walked around the main lobby with her phone to her ear, talking about her day with that food vendor guy. After all of the fighting, Magna was ready to set up an official date with him. Midori smiled as Magna laughed. He was happy that she had found some happiness in all of this mess. Luckily, Giran made it out with only a few fingers missing from his hands. Other than his fingers, he was feeling alright and was recuperating at Kubo's place. Twice bothered Kurogyri each day to teleport him there to bring Giran and Kubo some food, even though it was just ramen and chips. Shigaraki and Dabi got into another fight which ended as best as it could be. They were both injured, with Shigaraki burned on his left arm, with Dabi having to restaple his skin back together on his torso. But they came to a conclusion that they would work towards their own goals with help from everyone. Speaking of goals, Shigaraki called a meeting between all of them. And that's how they all ended up in the same room, except with Magna pacing around them on her phone call. Shigaraki patiently waited for her while he scanned the room. He finally called the meeting when she sat down with a happy grin and said something about Friday night. I called everyone here to discuss the future of the League of Villains, Shigaraki began. A large, fur-lined coat was draped over his shoulders that made it look like a blanket, providing comfort. But as he straightened up, the coat became a cape. The future? Spinner asked. Yes. Thanks to Midori's help I came upon further details of what Sensei's plan truly was. When I discovered this, I, at first, did not know how to handle it or what to do about it. Shigaraki breathed out, his injured hand wrapped in bandages swiped through his shock white hair. His plan was detailed, but it wouldn't be for our benefit of tearing down societies on rebuilding it into something new. No. All he wanted was to destroy, and he didn't care about our vision at all. Shigaraki waved his hand in a lazy gesture. So I spent these days thinking about what the future would look like. The doctor is captured and the Nomus might have already escaped, or they are laying in wait. In Sensei's plan, they were both needed components. Midori saw out of the corner of his eyes that Kurogyri had their gaze locked onto Shigaraki. Their leader grinned, but this isn't his plan anymore, it's mine. This is our team that no one can control. That's right. Twice piped up from the corner until his bright grin turned into a scowl. Wrong, Beach. We won't follow his manufactured plan. Shigaraki said, not pausing at Twice's interruption. From today on, we will take apart the Hero Society in our own way, starting with the help of our very own chauffeur. What do you need my help with? Midori, don't you also have credentials for the analysis of the underground? Shigaraki grinned. I'm going to need you to dig into whatever dirty laundry you have on whatever heroes you can find. Dig through their lives and their quirks. Shigaraki continued as everyone started to look at each other in anticipation. Mr. Compress cracked his knuckles using his prosthetic arm while Toga giggled. Once we do that, we will start leaking the information anywhere and everywhere. We could even track down those vigilantes that make videos. Gentle and La Brava, Midori replied, much to Shigaraki's approval. Next, we will bring them down through more vigilante acts. For this we will need both Kurogiri and Midori to help us split up and get away fast before they could even reach us. We will bring attention to all the misdeeds and discrimination in any way we can. Ooh. Ooh. Toga waved her hand in the air. Can we spray paint our message in pink like everywhere? Or red like blood? Yeah. I'll put you in charge of that. Shigaraki shrugged while Toga pumped her fist in the air in victory. Midori heard her gush about her ideas to Magna in a hushed tone while Shigaraki continued to speak. With everything being exposed, we will set our name out there as the change this shitty hero society needs. No matter what comes in our way, the League of Villains will cause a reform movement they won't be able to hide. Midori joined the others around him as they all cheered at Shigaraki's ending words. Dabi even half-heartedly threw his arm up in celebration. Shigaraki's strong, leader stance didn't change even as Spinner attacked him into a hug while Mr. Compress was already spouting off ideas about stunts they could pull that will drive the heroes crazy. Aizawa watched through the window as a dull, white sheet was pulled over the body of the old man. The old man that was apparently a well-known doctor that was just dropped off at Nightai's agency with no warning. A random doctor that was dropped off with files filled with evidence about his connection to human experimentation and vines, putting him in the same name as the underground network of villains. All at once, he and several other pros, both underground and limelight, were called in to help with the case that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. From what Bubble Girl could say, a teenage boy just dropped him off tied up with several injuries. They had to treat the doctor before they could try to interrogate. And even then, it wasn't needed much given how much evidence they were given on a silver platter. And investigating the hospital he worked at was even more evidence for them to use, since the entire basement was an endless supply of wandering gnomes with no direction. They took most of them into custody while avoiding the talking ones that were locked up further inside the basement. Those specimens seemed too intelligent for them to disregard, but were too unknown to them for them to act impulsive. They still needed to know what to do with them. Aizawa remembered how many times he had to delay watching over Eri to try and interrogate the doctor himself. And yet, here he stands watching his dead body being prepared for the hospital morgue. He grunted, then turned on his heel to leave the sorry sight. Since he was still at the hospital, he could visit Eri once again. He calmly sidestepped any nurses walking by to make his way to the young girl's room. He peeked in through the door's window to see the white-haired girl watching the clouds move through the glass window of her room. One of the nurses quietly let him after recognizing his face. Eri turned her head once the door was open and greeted him quietly. He nodded at her and took a seat by one of the chairs next to her bed. She was still so quiet even after so many visits. The only thing he was asked for was Mirio and for him to find her friend, Zuko. Hello, Eri. How are you feeling today? Good, Eri replied softly. She glanced away from him. The nurse gave me some apples and peanut butter for a snack. That's good. Snacks are good, Aizawa nodded, awkwardly thinking back to the fruit pouches he sked down before he got there. Did you want to watch any television? There should be some cartoons for you to watch. Eri didn't stop him from grabbing the remote on her little stand and turning on the television in the corner of her room. It clicked on with the visuals of a bright pink screen with magical girls fighting. He noticed how she flinched at their appearance, which made him start flipping through the channels. The magical girls looked similar to the touts she was bribed with in the past from what Sir Night-Eye gathered. He clicked through the channels until he paused on a news channel that was following a getaway van filled with the League of Villains. Live video of traffic lightship chasing after the League of Villains. An insider said this is his third time running into the League and considers them to be his personal rivals. Especially their getaway driver. We have an incoming close-up shot of the van from a fan's drone, the reporter said before the studio cut to a grainy video of the side of the van. There was a green-haired teenager grinning with his head poking out the driver's side window. Aizawa was about to turn off the channel at the video of the League. There was no doubt that Eri might have a negative reaction to seeing villains so early after being rescued. Zuko! Eri cried out, lunging forward in her bed at the sight of the teenage driver. Her arms came up like she was trying to grasp him through the screen. Aizawa looked between her and the television, who was now showing the van disappearing into a purple warp gate like the ones from the USJ. That's him? That's Zuko? Eri nodded. She didn't smile at the screen, but there was a certain light in her eyes while she watched a replay of the teenager's grinning face. He helped me. He said that I could trust the heroes. Aizawa watched Eri snuggle into her thin blankets, then turned his attention to a grainy screenshot above the reporter's shoulder as they recounted the battle. He narrowed his eyes on the photo. Why does Eri trust the League of Villains getaway driver? Tired squealed as the rubber skidded against the concrete alleyway floor. Magna and Toga jumped out of the van first, still singing along to the song that Magna blasted on the radio. Dabi stumbled out the back with Mr. Compress behind him. Spinner SCKED down the last of the takoyaki in his paper tray. We should stop by Goro's stall more often. Magna gets to flirt while we get to eat. It's a win-win situation. We can't go there all the time though. I wouldn't want anyone to be suspicious, Magna said with a smile, pulling up her shirt collar. Yeah. It could be more like a prize for our hard work. Like we only get to celebrate when we deface Endeavor's advertisements, Toga giggled before she spoke again. Or All Might's. Shigaraki snorted at that answer before jumping out the van's doors himself with a sly grin. It wasn't hard to figure out what the League's future would be. They weren't heroes by any definition, but they weren't the villains that All for One wanted them to be. Maybe we can spray paint an entire mural just for us. Twice suggested with his hand waving in the air like an overenthusiastic student. They fell into a different category of vigilantes and villains alike. But their motivation stayed the same as what they wanted before. To make a world where people like them, the outcasts that were discriminated against, could live happily without being forced into change. Or be negotiated to reform their ways. And what exactly would we paint? Spinner asked, pushing his mask up to hold back his messy hair. Self-portraits? They had each other and their goal was to find even more like them that wanted a place to prosper. Wherever it be the small steps of vigilantism through spray paint and petty crimes or the major steps with Midori slowly leaking out secrets and gaining more intel from his network. Maybe, Toga said. Giran was ready to help even if he was still resting by getting on the phone to get deals for a Midori to work through. Or how Kubo would connect them to drivers like Granny who had no problem finding issues for them to bring to light. Dabi scoffed, I'm not really skilled with art. I would look like a stick figure. The big case that Midori was working on with a vigilante team dealt with the Hero Commission. They didn't know what the analyst said to get the online vigilantes to agree to such a big task. But they weren't going to ask when they saw how ferocious La Brava and Midori were at hacking into the commission networks. We can make a stick figure portrait mural then. Magna offered. She leaned against the side of the van as they all rested in the empty alleyway. And we can have Kurohige as the purple background with his floating eyes above us like a snake. They started off small first a few days ago to obtain more low-hanging fruit that isn't that protected. But step by step, they would uncover more and more about the society that needs to be unveiled. Information that will finally wipe away the rose-tinted gaze from the oblivious civilians in Japan and the entire world. I'm sure we can fit Gigantomachia in there somewhere since he is our big guns now, Midori commented as he walked up to everyone. Kurohige right behind him with his yellow eyes standing against the muggy atmosphere of the alley. Their driver snorted, even though the big guy is in the forest most of the time. And when everyone starts to doubt, the Society of Heroes will fall. And they will rise with their revolution. I think it's a great idea, Shigaraki states before another comment could be made against it. If they were to revolt, they needed to make their mark in any way they can. So their name will be remembered as the ones to change everything. Tamura, where are we going next? Midori prompted as Magna dragged him into a one-armed hug. He tried to protest against Big Sis' attempts to comb through his curly hair. It was only made worse by Toga slowly turning into him and grinning as she joined the hug, effectively pinning the driver between them. Shigaraki shrugged. Wherever you take us. Dabi groaned, like that's actual clear directions. Midori, drive uptown. I have a guy who is supposed to meet me there for something. Are you buying drags? Midori replied. Yes, Dabi admitted strongly. His voice carried over as he walked to the passenger seat of the van. The only kind to get me through your type of driving. Magna called back, why not just use the white noise machine? To hell with your broken sheet. Magna cackled as Twice tried to defend her honor to Dabi who was steadily ignoring it while climbing into the passenger seat. Well, looks like we're back on the road, Spinner said as he stopped next to Shigaraki. He gazed at the lizard-like member as Spinner continued. Do you think we can try and rob one of those outside markets again? I would kill to hear Midori distraction technique again. If we have the time, Shigaraki shrugged, letting himself be pulled into the van by Spinner. He frowned, but if it ends up on Lin like last time, we're having Mr. Compress deal with major distractions next time. Bakugo frowned at the dumbass video that Pikachu wannabe sent him. The title Teenager Ranting turned into robbery. The blonde felt nothing as he began to video some green-haired weirdo acting like a little beach because some stall didn't have the shoes he wanted. Until it evolved into the weirdo crying. My girlfriend broke up with me. Bakugo huffed as the boy who looked around his age started to complain about his ex. We were together for 4 months but it hurts. I had a whole picnic plan set up with those sweet cream sandwiches she liked. The crybaby on the video mumbled out loudly. Not loud enough to cover the whispers and the beginnings of laughter from the other side of the video. He clicked his tongue, he waited when the people holding the camera didn't know when to shut up. But she just dumped me and said a lot of hurtful things. Especially when she said she didn't like the way I slurped up my soup. That's the way my mama taught me. And my mom is dead. He covered his mouth and huffed out again. Bakugo started down at the screen as the teenager boy's hair started to get more wild as the yelling went on. The green curls bounced while he gestured. So I was mad at her, then she broke my heart and left with my cousin who breathes fire out of his butt. Why did she choose him over me? Then I cried. I cried so hard. I drenched my spare pair of red shoes with the white bottoms. That's when Bakugo had to pause the video because of how ridiculous the teenager was sounding. He threw his phone away from him, watching it tumble onto his bed covers. He shook his head and looked around his school dorm until his eyes landed on a frame next to his bed. It was just a stupid picture his mom had saved of her, him, his auntie Inko and her son. Deku? That was his name, right? He could almost hear his mother correcting him on the name. But Deku was more catchy than DMN Izuku. Bakugo couldn't lie and say he remembered those two at all. How could he? It's been so long since then. Auntie Inko died with her husband. And Izuku was completely gone. But something from the frame drew him in, specifically the red shoes with white bottoms that Deku wore. The same type of shoe that green-haired boy was asking for in the video. Ones that has the same white sole as the shoes the kid wore. He started to remember one conversation from his mother. Katsuki, don't ask about his shoes. Why the hell not? Bakugo asked. We're supposed to be wearing matching All Might shoes. Because his shoes are special. You can't wear the same kind of shoe as him and he can't wear the same type of shoe as you, his mother said. Shoes with white bottoms were specifically made with quirkless people in mind. Maybe it was just a coincidence that the same quirkless green-haired kid grew up to be that teen in the video. Or maybe that was actually Deku? Due to this fanfiction ending on a more open ending, I found an interest in actually expanding further. Now the first one-shot to new series is posted. And I will make more in the future to add more details to this AU. I hope you all will like it.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.